In her past life, Yue Qing diligently managed household affairs without a single complaint. Little did she expect that on the day her husband returned from battle, he would bring back his former beloved, leading to her own demise. Given a second chance, Yue Qing resolved to no longer be submissive. Those who betrayed her in her previous life would face the consequences. Countless conspiracies emerged, and her identity became shrouded in mystery. Initially, she wished to bask in beauty alone, yet the powerful prince trailed her relentlessly, offering her a dagger whenever she sought vengeance, leaving her utterly perplexed. Chapter 1. The Return of Jin Yun. My lady, I just returned from the street. The townsfolk say our general has come back and will soon arrive at the general's residence. You should prepare yourself, the maid announced. In her dazed state, Yue Qing momentarily thought she was dreaming. Hadn't she already perished? How could this be? Confused, she gazed at the maid. Are you saying Jin Yun has returned? The maid nodded vigorously. Upon receiving confirmation, Yue Qing calmly rose to her feet. She returned to her quarters, donning the most resplendent attire and applying a subtle touch of makeup. Come, accompany me to greet him. At that moment, the sound of firecrackers echoed from around the corner, and Yue Qing gazed thoughtfully toward the source. Soon, Jin Yun appeared, riding a swift steed, clad in armor. This sight mirrored that of her previous life. Fate had granted her a second chance. It would be unacceptable to remain as powerless as before. In her past life, she had eagerly awaited his return, believing her wish was finally fulfilled. Little did she know it would plunge her into a profound nightmare. As he dismounted, Yue Qing greeted him with a smile. Just as in her previous existence, Jin Yun ignored her, striding directly to the carriage behind him. A fair hand, as delicate as jade, emerged from within. The owner of that hand slowly revealed her head, unveiling a familiar face and a subtly rounded abdomen. In that instant, Yue Qing forgot to breathe, icy dread coursing from her feet to the crown of her head, rendering her body rigid. Though she had lived through this once before, witnessing this scene stirred her instinctive fear. Yue Qing was as ethereal and untainted as she remembered. In her past, upon hearing of Jin Yun's return, she had rushed to meet him, her appearance disheveled, only to be humiliated publicly. Yet today, she radiated youth and elegance, exuding the dignity of the lady of the household. Jin Yun stood before her, supporting the fragile Yue Qing, his brow furrowed. Hurry and prepare Shueihua Pavilion. Maman has traveled far and needs to rest, he spoke impatiently. The maid beside Yue Qing, incensed by his words, began to protest, but Shueihua Pavilion is. Yue Qing swiftly silenced Chuntao, casually interjecting, General, is she your new concubine? Tears brimmed in Yue Qing's eyes upon hearing this. Leaning delicately against Jin Yun, she gazed at him with innocent eyes and softly remarked, Brother Jin Yun, there's no need for such trouble, I can stay anywhere. There's no need to burden Sister Yue Qing. Yue Qing's gaze toward Yue Qing was laced with provocation, but Yue Qing chose to ignore her, proudly fixing her eyes on Jin Yun. Yue Qing, is this the demeanor you exhibit as the lady of the household? I intend to marry Wanwan. What will you do about it? Yue Qing regarded him as if he were a fool, pondering how she had failed to recognize Jin Yun's foolishness in her previous life. Shouldn't one pay respects with tea before entering? At that moment, Xiaotao brought over a chair, holding out a teacup. Yue Qing took her seat, her gaze fixed intently on the two standing at the bottom of the steps. Jin Yun, infuriated by her words, raised his voice to scold her. However, Yue Qing ignored him, addressing Yue Qing instead. If you wish to enter, you must first pay your respects with tea, otherwise, do not expect to cross this threshold today. Caught in a standoff, neither party was willing to yield. Jin Yun consoled Yue Qing beside him. Wanwan, why not soften your stance? Once you're in the residence, you can deal with her properly. Today, with so many eyes around, it's not good for you. In a fit of indignation, Yue Qing stepped forward and knelt before Yue Qing, offering her a formal greeting. Yue Qing felt a surge of joy at this sight, thinking to herself, just wait, Yue Qing life in the general's residence is about to become much more entertaining. General, I am tired, Yue Qing declared, lifting her foot to leave, deliberately ignoring Jin Yun and Yue Qing standing at the door. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, and upon hearing their comments, Jin Yun pulled Yue Qing into his embrace. Wanwan, rest assured, my heart belongs only to you. Yue Qing felt a pang of sorrow at his tender words, reflecting on how, during their 3 years of marriage, he had never treated her with such warmth, only indifference. In her past life, she bore no resentment upon seeing him with this woman. Yet, Yue Qing had ruthlessly tormented her for the position of the legitimate wife, while her most trusted husband remained oblivious. Now that she had returned, she would cherish this hard-won opportunity. That night, Yue Qing settled into the residence, occupying a courtyard second only to Shui Pavilion. It was said that Jin Yun attended to her every need, even sleeping on the floor of Shui Pavilion for her sake. Yue Qing sat quietly in the courtyard, sipping the new tea her brother had brought from Jiangnan. Suddenly, she began to cough violently, pain surging from deep within her lungs, radiating throughout her body. There came a rhythmic knocking at the door. "Madam, this is the medicine I just prepared for you. Please take some," Xiaodao said with concern, only feeling at ease once Yue Qing had consumed all the medicine before returning to rest. With a sigh, Yue Qing reflected on how foolish she had been to toil for such a scoundrel, only to reap no benefits. The following morning, Jin Yun found Yue Qing sitting opposite her and pouring himself a cup of tea. Fatigue was evident on his face, his clothes wrinkled, revealing that he had not slept a wink while caring for Yue Qing. "Send a group to Shui Pavilion. Wanwan is pregnant and could not sleep all night. Aren't you concerned for her?" he said, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Seeing him in such a weary state brought Yue Qing immense satisfaction, and she inwardly rejoiced at his misfortune. "General, do you wish for me to send someone to care for a concubine?" Jin Yun's expression darkened, and his cold gaze sent a shiver down her spine. "As a member of the general's household, is this the extent of your grace? You cannot tolerate a fragile woman?" Yue Qing couldn't help but laugh. Whether she was truly fragile was for herself to know, yet if he had the capability to bring her back, he should manage her himself without relying on her. Jin Yun, witnessing Yue Qing's indifference, could not help but speak again. "Our families have been connected for generations. I won't make things difficult for you, but my heart belongs only to Wanwan." "Very well, General," Yue Qing replied, then busied herself with her own affairs, completely disregarding the man beside her. Jin Yun, seeing her nonchalant demeanor, was consumed by rage, storming out of Shui Pavilion. The following day, the troubles at home remained unresolved when an official accused Jin Yun of her arrogant remarks. The emperor, considering her service to the nation, instructed her to reflect on her actions and excused her from court. Yue Qing, upon hearing the emperor's words, felt a surge of joy, even indulging in an extra serving of food. "Madam, I heard from the servants that the child she is carrying is not even the general's." Xiaodao relayed the gossip she had heard to Yue Qing, yet her heart remained undisturbed. If Jin Yun cherished her so dearly, why would she concern herself with such matters? He was already pleased that Yue Qing chose to stay by his side. Whether or not the child was his mattered little to anyone. "Madam, you toil to maintain the family and honor your parents, yet the general shows no gratitude." Xiaotao's indignant expression touched Yue Qing deeply, making her reflect on her past foolishness. That evening, as Yue Qing prepared for rest, Jin Yun stormed in, slamming the door. Before she could utter a word, he unleashed a torrent of anger. "What are you scheming? I intend to marry Yue Qing, and as the mistress of the Gu family, you should manage your affairs instead of embarrassing me." The candlelight in the bedroom had dimmed, and the moonlight softly filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Had Jin Yun looked closely, he would have noticed Yue Qing's pale countenance. "Yue Qing, speak," he demanded, his brow furrowed, breath quickening with rage, akin to an enraged lion. "If the general wishes to marry her, then let him," Yue Qing replied, her defiance perceived by Jin Yun as mere provocation. "Very well. May you remain steadfast throughout your life," he retorted, his face darkening as he strode out, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 2. The Truth? The courtyard echoed with the whispers of maids discussing how the general had sent for the finest pearls from the South Sea to craft a unique wedding gown for Yue Qing. They claimed the general doted on her, willing to procure anything she desired. Yue Qing, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly. Just then, the gate to the courtyard swung open forcefully, revealing Yue Qing, resplendent and adorned. Her gaze towards Yue Qing was laced with disdain. "Yue Qing, why do you linger? Jin Yun belongs solely to me." Her tone dripped with languor, clearly dissatisfied with Yue Qing's presence. When Yue Qing ignored her, she resorted to scornful insults. "Yue Qing, can you not survive without a man? Knowing full well that Jin Yun does not favor you, why do you cling on?" Yue Qing merely chuckled at her words. She had done nothing wrong and saw no reason to yield. "I am the general's rightful wife. Why should I leave? You, a mere concubine, dare to overstep your bounds," she replied coolly, inciting Yue Qing's ire, who rushed forward to strike her. In response, Yue Qing shoved her aside and delivered a resounding slap to her face. "You dare strike me?" He Yuewan exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features. "And what of it? Speak another word, and I shall cast you out." Yue Qing's fury startled He Yuewan, who retreated a few steps. Just then, Jin Yun entered, approaching He Yuewan and tenderly taking her hand. "The wind is strong, why are you out here?" He Yuewan, with tears glistening in her eyes, buried her face in his embrace. Jin Yun glared at Yue Qing, ready to explode, but his voice softened slightly, considering the woman in his arms. "Yue Qing, have you bullied Wanwan?" His gaze bore a questioning intensity as he stood unwaveringly by He Yuewan's side. Observing his current demeanor, Yue Qing could only smile in resignation, wondering when Jin Yun had become so foolish. Whatever the general says is law. This humble abode cannot accommodate two grand deities. Please depart. With that, she gestured for them to leave, inciting Jin Yun's fury anew as he took He Yuewan and exited. Yu Lang then arrived with a message, expressing a desire to meet Yue Qing. She promptly left the residence for her family's tavern. "Brother, what brings you here today?" Noticing her brother's hesitance, Yue Qing understood he had heard about the general's household matters and was concerned for her well-being. "I am well, brother," she reassured him, determined to watch that scoundrel and his mistress face the consequences they deserved, vowing to live a long life. Yu Lang, however, seemed unconvinced, for the news of the general's household had spread throughout the capital, rife with scandalous details. "Qinger, if you encounter any grievances, you must tell your brother. I would risk my life to assist you," he said earnestly, his sincere gaze making Yue Qing avert her own, fearful of revealing her sorrow. She nodded, suppressing the urge to cry, and playfully took hold of his arm. "Rest assured, brother, should I find myself in trouble, I will seek your help." In truth, a merchant family like the Yu's could not contend with the formidable general's household. Only by uncovering advantageous evidence could they deliver a fatal blow to the general's family. Yu Lang then presented a box to Yue Qing. "Sister, this is my secret stash. Use it to reward the servants." Upon opening the box, her eyes widened at the gleaming gold within. "Brother, how could you hoard such wealth? Aren't you afraid father will scold you?" Yu Lang chuckled sheepishly. He had saved this money for quite some time without informing their father. The siblings shared a meal, reminiscing about their childhood. Yu Lang gazed at Yue Qing, tenderly brushing her cheek. "Sister, I have come across some troubling information." He hesitated, torn between revealing what he knew and fearing for her future in the general's household. To withhold such knowledge felt grossly unfair. Noticing his inner conflict, Yue Qing's heart tightened, sensing the gravity of the matter. "Brother, please tell me I can handle it." Yu Lang scrutinized her expression before divulging his findings. "I know you've been investigating our mother's death that may be connected to the general's household. I found the maid who was with her on that day." Yue Qing's face turned ashen upon hearing this revelation, shocked that the Gu family could be involved in her mother's demise. Grasping her brother's arm, she implored, "Brother, can you confirm this?" Yu Lang, witnessing her intense reaction, regretted his earlier impulsiveness. "Sister, I understand this is cruel, but the truth remains." Yue Qing met her brother's gaze with calmness. If this were indeed the case, she would personally ensure they faced their reckoning in the depths of hell alongside her mother. Years ago, as a child accompanying her mother to pray, they had encountered a group of masked assailants who attacked without hesitation. It was only with the maid's assistance that she managed to escape. For years, she had sought the truth behind her mother's death, only to discover the perpetrators were closer than she had ever imagined. "Brother, thank you for telling me. Does father know?" Yu Lang nodded, then turned his face away. At that moment, Yue Qing felt as though her heart had been shattered. No wonder her father and brother had always avoided the general's household. "Is there any other news?" Yue Lang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That maid had clearly lost her mind, her speech fragmented and unhelpful. Now, being in the general's residence made it considerably easier to seek answers. "This is a keepsake from our mother, please take it," Yue Lang said, handing a delicate bracelet to Yue Qing. Upon opening it, she discovered a beautifully crafted emerald bracelet nestled within, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. It was indeed her mother's bracelet, one she had seen her wear in her childhood. "Dear sister, I shall take my leave for today. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out," he remarked. "All right, I understand, brother," Yue Qing replied, her thoughts drifting as she watched her brother's departing figure. If, as he suggested, the Gu family were the culprits behind their mother's demise, it must have been a calculated act. Upon returning to the general's residence, Yue Qing resolved to visit Shoan Hall to see the old matriarch who had always treated her with kindness. From a distance, she could hear raised voices of reprimand emanating from Shoan Hall, and as she approached, she noticed Yue Qing was present. "I pay my respects, mother," she greeted. The old matriarch, observing Yue Qing, jested that she was overly formal. Despite her humble merchant background, Yue Qing exhibited impeccable etiquette. "Mother, this is a lily soup that I made myself, please do give it a taste," she offered. The matriarch gazed at her with gratitude, touched by her daughter-in-law's thoughtfulness. Her son had been away at war for 2 years, and it was Yue Qing who had tenderly cared for her. The matriarch's gaze then shifted to Yue Qing with her son returning with this woman. It was evident that Yue Qing had endured much. "Qing'er, come closer," she beckoned, before removing a cherished bracelet she had worn for many years and placing it upon Yue Qing's wrist. Yue Qing was momentarily taken aback by the gesture, quickly refusing. "Mother, this is your favorite bracelet, how could I dare to take it?" The matriarch, smiling, gently patted her hand, reassuring her to accept it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yue Qing watched the scene with envy, her face turning green with resentment. What a pathetic display. Who are you trying to impress? If you don't wish to stay, then get out. The matriarch thundered at Yue Qing. Unable to tolerate such humiliation, Yue Qing stomped her foot and stormed away. Yue Qing smiled at her departing figure, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. The days ahead were long, and she wished for Yue Qing to endure. She certainly hoped she would not perish anytime soon. Chapter 3. The dumpling as expected. In the evening, the irate Jin Yun stormed into the courtyard where Yue Qing resided, her face a mask of fury after a long day. At that moment, Yue Qing was leisurely seated in the garden, savoring tea and admiring the scenery, when she spotted Jin Yun approaching with an expression of indignation. She understood immediately, without needing to guess, that Yue Qing had once again been instigating trouble between them. In the face of Jin Yun's accusations and reproaches, Yue Qing remained remarkably composed and unflustered. "How could you be so venomous, woman? I warn you, do not think that winning my mother's favor will make me accept you. Not a chance." Such words were not new to Yue Qing. She had heard them more than 10 times and had long since grown indifferent, even somewhat weary of the theatrics. "Your rage for a beauty is a tale I have seen too often," Yue Qing responded with calmness. Jin Yun, did you hear that mad dog barking outside? I am quite frightened that it might suddenly leap out and bite me." As she spoke, her gaze was laced with disdain and mockery, akin to that of one observing a fool. She then nonchalantly picked up a nearby watering can and began to tend to the flowers in the courtyard, completely disregarding Jin Yun's livid expression. "Yue Qing, how dare you insult a general?" Jin Yun seethed, grinding her teeth in fury. Yue Qing slowly lifted her head, gazing at him with an innocent and naive expression as she softly replied, "General, I did not insult you. Please do not take it personally." Jin Yun felt as though she had dealt him a resounding slap, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. Standing there with a face that fluctuated between shades of green and red, quite an unsightly sight. Seeing that Jin Yun had fallen silent, Yue Qing's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. She was well aware of his purpose for visiting, yet she cared little, as he was merely indulging in verbal sparring. Declaring her fatigue and desire for rest, she promptly ushered Jin Yun out of Shui Pavilion. This was the first time Yue Qing had ever barred Jin Yun from entering, leaving him momentarily stunned. Perhaps feeling that this had tarnished his pride, he left with a haughty declaration that he would never set foot in the Lotus courtyard again. Observing his furious retreat, Yue Qing felt a wave of nostalgia. Had it been in the past, Jin Yun's visit would have brought her joy that kept her awake for nights on end. However, time had passed, and upon seeing him return with Yue Qing, she had perhaps finally come to terms with the unrequited love she had harbored for so many years. Meanwhile, Yue Qing, having heard about Jin Yun's furious exit from Shui Pavilion, understood that Yue Qing had once again provoked him. The maid beside her cautiously placed a bowl of medicine for calming the fetus before her, timidly suggesting, "Miss, this is the calming medicine I just prepared. Please have some." Yue Qing shot a glance at the maid before overturning the bowl onto the floor, reprimanding her for her lack of propriety and ordering her to be dragged out and beaten. The maids in Shui Pavilion lived in constant fear, dreading any misstep that might incite her wrath. At that moment, Yue Qing was leisurely sipping tea, while the maid lay unconscious from the beating. When Jin Yun returned, he was met with this alarming scene and turned to the maid standing nervously nearby, inquiring what happened. The maid, too frightened to elaborate, merely stated that she had angered the young lady. Upon seeing Jin Yun, Yue Qing hurriedly ran up to embrace him, and he instinctively supported her waist to prevent her from falling. "Brother Jin Yun, you've come." Jin Yun's gaze gradually drifted to Yue Qing's abdomen, staring blankly. Yue Qing seemed to sense his gaze and spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Brother Jin Yun, I am grateful for your understanding.
Now,
It seems we can only rely on you." As tears trickled down her cheeks, Jin Yun's heart ached at the sight, and he tightly enveloped her in his arms. They then began discussing their future marriage, but Jin Yun's face clouded with concern as he began. "One, I wish to provide you with the best. Yet the general's household is currently lacking in funds. Is it possible that?" Upon hearing this, Yue Qing's expression darkened. It was already humiliating enough not to be the principal wife, and now they had to scrimp on essentials. However, not wanting to create a scene, she looked at Jin Yun with understanding and said, "Brother Jinshu, do not worry. I am not one to despise poverty. It is merely my misfortune to be the daughter of a fallen official." Yue Qing was merely the daughter of a county magistrate from a remote area. Her fate had taken a turn for the better after saving the injured Jin Yun, leading to his affection for her. Unfortunately, at that time, she had her own romantic interest, and thus Jin Yun's feelings had to remain unfulfilled. Little did they know that a new opportunity had now presented itself. Hearing her words, Jin Yun felt even more ashamed. He had promised her the grandest wedding, yet the general's household had been struggling financially in recent years, barely managing to survive on Yue Qing's dowry. Yue Qing timidly peeked from Jin Yun's embrace, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "Isn't Yue Qing's sister wealthy? Everything she brought into the general's household should belong to the general's family, no?" Before she could finish, Jin Yun interrupted. "Though the general's household is in dire straits, we would never stoop to the disgraceful act of misappropriating a daughter-in-law's dowry. One, rest assured, I will strive to fulfill my promises to you. But as a man of honor, I will not touch the dowry." After spending some time with Yue Qing, he departed. Yue Qing, having mingled with many men, understood that Jin Yun was indeed angry at that moment. As he stepped out of the room, she embraced him from behind, softly apologizing with a hint of tears in her voice. Jin Yun's irritation vanished like smoke at her touch, and he turned to comfort her. One, I am not angry. I have official documents to attend to tonight and cannot stay with you. I promise to visit you in the morning. Is that all right?" Realizing she could not change his mind, Yue Qing began to soften her tone. "All right then, I will wait for you tomorrow morning." Jin Yun pressed a kiss on her forehead before striding away. Meanwhile, Yue Qing meticulously organized the words spoken to her by Yu Lang. In the Gu household, the old madam was genuinely kind to her. Jin Yun, being younger at that time, could not have been responsible for the discord, thus the answer was evident. However, she remained uncertain about their true motives. Yue Qing had been traveling abroad for years and had not returned home in a long time. He was likely to come back for Jin Yun's marriage, at which point she could uncover the truth. In her dreams, Yue Qing seemed to hear someone calling her name. Waking her suddenly, she scanned her surroundings to confirm it was merely an auditory hallucination and then lay back down. However, the voice grew louder, sounding like that of a child. But where could a child possibly come from in the Gu household? "Master, I am here, within your bracelet." Upon hearing this, Yue Qing hurriedly looked at her bracelet, noticing it was emitting a ghostly green light. Startled by the situation, she attempted to remove the bracelet, but it felt as though it was tailored to her, refusing to budge. "Master, do not strain yourself, you cannot remove it." Seeing that it posed no harm, Yue Qing ceased her resistance and began conversing with it.
who are you?
"Why are you inside my bracelet?" At that moment, an arrogant voice emanated from within the bracelet. "I am a spirit of the artifact, endowed with numerous functions." The term artifact spirit was entirely unfamiliar to Yue Qing, who fell into a contemplative silence. This bracelet belonged to her mother, indicating its owner was indeed her mother. The artifact spirit continued, "I have seen you as a child. I never imagined you would grow up so quickly." The child, though youthful, spoke with an unexpected maturity. Her mother was well aware of the bracelet's capabilities, which is why she entrusted it to Yue Qing. "Master, my name is Tuanzi, a name bestowed upon me by your mother." Yue Qing now comprehended the bracelet's extraordinary nature. "So, do you now serve me?" The bracelet emitted a soft blue glow, followed by a voice, "Indeed, master." Chapter 4. Retrieving the dowry, Yue Qing gazed at the bracelet on her wrist, lost in thought. The jade bracelet seemed to sense her melancholy. A refreshing breeze flowed from the bracelet, enveloping Yue Qing's entire being. She felt a warm sensation, akin to being embraced by her mother. Do not be disheartened, master. Tuanzi will protect you, and I possess many abilities. Having accompanied her mother for so long, did Tuanzi possess knowledge of her circumstances? Eagerly, Yue Qing inquired, Tuanzi, do you know the reason for my mother's passing? Tuanzi fell silent, deeply reflecting on past events. I apologize, young master. My data is corrupted, and I cannot ascertain the cause. However, once my systems are repaired, I shall remember. It seemed she must uncover the truth on her own. But as long as it involved the General's residence, she was confident she could find answers. Noticing Tuanzi's drooping demeanor, she gently caressed the bracelet. It's all right. We will search gradually. Then, she heard the childlike voice again. Master, if you drop a drop of your blood on the table, we can communicate freely without waiting for you to fall asleep. Without hesitation, Yue Qing picked up a fruit knife and made a careful incision. Her blood fell onto the verdant bracelet, which instantly radiated a dazzling light, enveloping Yue Qing in a luminescent green aura. When the brilliance faded, she noticed a green, bamboo leaf-like mark on her elbow. The bracelet inexplicably vanished from her wrist. A child's voice echoed in her mind. Young master, we can now converse at any time without being detected. At that moment, Yue Qing felt a clarity of mind, her previous fatigue dissipating. On the eve of Jin Yun's wedding, the Gu residence was adorned with lanterns and festooned in jubilant decorations, a harmonious atmosphere permeating the estate. At that moment, Yue Qing returned home and summoned Yue Qing. Upon entering the hall, Yue Qing immediately spotted Yue Qing seated in a position of authority. He set down his tea bowl, his gaze exuding a hint of sternness. Qing'er, are you aware that that scoundrel Jin Yun has committed such an outrageous act? I shall not let him off easily. Yue Qing's tone was severe. Yue Qing understood he had learned of Jin Yun's actions and was merely feigning anger to silence her. Bowing her head slightly, she displayed a trace of sorrow, but quickly raised her gaze and replied softly, Father-in-law, please do not blame Jin Yun. He and Miss He share a mutual affection, such is the nature of humanity. I hope you can grant them your blessing. As she spoke, tears shimmered in her eyes, as if bearing immense grievances, deliberately portraying a pitiable image. Yet, Yue Qing's visit was not solely for the matter concerning Jin Yun. She harbored a more significant goal, to reclaim her dowry. Only by securing these assets could she navigate future challenges with greater ease. But my dear child, this is truly too unfair to you, Yue Qing thought. Gazing at his obedient and sensible daughter-in-law, a wave of guilt washing over him. Yue Qing gently shook her head, indicating she felt no injustice. Then, with feigned emotion, she said, Father-in-law, it is only natural for my husband to take a concubine. I do not hold it against him. However, I ask if I might be allowed to manage my dowry independently. As my husband neglects me, I wish to engage in business affairs to occupy my time. Her words expressed both deep affection for Jin Yun and cleverly articulated her request. Yue Qing understood that only through gentle persuasion could she sway Yue Qing's heart. At that moment, she successfully garnered his sympathy and attention. She squeezed out a few tears, appearing woefully fragile. Yue Qing, a man who had been away from home for so long, was likely unaware of the circumstances within the general's residence. Yue Qing aimed to seize the opportunity before anyone realized the absence of her dowry. Otherwise, once they discovered the deficit, it would be challenging to reclaim it. Yue Qing, regarding her with compassion, said, Qing'e, I shall grant your request. Yue Qing concealed her joy. Casting a sorrowful glance at Jin Yun, her gratitude evident in her eyes. At that moment, Yue Qing turned to Yue Qing and asked, Qing'er, did your mother leave anything peculiar for you? Yue Qing suddenly became alert, looking at him with bewilderment. Father-in-law, I was quite young when my mother passed. I am unsure. However, I believe there is nothing, or else my uncle would have given me something by now. Hearing Yue Qing's words, she realized that whatever her mother possessed might have been the cause of her demise. Just then, Tuanzi's panicked voice echoed in her mind. It's me. They're searching for me. Tuanzi, what do you mean? Who is searching for you? But Tuanzi fell silent, unresponsive to Yue Qing's calls. Yue Qing, observing Yue Qing's dazed expression, eagerly inquired if she had recalled something. Noticing his urgency, she was certain that her mother's death was indeed connected to that so-called peculiar item. Father-in-law, my mother did not leave me anything, but I wonder if it could be part of the dowry. Gu Cheng's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment as he recalled examining the dowry before, finding only ordinary gold and silver jewelry. He shook his head and replied, "I was merely inquiring. There is no need to search through the dowry." Yue Qing discerned his ruse. It seemed he had already searched and found nothing, prompting him to question her. In the evening, Yue Qing obtained the keys to the storeroom from the matriarch and ordered the servants to move all 24 pieces of her dowry to her water moon pavilion, designating a room specifically as a storeroom. When Jin Yun returned that evening, he saw the servants hurriedly transporting the dowry, suppressing his earlier anger from their quarrel, and rushed to the water moon pavilion. "What are you doing?" Yue Qing, noticing Jin Yun's arrival, glanced at him casually before continuing her tidying. "Jin Yun, is it not permissible for me to manage my own dowry?" Jin Yun observed her demeanor, reminiscent of a prickly hedgehog, a stark contrast to her former self. It was evident that bringing Yuan back had wounded her heart. A wave of guilt washed over me. After all, the two of us had grown up together. I was unable to offer her love, so perhaps it was best for her to find something to occupy her time. "Very well, you may manage it yourself," I said. Jin Yun, observing her silence, chose not to prolong the conversation and departed from the Handan courtyard. As Yue Qing tidied up her dowry, she was astonished to realize the extent of her wealth. However, the thought of such riches attracting envy filled her with concern. At that moment, the adorable voice of Tuanzi chimed in, "Master, I can help you store it in my treasury. That way, no one can steal it." A flicker of excitement ignited in Yue Qing's eyes upon hearing this. She had not anticipated Tuanzi possessed such an extraordinary ability. "Then I shall trouble you, Tuanzi." Suddenly, the previously vanished bracelet reappeared in Yue Qing's hand, emitting a faint green glow. All the dowry within the storeroom vanished in an instant. Stunned by this remarkable spectacle, Yue Qing was taken aback by Tuanzi's astonishing powers. Could it be that Gu Cheng and the others were searching for Tuanzi? Gu Cheng had mentioned a peculiar object, but what could be stranger than Tuanzi? "Tuanzi, is it you that Gu Cheng is seeking?" Upon hearing Yue Qing's inquiry, Tuanzi fell silent. "My previous data was flawed, and many details elude me, yet I feel as though I have seen that person before. Little master, I do not know. However, please ensure others do not discover me, for it may bring danger upon you." Yue Qing wholeheartedly agreed with Tuanzi's caution. After all, a mere commoner may suffer for possessing a precious gem. Chapter 5. A greeting of respect. The wedding of Jin Yun and Bai Yuewan was not the grand affair one might have envisioned. Although Jin Yun had invited the officials of the city, many declined for various reasons, hesitating in a state of indecision. Bai Yuewan, witnessing the sparse attendance on her wedding day, was consumed by rage. Just days prior, Jin Yun had vowed to provide her with a lavish and magnificent celebration. She never imagined it would be so stark and meager. After the ceremony concluded, it was said that Bai Yuewan wreaked havoc in the bridal chamber, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Upon entering the room, Jin Yun was met with chaos, and his brow furrowed in concern. Approaching Bai Yuewan, he gently inquired, "Wan, what has transpired?" Tears streamed down her cheeks as she stepped forward and embraced Jin Yun tightly. Brother Jin Yun. His heart ached for her. It was his inability that had let her down. He held her close, soothing her with gentle pats on her back. Bai Yuewan lifted her gaze, her eyes misty as she gazed at Jin Yun. "Husband, let us retire for the night." Jin Yun flushed at her words, though this was not his first marriage. His previous relationship with Yue Qing had been one of respect, lacking any true intimacy. He glanced at Bai Yuewan's abdomen, concern etched on his face. "Is that all right? Might it harm the child?" Bai Yuewan took his hand and placed it on her belly. "It is fine. We will be careful." With her reassurance, Jin Yun finally relaxed, lifting Bai Yuewan into his arms and carrying her to the bed. In the early morning, Yue Qing arrived early to pay her respects to the matriarch. At that moment, the old lady listened to her maid's report with a furrowed brow. The matriarch valued propriety above all. Jin Yun taking in a heavily pregnant woman was the limit of her tolerance. Yet, on the very first day of their marriage, the concubine had not even presented tea to the matron by midday. Seeing Yue Qing seated quietly, the old lady's gaze softened with sympathy. "Qinger, it is Jin Yun's misfortune. He has caused you grief." Yue Qing managed a wry smile. She would rather he kept his distance. Although her mother's death might not directly involve him, she could not simply overlook it and rekindle her feelings for him. The old lady's heart ached further upon seeing Yue Qing's expression. She turned to her maid and commanded, "El Zich, Fetch that box from my cabinet. The maid soon returned with an exquisitely wrapped box, presenting it to the old lady. With a tender gaze, the old lady said, "Qing, this is a gift for you. Please accept it." Upon opening the box, Yue Qing discovered 2 property deeds for well-located shops, which would surely yield a good income. She waved her hand in refusal, stating, "If it were given by another member of the Gu family, I would not hesitate to accept. However, after all these years, you have been kind to me, and I cannot bear to reject you. Matriarch, there is no need for this. My father-in-law has instructed me to manage my dowry myself, and now that I have wealth, you need not worry." The old lady remained insistent, pressing the property deeds into Yue Qing's hands. "He is he, and I am I. This is my goodwill, so accept it." Yue Qing, touched by the old lady's generosity, replied, "Matriarch, I now have sufficient funds. Please keep some silver for yourself." She understood the old lady's good intentions, but felt unable to accept such kindness. There was no affection between the old lady and Yue Qing, and he rarely returned home, seemingly in silent agreement not to mention one another. Rumor circulated that Yue Qing had his sights set on another, neglecting his own wife. Perhaps the old lady, upon seeing Yue Qing, was reminded of her own tragic past, which compelled her to care for her. Seeing Yue Qing's refusal, the old lady ceased her insistence and turned to have the deeds put away. "Old lady, General Gu and the new madam have come to pay their respects," announced a maid's melodious voice from the doorway. The old lady had just relaxed against her chair when she heard Bai Yuewan's arrival. The relief she felt quickly turned to tension as her brows knitted tightly once again. Moments later, Jin Yun entered, leisurely holding Bai Yuewan's hand. They walked in hand, their faces aglow with happiness, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. The old lady's gaze swept over them, finally resting on Yue Qing, who sat with her head bowed, her eyes dim. Gently, she patted Yue Qing's hand in a gesture of comfort. However, Yue Qing was not lowering her head out of sorrow or sadness. She simply wished to avoid excessive interaction with Bai Yuewan. "Mother, I have brought Yuewan to pay our respects," Jin Yun announced cheerfully, leading Bai Yuewan to bow before the matriarch. Yet, the old lady completely ignored their gesture, not even glancing their way. She turned her attention back to Yue Qing, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, I've been waiting for you both for ages. Finally, you've decided to show up? I thought you didn't know you were supposed to pay your respects." Yue Qing could not help but marvel at the old lady's bluntness. Nevertheless, she admired the courage it took to deliver such a direct rebuke. Almost instinctively, she felt compelled to applaud the old lady's audacity. How had she not recognized this sharp tongue before? Bai Yuewan hurriedly interjected, "Mother, it is my fault for waking late and delaying our greeting. Please forgive us." After speaking, she knelt down without hesitation and performed a formal and respectful bow to the venerable matriarch, Madame Gu. Observing her mother's unusual behavior, Jin Yun felt a twinge of confusion. Typically, his mother was gentle and gracious, so why had she suddenly become so irritable? He turned his gaze towards Yue Qing, who stood beside his mother, and furrowed his brow. Inquiring Yue Qing, "Did you say something to my mother?" Yue Qing scoffed, thinking how amusing this man was. Did he truly believe that she was the reason he had overslept and missed the morning greeting? Did he not realize that his mother was notorious for her adherence to decorum and etiquette? With a disdainful glare directed at Jin Yun, she retorted, "General Gu, could you please choose your words more wisely? Do not behave like a rabid dog, snapping at everyone." Her contemptuous gaze seemed to regard him as nothing more than a fool. Hearing such acerbic remarks from Yue Qing, Jin Yun's face turned pale with anger. Yet he could not express his wrath with his mother present. However, Bai Yuewan, unable to tolerate her husband's insult, quickly interjected, "Sister Yue Qing, how can you speak to my husband like that?" He was merely caught off guard and spoke without thinking. With a look of deep concern, she gazed at Jin Yun, her eyes filled with affection. Yet, all of this only served to infuriate Madame Gu further. She slammed her hand on the table with a resounding thud, startling everyone around. With a look of disdain directed at Bai Yuewan, she exclaimed, "What are you making a fuss about? Do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives?" Then, turning her attention to Jin Yun, she chastised him for his lack of decorum. Acknowledging his fault, Jin Yun refrained from further protest. "Bai Yuewan, you shall kneel here for a full incense stick's worth of time to reflect and learn your lesson, so that you do not bring shame to the general's residence." Upon hearing Madame Gu's decree, Bai Yuewan looked anxiously at Jin Yun, hoping he would speak up for her. However, To her dismay, he remained silent. Mother. She is with child. Jin Yun finally spoke, but his words only incensed Madame Gu further. Who knows if it is truly my grandchild? Let her kneel for another incense stick. Green bamboo, keep a close watch on her. It was evident that Madame Gu was genuinely furious. Jin Yun attempted to intercede on Yue Qing's behalf, but his efforts proved futile. Consequently, Yue Qing knelt in the Showan Hall for a full incense stick's duration. Chapter 6. The authority of the household after being punished to kneel by Madame Gu, Yue Qing became much more subdued and ceased to trouble Yue Qing. Yue Qing, in turn, relished her newfound freedom. Using the recipe gifted by Tuanzi, she opened a cosmetic shop and busied herself with its management. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yue Qing returned to the Handan courtyard, her body weary from the day's labor. From a distance, she spotted a figure at the entrance. As she approached, she realized it was Jin Yun. What is he doing here? Is he here to reprimand us again? Over the past few days, Tuanzi and Yue Qing had grown closer. With Tuanzi chattering away incessantly, Jin Yun seemed to have noticed Yue Qing approaching from afar. Yue Qing, Yuan wishes to take charge of the household. Please hand her the keys to the storeroom. A faint smile graced Yue Qing's lips. So it was all about gaining household authority. It was no wonder that Yue Qing, having failed to secure the position of the primary wife, would resort to exerting influence in this manner. However, whether she could truly take control of the household remained to be seen. Fortunately, Yue Qing had already retrieved her dowry early on. Otherwise, if Yue Qing were to take charge, her dowry would be at stake. The keys to the storeroom are not with me. I have returned them to my father-in-law, Yue Qing replied. Jin Yun regarded her with suspicion, sensing a significant change in her demeanor. In the past, she would never have relinquished such authority. Are you truly so altruistic? Yue Qing smiled lightly at Jin Yun. With the meager wealth of the Gu family, which does not even amount to half of my dowry, what is there to mourn over? Jin Yun, you underestimate me. With the Gu family's paltry assets, do you think I would stoop to embezzling? Her words dripped with disdain, leaving Jin Yun momentarily speechless. The Gu family was wealthy beyond measure, with fortunes surpassing that of 10 general households combined. Yue Qing ignored him entirely and strode into the Handan courtyard, slamming the door shut behind her. Jin Yun watched with a dark expression, contemplating how his mother often praised her for her adherence to propriety. Yet he felt none of it. Very well, she could keep him at bay. He was determined to see how long she could maintain such defiance. In the courtyard, Yue Qing gazed up at the bright moon, while Tuanzi seemed to sense her sorrow. Mistress, do not be disheartened. He is not worth your tears. Reflecting on the past 3 years, Yue Qing found her perseverance to be a mere joke. This relationship had originally been forced upon her, and it was time to awaken from this delusion. Tuanzi, I am fine. I have come to a resolution. I must uncover the truth behind my mother's death and depart from this general's residence with dignity. Tuanzi, do you know anything about my mother? Tuanzi shook his head, then unexpectedly produced a silver bracelet. Mistress, this belonged to the previous owner. It is said she wore it since childhood. Perhaps you can use it to find her family. The silver bracelet was exquisitely crafted, adorned with 2 tiny bells and engraved with a small character on its inner side. Yue Qing recalled her father mentioning that her mother had been rescued on the way to Jiangnan when she had lost her memory. It seemed imperative to uncover her mother's true identity to find all the answers. Yue Qing slipped the silver bracelet onto her wrist and gently shook her hand, producing a melodious chime. She hoped that one day, this bracelet would lead her to her mother's heritage. The next day, Xiao Dao burst into the courtyard. Madam, the new lady has arrived. Let her in. What could she possibly want? Was she here to trouble me again? In her previous life, Yue Qing had held a degree of admiration for Yue Qing, a mere daughter of a minor official, yet she had managed to incite rivalry among several distinguished individuals. Now that she had entered the residence, Yue Qing found her to be rather unremarkable. Yue Qing stormed in, throwing the keys she held at Yue Qing's feet. Yue Qing focused on the object, realizing it was the storeroom key she had recently returned to Yue Qing. What is the meaning of this? Seeing Yue Qing's nonchalant expression only fueled Yue Qing's fury. What do you mean by this? Where has all the silver in the residence gone? Yue Qing had heard from Jin Yun that his salary was substantial. Today, upon opening the storeroom, she was taken aback to find little actual silver and a heap of worthless scrap metal. There were also some items gifted by the emperor, which could not be liquidated, rendering them of no practical use. Yue Qing, can you clarify your accusations? Do not keep insisting that I have embezzled the residence's silver. Every expenditure I make is traceable. If needed, I can retrieve the accounts from my mother. At the mention of retrieving the accounts from Madame Gu, Yue Qing's old grievances resurfaced. Ever since her arrival, that old woman had consistently opposed her, always favoring Yue Qing in every matter. Do not always use that old woman to pressure me. I tell you, if you do not bring forth the silver, do not blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing these words, Yue Qing laughed disdainfully, feeling immensely relieved that she had managed to retrieve her dowry. As for managing the household, she was curious to see how they would run the general's residence without any funds. Relying solely on Jin Yun's salary would barely suffice for basic sustenance, let alone any extra expenses. Previously, when she presided over the household, she had no idea how much money she had poured into it. What are you two doing? Jin Yun entered and immediately sensed the tension in the air. Yue Qing, upon seeing Jin Yun, felt as though she had found a lifeline. With tears in her eyes, she rushed to his side to report Yue Qing's alleged embezzlement of the household funds. Hearing this, Yue Qing couldn't help but chuckle, claiming that she had embezzled the household's money. It was quite remarkable that she had not demanded back the silver they had contributed over the years. Yue Qing, wishing to avoid further interruptions, spoke up, with the general present. I shall clarify matters. The household has very little silver. Daily expenses, including the monthly allowances for the maidservants and attendants, constitute a considerable sum. The general also supports numerous families of fallen soldiers, leaving us with hardly any funds. These past years, we have relied on my dowry. Surely the general is aware of this? Jin Yun's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. During the preparations for their wedding banquet, the steward had already briefed him on the household's financial situation. Now, with Yue Qing stating it so plainly, he felt somewhat humiliated. Yue Qing looked at Jin Yun with a questioning expression, eager for confirmation. Husband, is this true? Jin Yun nodded, explaining that the monthly stipends for the families of deceased soldiers consumed half of his salary. Upon realizing this, Yue Qing lost all desire to manage the household. Without money, what was the point of presiding over it? However, how could Yue Qing be so easily satisfied? She had no intention of taking on such a thankless task. Let those who wish to endure it do so. Chapter 7. The dispute at Li's. After a commotion, the authority to manage the household ultimately fell into Yue Qing's hands. Yue Qing, not reliant on the monthly allowances from the general's residence, was indifferent. She could take the authority of the household, but not now. She would wait until Yue Qing was unable to handle it before stepping in. At this moment, Yue Qing was in the lotus chamber, fuming and throwing a teacup at a maidservant's head. Blood streamed from the maid's forehead, yet she could only kneel and plead for forgiveness. The other maidservants nearby trembled in fear. Everyone is conspiring against me. Once I become the mistress of the Gu family, I will rid myself of all of them. Yue Qing was furious, having taken the maidservants to inventory the storeroom. Coincidentally, a maidservant closely attending the old madam arrived at the storeroom to retrieve something. The two maidservants, believing the items belonged to the old madam and were merely stored temporarily, did not report to Yue Qing. Upon discovering that the items she had just counted were missing, Yue Qing exploded with rage, accusing the two maidservants of theft and beating them severely. The old madam, upon hearing of the incident, imposed harsh punishment on Yue Qing. The lady speaks true. You are currently the most favored in this household, thanks to the general. This was only a matter of time. The maidservants, having been with her for a while, understood Yue Qing's temper and dared not oppose her. Upon hearing the flattery, Yue Qing's mood improved greatly. She then looked at the injured maidservant and said, "You may rest today and tend to your wounds." The maidservant, relieved by Yue Qing's words, felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Meanwhile, Yue Qing enjoyed her days, happily earning money and tending to her flowers. "Madam, the Duchess has sent an invitation, requesting your presence to admire the flowers on the 15th. In the past, the ladies of high-ranking families hosted flower-viewing banquets, but had never invited her. Now, with Jin Yun's victorious return, the general's residence had become the talk of the town. Everyone was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Madam, shall we attend? Of course. It will be delightful to put those idle ladies in their place. Shout out. What has the old master been up to lately? Yue Qing was now the greatest enemy of her deceased mother, and she had to keep a close watch on him to uncover any information. Yue Qing had lived apart from the old madam for many years and reportedly had a separate residence outside. The old master had not been seen in the household for some time, said to be at a property in the eastern part of the city. Since Yue Qing had not been present in the residence, it was difficult for her to investigate. Perhaps she would need to devise a plan to lure him back. Oh, madam, the one in the lotus chamber has been clamoring to attend the Duchess's banquet. The general had no choice but to secure an invitation for her. Xiao Dao chuckled as she spoke. Typically, Yue Qing treated the maidservants well, so they were not overly cautious around her. They would share any news with her. Yue Qing appreciated this arrangement. The maidservants were undoubtedly the best source of information within the household. Yue Yuan attending the banquet could not be allowed to overshadow her, otherwise, the rumors circulating outside would be substantiated. Xiao Dao, let us prepare to visit the Duchess's residence for the banquet gift and also get you a new outfit. Upon hearing that Yue Qing intended to buy her new clothes, Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In the past, Yue Qing would often buy gifts for the maidservants. And the maidservants in the general's residence genuinely enjoyed working under her. Li's was renowned in Yuqing for its exquisite tailoring. The ladies of the palace liked to order custom garments from there to showcase their uniqueness. Madam, welcome. What can I do for you today? The proprietor of Li's approached Yue Qing, taking her arm. I wish to have a garment made, and also one for my maidservant. The proprietor glanced at the maidservant beside Yue Qing, noting her attire, which was made of the latest fashionable fabric. He smiled, acknowledging that the maidservant's understated yet elegant clothing was even finer than that of many daughters from lesser noble families, underscoring the importance of having a good mistress. You are attending the Duchess's banquet, are you not? Yue Qing regarded the proprietor with an appreciative gaze. The proprietor, observing her demeanor, explained that there had been a surge in customers seeking outfits for the Duchess's banquet, and given her refined aura, it was clear she was preparing for the same. Indeed. I hope you can expedite the process. Money is no concern. The proprietor took her measurements and then inquired, which household do you belong to? Once the garments are ready, we can deliver them to your residence. We are from the general's residence. Xiao Dao, noticing Yue Qing's silence, promptly answered the proprietor on her behalf. Upon hearing Yue Qing's identity, the proprietor grasped her hand with excitement. So, it is Miss Yu. Miss Yu? The title caught Yue Qing off guard, since her marriage into the general's residence. She had been referred to either as the general's wife or Guyu. It had been a long time since she had heard such a title, one that recognized her as simply Yue Qing, not merely as Jin Yun's consort or the general's wife. The young lady may call me Qin Yang. The Yu family has shown me great kindness, and should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Thereafter, Qin Yang recounted to Yue Qing how she had been rescued by Yu Lang and the circumstances surrounding her establishment of a shop. Yue Qing was taken aback, realizing that the esteemed Li Ji, favored by the noble women of the capital, had ties to her. If I encounter difficulties in the future, I shall certainly seek Qin Yang's aid. As the two conversed, a boisterous voice echoed from below, demanding, "Summon your boss. I wish to place a custom order." Yue Qing recognized the owner of the voice from afar. Bai Yuewan, accompanied by a retinue of maids and servants, strutted into the shop with an air of arrogance. Yue Qing found her demeanor amusing, wondering if she believed herself to be some sort of princess, oblivious to the fact that she was merely a concubine of the general's household, behaving so brazenly. Bai Yuewan appeared to notice Yue Qing and bypassed her to confront the shopkeeper. "I wish to commission a one-of-a-kind garment," she declared, her tone dripping with condescension, as if everyone in the world should revolve around her. Seeing her haughty attitude, Xiao Tao could no longer contain her irritation and spoke up, "Madam, won't you greet us while you're here?" In response, Bai Yuewan slapped Xiao Tao, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch, how dare you speak to me like that?" Witnessing her maid being struck, Yue Qing could not hold back any longer and retaliated with a sharp slap to Bai Yuewan, leaving her momentarily stunned and fuming. As Bai Yuewan regained her composure, she raised her hand to strike Yue Qing. However, Qin Yang swiftly intervened, blocking her attack. With a forceful motion, Bai Yuewan staggered back, her maids rushing to support her to prevent harm to her unborn child. "Yue Qing, you wretched girl, how dare you hit me?" she cried, ready to charge at Yue Qing again, but her maids restrained her. Yue Qing smiled and slowly approached Bai Yuewan, raising her hand to deliver another forceful slap. "Have you left your wits behind when you stepped outside? Do you truly believe this Yu city belongs to you? In the confines of your residence, you might have acted as you pleased due to Jin Yun's favoritism, but outside the general's estate, you are not free to mold others as you wish. What gives you the right to strike me?" Bai Yuewan shrieked like a madwoman, causing bystanders to step back in trepidation. fearing she might lash out at them as well. Observing her disruptive behavior, Jin Yun coldly interjected, "Miss, please leave. We will not accept your order." Upon hearing this, Yue Qing produced a substantial amount of silver. "How much do you require? Just name your price." Jin Yun scoffed. "Do you think I am in need of your business? Please take your leave." Seeing Yue Qing's obstinacy, she gestured to her maid, who promptly retrieved more silver. Yue Qing, observing the scene with a hint of derision, remarked, "Auntie He, quite a considerable sum you have there." Now that the authority of the general's household was in her hands, she had begun to spend extravagantly. In due time, when the household funds run dry, it would be intriguing to see how she copes. "Of course, my husband has permitted me to freely use the funds from our treasury," Yue Qing declared proudly, as if to announce Jin Yun's favoritism to all present. Yue Qing exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Yun. After all, ignoring a profitable opportunity would be foolish. Jin Yun approached Yue Qing and inquired, "What kind of garment would you like to have made?" "I will have them prepare it." Yue Qing, perceiving the sudden warmth from Jin Yun, who had previously shown her disdain, regarded her with a hint of scorn. She thought, "How arrogant you seemed, yet now you obediently comply upon seeing this silver." "Qin shopkeeper, I shall leave the details of my garment in your capable hands," Yue Qing stated as she took her leave. Yue Qing, eager to avoid further interaction, departed with Xiao Tao. In the stillness of the night, a man's urgent voice resonated through a quiet alley, seemingly in search of someone. Yue Qing lifted the curtain to find several figures clad in black, scouring the area under the moonlight. "Madam, do you think we are encountering trouble?" Xiao Tao asked anxiously, gripping Yue Qing's arm tightly. Yue Qing patted her hand to soothe her nerves and instructed the coachman to hasten their departure to avoid unnecessary complications. As the carriage rounded a corner, Yue Qing spotted two individuals concealed beneath the grass, one with a bleeding arm. "Stop the carriage," she commanded, swiftly disembarking to investigate. Gently lifting the straw covering them, she saw the two startled individuals who instinctively brandished their swords, fearing they were being pursued by the black-clad figures. "Do not be afraid. I am not your enemy," she reassured them. Upon hearing her words, they relaxed their guard, revealing a finely dressed man cradling an injured woman in his arms. The woman's left arm was soaked in blood, her forehead glistening with perspiration, her complexion pale, and her lips nearly translucent. If immediate medical attention was not secured, it was certain she would not survive the night. "Come, you must get into my carriage," Yue Qing urged, her concern for the woman evident. The two remained hesitant, searching her face for assurance. "Hurry. This young lady cannot hold on much longer." The man, upon realizing the urgency, decided to trust her. He lifted the woman into Yue Qing's carriage, and the four of them sat in the cramped space. Yue Qing then instructed the driver, Xiao Zhuang, head to Chaoyang Tower. Chaoyang Tower was her private property, conveniently close to the Yue family shop, but the identities of these two were shrouded in mystery. Being pursued by so many men in black, they were surely no ordinary individuals. Bringing them back without caution could pose a risk to her family. "Quickly find a physician," she ordered. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Tao returned with a doctor, who examined the woman's wounds and then looked at Yue Qing with a hint of embarrassment. "Miss, I am truly at a loss. The arrow is poisoned. You should seek a specialist." Upon hearing this, the man rushed to the woman's side, gripping her hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. "Ronger, this is all my fault. Had I not insisted on bringing you out, this would never have happened." Yue Qing, witnessing the woman's increasingly pallid complexion, grew anxious. With no other options left, she resolved to summon Dr. Li. "Xiao Tao, take this token and fetch Dr. Li, quickly." Dr. Li was a royal physician known for his exceptional skills and favored in the palace. He had connections with the Yue family, and Yue Qing hoped to secure his assistance today. Otherwise, the girl's fate appeared dire. Approaching the bedside, Yue Qing addressed the equally weary man. "My good sir, please try to rest. I have sent for Dr. Li, whose medical expertise is among the finest in the city. You need not worry." Upon hearing the words of Yue Qing, the man's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Soon, Xiao Tao hurried in with Dr. Li. The doctor appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing the man, who spoke first. "I am troubled to bother you, Dr. Li. My wife has been poisoned. Please hasten." Dr. Li promptly approached the bed, lifting the woman's garments, then retrieved a pill from his medical box, administering it to her. "Young master, this is a newly formulated antidote. It can suppress the poison. Once I return to prepare the medicine, I shall ensure your wife is cured." The The man's expression brightened at the physician's words. He then rose to bow to Yue Qing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young lady. Without your assistance, my wife and I might not have survived. Yue Qing waved her hand dismissively, stating she was merely passing by. Just then, Xiao Dao rushed in, speaking urgently. Madam, there are many officials outside. Alarmed, they realized those individuals were likely after the couple, casting suspicious glances at them. However, with no other options available, even if they were fugitives, retreat was not an option. Chapter 9. Rescuing the people. Yue Qing anxiously regarded the man before pushing open a hidden compartment in the wall. Quickly, you must hide inside. I cannot discern friend from foe outside. I shall check. The man understood the gravity of the situation and looked gratefully at Yue Qing, swiftly lifting the injured woman and heading towards the concealed space. At that moment, Yue Qing removed his outer garment and lay down on the bed, feigning the appearance of someone just awakened. Open the door, quickly. The knocking grew more urgent, prompting Yue Qing to signal Xiao Dao to answer while he rose slowly. A group of officials stood at the entrance, led by an older man who coldly inquired, Have you seen a man and woman? Yue Qing shook her head and indicated she had not. The official continued, That is our master and mistress. If you see them, please inform us. Hearing this, Yue Qing's heart sank. Although they were officials, she remained cautious. Should they not be, it would indeed ignite trouble. Noticing the woman's fine attire, it was evident she was not an ordinary person. Just as Xiao Dao was about to speak, Yue Qing grasped her arm. Gentlemen, your loud knocking frightened us. We have not seen anyone. If you do not believe us, feel free to search inside. The officials, clearly skeptical of Yue Qing's words, stormed into the courtyard. They overturned household items in their search. Gentlemen, if you seek someone, please do so without disturbing my belongings. Do you expect the person to be hiding in a vase? Yue Qing felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, she had remained vigilant. From their behavior, it was clear they were not genuine officials, but likely the same black-clad individuals from earlier. What is this? One soldier pointed at a pool of blood on the bed. Oh no, I failed to notice the blood earlier. Yue Qing quickly thought of a plausible excuse, saying, I am a bit unwell. Really? The official appeared doubtful, probing further. Indeed, it is true. Yue Qing then instructed Xiao Dao to prepare some tea. The officials ransacked the entire courtyard but found nothing, ultimately leaving in disgrace. Once they confirmed their departure, Yue Qing opened the concealed door. Come out quickly, they have left.
Xiao Dao,
looking puzzled, asked Yue Qing, Madam, how did you know they weren't real officials? Have you ever seen an official with tattoos? Xiao Dao shook her head. The moment Yue Qing caught sight of the official's wrist, she noticed the dark mark. According to the law, no soldier may bear tattoos. Madam, you are truly astute. Had you not stopped me, I might have spoken incorrectly. At that moment, the woman in the man's arms stirred awake, appearing disoriented in this unfamiliar place. Upon seeing the man beside her, she seemed excited.
Ika.
The man carefully cradled the woman, mindful of her injuries. Thanks to this lady, we might have faced dire consequences today. The woman gazed gratefully at Yue Qing. Finally, Dr. Li returned with the antidote, his face lighting up upon seeing the woman awake. After examining her pulse, he assured, with proper rest, she shall recover fully. The man smiled at these words. However, a knocking at the door interrupted once more, causing Yue Qing's heart to race. Could it be that they had returned? A deep voice called from the entrance, prompting Yue Qing to urge the couple to hide again. The man, however, halted her, his earlier tension dissipating as he helped the woman sit. Xiao Dao, open the door. Yue Qing felt a surge of hope. Perhaps help had arrived. A group clad in dark attire rushed into the courtyard, kneeling upon seeing the man. We are late to your aid, Your Majesty. Please punish us. Yue Qing was taken aback by the scene. She had suspected their identities were significant, but never imagined he was the emperor and that the woman was likely Empress Lin Ronger. The current emperor was known for his affection towards his childhood friend, the empress, often taking her out of the palace for leisure. Your Majesty, please forgive my earlier rudeness, she said. Rise. Were it not for you, the empress and I might have perished, the emperor replied, presenting her with a jade pendant. Take this pendant. It grants you the right to request anything from me, provided it does not endanger the realm or contradict my principles. Yue Qing accepted the pendant, expressing her gratitude. Subsequently, the emperor and empress departed from Chaoyang Tower, escorted by their guards. Once they had left, Yue Qing exhaled deeply. The weight of imperial authority was indeed overwhelming. She turned to Dr. Li, mildly reproaching, "Old Li, you are quite untrustworthy. Why did you not inform me? He was the emperor." "I was rather impolite, Doctor." Li wiped the sweat from his brow, responding meekly, "I wish to warn you, but I had no way to do so without speaking before His Majesty." Yue Qing sighed, accustomed to Dr. Li's timid nature after years of acquaintance. As Yue Qing held the jade pendant, it shimmered in the moonlight. She never anticipated such a fortuitous acquisition today. This pendant would surely prove invaluable in the future. By the time Yue Qing and Xiao Dao returned home, it was quite late. Jin Yun was still awake, pacing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yue Qing enter, he approached swiftly, anger flickering across his face. "Why have you returned so late? Do you not remember you are married now?" Listening to his words at this moment, Yue Qing found them rather amusing. "General Gu, haven't we always treated each other with respect and maintained our own well-being? Why must we seek each other's misfortune now?" Jin Yun furrowed his brows upon hearing this. His intention was merely to express concern, yet she mistook his goodwill for malice. "Fine. You said this, Yue Qing. I hope you do not come to regret it." With that, he stormed off in a huff. Yue Qing couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Jin Yun had not been like this before. Why did it seem as if he had transformed into a different person during this period? Chapter 10. Flower viewing in the warm embrace of spring. With a gentle breeze caressing the air, it was the perfect season for flower appreciation. Within the Duke's residence, the flower viewing banquet hosted by the Duchess commenced as scheduled, drawing an unprecedented crowd. The estate was adorned with a riot of blossoms, vibrant shades of purple and red competing for attention, their fragrances intoxicating and enchanting. The Duchess had meticulously gathered rare flowers from various regions for this grand occasion. Yue Qing had prepared her gifts early and set out, encountering Bai Yuewan on her way. Today, Bai Yuewan resembled a flamboyant peacock, drawing attention to herself. Upon spotting Yue Qing, her eyes filled with disdain, and she promptly instructed the coachman to depart swiftly. Bai Yuewan chuckled at her retreating figure. The guests invited to the Duchess's banquet were all the legitimate wives. Her ostentation as a mere concubine was, in essence, a slap to the Duchess's face. "Madam, look at that concubine, She shows you no respect at all. It's fortunate you have such a good temper." Yue Qing gazed thoughtfully at the departing carriage of Bai Yuewan. Upon entering the Duke's estate, she was met with guests clad in splendid attire, toasting and exchanging laughter in a continuous flow of joy. Groups of 3 or 5 strolled among the flowers, some whispering softly, others engaging in hearty laughter. The air was filled with joy and excitement, as if one had stepped into a paradise. The Duchess, adorned in a magnificent robe, exuded grace and elegance. With a beaming smile, she warmly welcomed her guests, sharing the delight of flower viewing. Seeing Yue Qing approach, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Madame Gu, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." The Duchess naturally linked her arm with Yue Qing's, leaving her feeling somewhat flattered, as they had seldom interacted before. "The flowers here are absolutely splendid, Madame Duchess." Though unaware of her true intentions, Yue Qing felt her heart lighten at the Duchess's sincere demeanor. "Which pot you fancy? I shall have it prepared for you to take home." The other ladies, astute as they were, found it puzzling to see the Duchess so warmly attentive to Yue Qing. At that moment, a commotion arose from the flower beds. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Yue Qing turned to look. She saw Bai Yuewan embroiled in a conflict with another woman, ready to strike. However, the woman preempted her, delivering a slap to Bai Yuewan. "You little wretch, do you even know your place? What right do you have to attend such a gathering?" Bai Yuewan stood stunned, clutching her face, her eyes wide with shock and humiliation. Although her background was humble, she held herself in high regard, especially being favored by Jin Yun in the general's residence. She had never anticipated experiencing such degradation in such a setting. The surrounding guests appeared unfazed, some whispering and gossiping among themselves. Although Chen Feifei had no connection with Bai Yuewan as a fellow woman, she felt a surge of sympathy upon witnessing the scene and resolved to intervene. "Stop this!" Chen Feifei called out loudly, stepping between the two and shielding Bai Yuewan behind her. She turned to the aggressor, her tone icy. "Madam, may I inquire why you felt the need to resort to violence?" Just then, another lady approached, halting the altercation. The woman cast a surprised glance at her, clearly unprepared for someone to defend Bai Yuewan. However, she quickly regained her composure, sneering, "And who might you be? What business do you have here?" Unfazed, the girl looked steadfastly at her. "Regardless of where I come from, I cannot stand by and watch you bully someone here." Yue Qing may come from a modest background, but she is still a person deserving of dignity. Do you not fear being ridiculed for such insults? As more spectators gathered, the woman realized that such a gathering could not be resolved merely through words. She turned to the Duchess, respectfully bowing. Madam Duchess, I implore you to intervene. This lady has insulted Yue Qing without cause, and I can no longer bear to witness it. The Duchess, sensing that this incident could reflect poorly on her, shot an unfriendly glance at the meddlesome woman before stepping in to mediate. Yue Qing observed the unfolding drama with a slight smile. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that despite her disdain for Yue Qing, they were all part of the general's residence. If Yue Qing were to lose face, it would reflect poorly on her as well. Madam, it seems she has been inconsiderate and caused you trouble, Yue Qing remarked apologetically to the woman. The woman glanced at Yue Qing before responding. This is a new dress I made, and she carelessly spilled tea on it while being so unruly. Madam Liu, grant me a favor and let it go. She is merely a concubine, after all, and knows nothing of proper decorum. Hearing the Duchess speak in this manner, Madame Liu found it difficult to contradict her. Thus, she reluctantly allowed Yue Qing to escape unscathed. Madame Liu, was this dress made at ease? Allow me to compensate you for the cost, Yue Qing offered, but Yue Qing interjected loudly. Why should I pay her? She did it on purpose, causing my cup to spill. She glared indignantly at Madame Liu. At that moment, many eyes were upon the general's residence, with the crowd enjoying the spectacle. Madame Gu, it must be quite exhausting for you to have such an unrefined concubine at home, Yue Qing instructed the nearby Xiaotao. Concubine, he is drunk. Quickly escort her back to the residence. Xiaotao understood Yue Qing's intention and quickly supported Yue Qing on either side. Yue Qing, what are you doing? Are you jealous of the general's favor towards me? Is that why you are deliberately making things difficult for me? Just then, Yue Qing stepped forward and slapped her. Try speaking such nonsense again, and I will ensure you never return to the general's residence. Yue Qing was clearly taken aback by Yue Qing's words, falling silent, as if turned to stone. Thus, she was dragged away. The Duchess looked at Madame Liu, apologetically saying, Madame Liu, I have arranged for a clean outfit for you. Please go change. Madame Liu nodded and followed the maidservant away. The banquet soon returned to its previous merriment, with the Duchess occasionally sharing insights on flower care with the guests, discussing the joys of flower viewing. Everyone was enchanted by the Duchess's hearty laughter, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident. As the banquet drew to a close, the Duchess personally escorted Yue Qing to the entrance. At that moment, she softly remarked, You must be wondering about my behavior. The other day, I encountered the Empress in the palace, and I thank you for saving Ronger. It turned out the Duchess's kindness stemmed from her connection to the Empress. After all, they both hailed from the Lin family, and it was said that the two sisters shared a close bond. It was no wonder she treated Yue Qing with such courtesy. Chapter 11. Confinement as night fell. The general's residence erupted in turmoil. Yue Qing was furious that Yue Qing had dragged her back, causing her to feel the risk of miscarriage. Upon hearing Yue Qing's words, Jin Yun, without discerning right from wrong, stormed towards Shui Yun Pavilion with his sword in hand. Yue Qing, come out. Xiaotao, upon hearing Jin Yun's words, was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Madam, what should we do? That ant, he is spreading rumors again. Meanwhile, Yue Qing remained composed, calmly sipping her tea, indifferent to the shouts outside. How had she not realized how intolerable Jin Yun was? It truly echoed the saying that love blinds one's eyes. Xiaotao. There is no need to panic, Yue Qing reassured, setting down her teacup, her tone as tranquil as a still lake. Let him make a scene. I shall handle it. Observing Yue Qing's unruffled demeanor, Xiaotao's anxiety eased somewhat. She knew her mistress was a woman of courage and could navigate through this turmoil. Jin Yun waited impatiently outside for a considerable time. Seeing no response from Yue Qing only fueled his anger further. With a swift kick, he flung open the door to Shui Yun Pavilion and stormed in. Yue Qing, what is this attitude? You've caused Wanner to feel the risk of miscarriage. Do you have any conscience left? He demanded loudly, his grip on the sword tightening as if ready to strike at any moment. Yue Qing smiled lightly, raising her gaze to meet Jin Yun's, her eyes brimming with calm resolve. General Gu, have I ever harmed Aunt He? Have I harbored any ill intentions? You claim I caused Wanner distress, but do you have any evidence? Her voice, though not loud, resonated with strength. Each time she referred to him as General Gu, he felt disoriented. When had they grown so distant? Jin Yun found himself speechless, for he indeed had no proof. Yet, his anger remained unabated as he glared at Yue Qing, the tip of his sword directed at her. Yue Qing, do not quibble. Honor is gentle and kind. How could she lie? You must have done something to frighten her. Yue Qing gently shook her head, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. She realized that Jin Yun had been completely ensnared by Bai Yuewan's deceit. General Gu, if you lack evidence, please refrain from unjustly accusing the innocent. Though I, Yue Qing, may be unworthy, I would never inflict harm upon the innocent. Rising, she stepped closer to Jin Yun, locking eyes with him. If you truly do not believe me, then so be it. Jin Yun was momentarily stunned by Yue Qing's commanding presence. Rendered speechless, he stood frozen, gazing into her resolute eyes, his anger intensifying. With a sudden strike, he knocked Yue Qing to the ground, then decreed, confine the madam for a month. No one is to release her. Yue Qing, already frail, coughed up blood from the force of his blow, her insides feeling as though they had been crushed. Xiao Dao gasped at the sight and hurried to help Yue Qing up. Madam, angering the general like this will make life even more difficult for you, she warned. Yue Qing watched Jin Yun's retreating figure, lost in thought. The pretense of civility with him had become wearisome. Offending him today meant she needed to devise a plan, for she felt utterly powerless. She required assistance, otherwise, she would be unable to uncover the truth and escape the general's residence alone. Master, would you like to learn martial arts? That way, you need not worry about others plotting against you. Yue Qing heard a delightful voice. Is that possible? Would it be too difficult? Tuanzi confidently assured her before leading her into its own space. At that moment, Tuanzi transformed into an adorable child, sporting little pigtails and a rosy face that instantly endeared itself to anyone who beheld it. The courtyard was a picturesque scene, adorned with blooming flowers, fluttering butterflies, and vibrant greenery. In the center, a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth, captivating Yue Qing's attention. She felt an irresistible pull towards the water. As she cupped the spring water in her hands, its chill invigorated her, and drinking it brought her immense comfort. Little master, how do you feel now? Tuanzi inquired with concern. Yue Qing felt light and invigorated. Tuanzi, this spring water is delightful. Upon hearing her words, Tuanzi beamed with pride. Little master, this is the spiritual spring in our space. Drinking it cleanses the body and enhances cultivation. It is indeed a treasure. Yue Qing's eyes widened with excitement. Really? Does that mean I can learn martial arts? Tuanzi nodded. Yes, little master. If you are willing, I can teach you a foundational martial art. Combined with the spring's cleansing effects, your progress will be swift. Without hesitation, Yue Qing replied, then, I want to learn. Tuanzi, please teach me. Tuanzi led Yue Qing into the pavilion, where one wall was lined with books, while another held various jars and vials. Tuanzi retrieved a martial arts manual from the shelves and handed it to Yue Qing. Little master, having just cleansed yourself with the spring water, your practice will accelerate. This is the most basic foundational martial art you can begin with. Yue Qing was elated and squatted down to pinch Tuanzi's cheek. Thank you, Tuanzi. As she opened the manual, she found the characters somewhat faded, yet it did not hinder her comprehension. She studied intently, filled with anticipation. Tuanzi stood by patiently, answering her questions and guiding her. After spending nearly an hour in the space, Yue Qing finally emerged. Upon exiting, she realized that only a brief moment had passed in the real world. It seemed the flow of time in the space contrasted greatly with reality. However, this was advantageous. She could practice martial arts in the space, keeping her secrets safe from prying eyes. Little master, rest assured, I will protect you. I failed to safeguard my previous master, but I shall diligently protect his daughter. At that moment, the maid Xiao Tao re-entered. Madam, you were staring out the window, and I thought something was wrong.
You startled me. I
was merely gazing absent-mindedly. With Jin Yun confined here for a month, Yue Qing resolved to make the most of this time to diligently study martial arts. She rose each day punctually to practice, never once faltering. Chapter 12. Reclaiming authority in the blink of an eye, a month of confinement had passed, and Yue Qing was at last released. Gu Cheng had sent a messenger to summon her to Qingbai courtyard. Upon entering, she saw both Jin Yun and Bai Yuewan present. Compared to a month ago, Bai Yuewan's belly had grown considerably. Father-in-law, did you summon me today for a specific matter? Bai Yuewan regarded Yue Qing with a face as sour as if she had swallowed a fly. Gu Qing, looking a bit awkward, spoke up. Qing, it would be best for you to reclaim the authority of the household. As Yue Qing listened to these words, a slight smile crept onto her lips. It was said that during this period, Yue had caused quite a few amusing incidents while managing the household.
Now.
She seemed intent on passing this hot potato onto herself. Yue Qing smiled faintly, choosing not to respond immediately, but instead cast a glance at Yue. The latter's face was ashen, her fists clenched tightly, clearly displeased. Jin Yun, on the other hand, wore a calm expression, seemingly lost in thought. Father-in-law, this decision may not be appropriate, Yue Qing finally spoke, her voice steady and resolute. Though Aunt He has made some oversights during her tenure, she has also exerted considerable effort. To suddenly return authority, to me, seems rather unsuitable. Hearing Yue Qing's words of refusal, Gu Qing furrowed his brow. He sighed and said, Qing, I understand your concerns. But Aunt He is indeed unfit to continue managing the household. She lacks the necessary experience and capability, and allowing a concubine to oversee domestic affairs is quite unbecoming. Yue, upon hearing Gu Qing's remarks, grew even more indignant, her eyes brimming with resentment. Father-in-law, I wouldn't mind taking on the role, but I hope to have the final say in all matters within the household. Yue Qing's words surprised Gu Qing. He had not anticipated such a request. However, upon seeing the unwavering determination in her gaze, he realized she was not jesting. Qing, are you suggesting? Gu Qing tentatively inquired. My intention is for you to grant me greater authority, allowing me to take full responsibility for household affairs. Yue Qing's voice remained calm, yet her eyes radiated an undeniable firmness. Very well, I shall grant your request. Ultimately, Gu Qing made his decision. He gazed deeply at Yue Qing and stated, From this day forth, all household matters will be entrusted to you. I hope you manage them diligently, ensuring the family thrives. Yue glared at Yue Qing with fury, resenting the fact that all the benefits seemed to fall to her while she received nothing. At that moment, Jin Yun observed Yue Qing with increasing unfamiliarity. Initially, he had leaned towards supporting Yue regarding the management of the household. However, after witnessing the chaos she had caused in the past month, he was compelled to confront reality and concede the position to Yue Qing. Once the matter was settled, Yue Qing departed. At that moment, Yue rushed after her. Fury etched on her face. Are you feeling quite pleased? Do you think this will defeat me? Let me tell you, even if you gain control of the household, what of it? The general will only ever love me. As Yue Qing raised her hand, Yue instinctively stepped back, fearing another blow like before. Have you not learned your lesson yet? Yue Qing had no desire to entangle herself in this confrontation. Her disdain for Yue was evident. Yet, to simply dispose of her would be too easy. She intended for Yue to experience despair. Let me make this clear, do not attempt to strike me. We are within the general's residence. Yue Qing smiled, approaching Yue. You deserve your fate, but I won't allow you to meet it so easily. Yue appeared startled by Yue Qing's words, her eyes wide with fear. The coldness and resolve in Yue Qing's gaze pierced through Yue's heart like a chilling blade. Do you believe that by possessing the general's affection, you can provoke me without consequence? Let me tell you, Yue, you are mistaken. Your belief in his love is but an illusion. For the human heart is the most elusive of things. Yue's complexion paled at Yue Qing's words, her lips trembling as she attempted to retort, only to find herself at a loss for words. How can you say such things? The general loves me. Yue Qing let out a cold laugh, disregarding Yue's nonsensical claims. She turned and walked away, leaving Yue standing there in a daze. Yue Qing strolled leisurely through the residence. Since regaining control of the household, the servants had begun to show her increasing respect. She recalled how, when Yue was in charge, the servants had been indifferent and unresponsive to her. However, Yue Qing bore no ill toward them. After all, they were merely doing their jobs, driven by self-interest. A common occurrence. Master, someone is secretly watching you from the corner. Upon hearing this from Tuanzi, Yue Qing became vigilant. She subtly shifted her gaze toward the direction indicated. There, in the corner, a diminutive servant was peering toward her. Feigning exhaustion, Yue Qing sat down on a stone bench. This servant seems familiar, she mused aloud. Master, don't you remember? This is the little errand boy who served the old master. Tuanzi's soft voice echoed in Yue Qing's ears, prompting her to commend Tuanzi's remarkable memory. Master, even though I appear as a child, I possess great abilities. Do not underestimate me. A smile graced Yue Qing's lips. Ever since Tuanzi had joined her, life had become significantly more enjoyable. After Yue Qing finally returned to the general's residence, she needed to devise a plan to sneak into his study. Master. He is leaving. Yue Qing feigned calmness, continuing to act weary, tapping lightly on the stone table while softly speaking to Tuanzi. Tuanzi, can you assist me with a task? Tuanzi, having seemingly anticipated Yue Qing's intentions, grinned mischievously. Master, I knew you would need my help. Just tell me what to do.
Tonight.
I wish to visit Yue Qing's study. Can you help me enter unnoticed? Tuanzi chuckled slyly, exuding confidence. Do not worry, young master. I will take care of everything. As night fell, Yue Qing donned a dark outfit and stealthily entered Yue Qing's courtyard. She noticed several young servants guarding the entrance, pondering how to gain access, when Tuanzi's voice rang out. Young master, there is a type of sleeping potion in the storage cabinet. Upon hearing Tuanzi's words, Yue Qing took out a vial of medicine, gently opening it and releasing its fragrance into the air. One by one, the guards at the entrance collapsed. Tuanzi, these individuals seem to be asleep. They won't awaken for a while, will they? Yue Qing looked anxiously at the fallen young servants. Do not worry, young master. This sleeping potion is unlike ordinary ones, Tuanzi reassured her. Relieved, Yue Qing stepped over the unconscious servants and carefully opened Yue Qing's study. After a thorough search, she eventually discovered a locked small box within a cabinet. Yue Qing attempted to open it, but found it stubbornly resistant. Tuanzi, what should we do? This box won't open. Tuanzi chimed in, Master, why don't we just take it with us? Although Yue Qing had considered this approach, the potential danger if Yue Qing discovered it was too great. Tuanzi, we cannot take that risk. If Yue Qing notices the box is missing, he will surely suspect me, Yue Qing insisted firmly. After pondering for a moment, Tuanzi inquired, Young master, do you not recall my abilities? Upon hearing Tuanzi's words, Yue Qing's eyes lit up. Of course, let us have Tuanzi handle it. Tuanzi then provided Yue Qing with a vial of medicine, speaking confidently. Dear master, this potion has the ability to dissolve anything. You simply need to pour it onto that lock. Indeed, the potion was astonishing. Within moments of applying it to the lock, a crisp sound resonated, and the lock astonishingly broke into two pieces. Yue Qing observed this spectacle with a hint of astonishment before stepping forward to open the box. Inside lay a seemingly ordinary book, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a classic anthology of poetry. A book of songs? She mused. However, Yue Qing had taken such meticulous care of this book, leading her to wonder if there was something peculiar about it. With a sense of skepticism, Yue Qing began to flip through its pages. After perusing it twice, she failed to discern any notable differences from other volumes, save for two characters inscribed on the first page. Feng Yue. Could this book have been a gift from someone named Feng Yue to Yue Qing? Unable to uncover any secrets, she fell into deep contemplation. Dear master, hurry. I hear someone approaching from the direction of the king. We must depart swiftly. The urgent voice of Tuanzi jolted Yue Qing back to reality. She hastily returned the book to its original place and exited Yue Qing's study. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she discerned figures approaching in the distance. Quickly, she concealed herself behind the dense foliage, fearful of being discovered. Dear master, it's Yue Qing. Thankfully we fled quickly. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits, Tuanzi exclaimed. Relief evident in her tone. Yue Qing felt a wave of gratitude for Tuanzi's skills. Without them, she might have found herself trapped. Back in Shueihua Pavilion, Yue Qing pondered why Yue Qing cherished this book so dearly. Surely there was an underlying reason. Feng Yue? The name seemed vaguely familiar. It appeared she would need to ask Xiaotao to investigate this individual. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the window, gently rousing Yue Qing from her slumber. She had spent the night wrestling with her thoughts, unable to find rest due to the enigma that lingered.
Xiaotao,
she called. And soon Xiaotao entered, setting down the basin she carried, her face adorned with a playful smile as she regarded Yue Qing. She couldn't resist teasing her for sleeping in. Yue Qing chuckled in response, stretching her arms. Xiaotao, have you ever heard the name Feng Yue? She asked, placing her belongings aside to focus on Xiaotao's answer. Xiaotao looked puzzled for a moment before replying, Madam, have you not heard? That is the given name of the princess consort of King Xian. The princess consort of King Xian? Yue Qing recalled having seen her from a distance. She was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Feng Yue, the given name of the princess consort? Yue Qing murmured, her eyes glimmering with surprise. The princess consort was reputed to be exceptionally clever, possessing many innovative ideas that proved profitable for King Xian. Xiaotao, observing Yue Qing's reaction, inquired, "Madam, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Do you know the current circumstances of the princess consort?" Yue Qing suddenly pressed. Xiaotao appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. There must be some connection between Gu Cheng and Feng Yue, otherwise, he would not have treasured this book so dearly. "Yue Qing, come out." The voice of He Yuewan pierced the air, prompting Yue Qing to push open the door of the small courtyard and step outside. There stood He Yuewan, supported by her maidservants, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Yue Qing. "Yue Qing, why has my monthly allowance been reduced so drastically?" Yue Qing frowned slightly, maintaining her composure despite He Yuewan's furious demeanor. "This is the standard allowance for concubines," she replied coolly. "The standard allowance for concubines?" He Yuewan's voice escalated in pitch, clearly displeased with this explanation. "I am the general's favored one. How can my allowance be comparable to that of other concubines?" Yue Qing offered a gentle smile, one tinged with both resignation and mockery. "Favored? Rules are rules, and even the general cannot change them at will." He Yuewan was momentarily silenced by Yue Qing's retort, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You think I am unaware? It was you who orchestrated this behind my back. You are envious of the general's affection for me, and thus you sought to diminish my allowance, am I right?" Gazing at He Yuewan's distorted face, twisted by rage, Yue Qing felt a pang of sorrow and gently shook her head. "I am merely adhering to the rules." He Yuewan's glare burned with fury, her eyes ablaze as she shouted, "Rules? What rules? I am utterly unaware." Yue Qing regarded He Yuewan's unreasonable behavior with exasperation. "Take her away, her conduct is utterly disgraceful." At this, He Yuewan erupted, charging toward Yue Qing in an attempt to strike her. However, she was thwarted. Two maidservants sprang forth, seizing one of He Yuewan's arms and holding her firmly in place. "You dare!" He Yuewan screeched, but, regardless of her struggles, the two maidservants held her as steadfast as iron. Stunned by Yue Qing's words and the strength of the maidservants, He Yuewan stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the situation. She had never anticipated the maidservants' might to exceed her expectations. "You!" He Yuewan trembled with rage, yet could utter no coherent words. Yue Qing, observing the scene, spoke solemnly, urging He Yuewan to learn her lesson and refrain from causing disturbances that would tarnish the general's reputation. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving the two maidservants to escort He Yuewan away from Shuiyue Pavilion. Chapter 14. Auditing Accounts, Madam. Here are the account books sent from the estate last month. Please have a look. Yue Qing picked up the ledger, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Some expenditures recorded within were exorbitant, far exceeding market prices. Did they truly believe she was incapable of comprehending the accounts and could be easily deceived?
Xiaotao,
Who was in charge of managing the estate's affairs previously? Steward Chen, Xiaotao replied. "Very well, I understand." Yue Qing gently closed the account book, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. She was not one to be easily fooled. The estate's accounts were evidently problematic, and the issues were significant. This estate was part of her dowry, entrusted to a manager upon entering the general's residence. However, she had seldom inquired about the estate's matters before now. But now that she found herself with some free time, she resolved to investigate thoroughly. "Xiaotao, please summon Steward Chen," she commanded, her tone brokering no dissent. Xiaotao acknowledged and promptly left to carry out her orders. Shortly thereafter, Steward Chen was brought before Yue Qing. He appeared somewhat anxious, his gaze flickering, clearly betraying his unease. "Steward Chen, I have reviewed the estate's accounts," Yue Qing stated directly, her tone calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Certain prices for purchases are evidently inflated beyond market rates. I wish to know the reason behind this." Steward Chen began to sweat, stammering as he attempted to concoct various excuses to obscure the truth. Yet, Yue Qing was not so easily misled. She incisively pinpointed the crux of the issue. "Have you forgotten my surname is Yu? Do you think I am incapable of understanding this ledger?" Yue Qing's voice grew colder. "I require a reasonable explanation. Madam, I truly do not know. Perhaps they were brazenly seeking personal gain, and I was kept in the dark." Butler Chen wore a look of trepidation, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was acutely aware that Yue Qing was not someone easily deceived. However, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Admitting his culpability would undoubtedly lead to his downfall at the hands of the mistress, rendering years of hard work futile. Butler Chen, after managing the estate for so long, how could you be so foolish? Yue Qing's voice, though calm, struck Chen like a hammer, each word resonating deeply in his heart. He was momentarily at a loss for words, filled with regret for having underestimated Yue Qing's astuteness and for succumbing to the allure of petty gains. Madam, Butler Chen stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Observing his struggle, Yue Qing had already formed her conclusion. She said no more, merely gesturing for Xiao Tao to escort Butler Chen away. This matter required further investigation. It was clear that he could not have acted alone. Once Butler Chen had departed, Yue Qing sat at her desk, deep in thought. In the past, she had shown considerable leniency towards the maids who accompanied her as part of her dowry, resulting in a lack of discipline among them. It seemed time to devise a plan for a thorough reorganization. Xiao Tao, fetch the ledgers for all the properties that came with my dowry. I wish to examine them personally, Yue Qing commanded, her tone betraying an unyielding resolve. Xiao Tao nodded and swiftly retrieved the ledgers, placing them carefully before Yue Qing. As she perused the pages, numbers danced before her eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, missing no hint of irregularity. Madam, do these ledgers reveal any discrepancies? Xiao Tao inquired, puzzled by her mistress's uncharacteristic severity. Indeed, there are issues within these accounts. It seems a visit to the estate is in order, Yue Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao looked at her and said, Madam, I shall prepare to descend immediately. Yue Qing, accompanied by a throng of servants, strode purposefully beyond the city gates toward the estate. The sun cast a gentle glow upon the rural landscape, the sky a serene blue dotted with leisurely drifting clouds. Surrounding them were lush trees and blooming flowers, the air infused with the refreshing scent of earth and blossoms. Farmers clad in coarse garments toiled in the fields, wielding hoes and sickles. Amidst the scene, the industrious plowing oxen drew attention. In a corner of the estate, a small pond reflected crystal-clear waters, where a few ducks glided leisurely. Upon witnessing this, Yue Qing felt her spirits lift considerably. This estate, a lucrative part of her dowry, constituted the majority of her expenses. Suddenly recalling that she had not reviewed the accounts in quite some time, she ordered, summon all the overseers from the estate. I have matters to discuss with them. Seated comfortably, sipping tea, Yue Qing turned to a nearby farmer woman. Madam, how long have you been here? She asked softly, her tone imbued with respect and warmth. The woman, though stern in appearance, was notably kind. Yue Qing remembered visiting as a child with her brother, when this woman had generously prepared meals for them. The farmer woman replied, slightly bowing, Madam, I have been here for over 40 years. Yue Qing nodded, satisfaction evident in her gaze. One by one, the overseers arrived, standing before her in a lackadaisical manner, seemingly disregarding her authority. Everyone, I have gathered you today to discuss an important matter, Yue Qing declared, rising with determination. Recently, I have observed a decline in the estate's profits, and I wish to know your thoughts on this. One man, grinning, replied, in recent years, we have had an abundance of rain. What can we do, miss? His comment was echoed by others behind him. Yue Qing regarded them with piercing eyes and said, indeed, excessive rain can lead to diminished yields. However, my recollection of last year's rainfall suggests the harvest was not particularly bountiful either. Who among you can clarify this for me? The overseers exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. They had presumed the new mistress was merely a naive young woman unfamiliar with the intricacies of estate management. The overseers were seasoned veterans, fully aware that the decline in profits was not solely attributable to the weather but rather stemmed from poor management and corruption. Naturally, they were reluctant to delve deeper into these matters, as they implicated their own interests. Miss, you must understand, we are all long-standing members of this estate, and we wish for its prosperity, one of them said, casting furtive looks at his companions. The others chimed in, asserting that Yue Qing lacked understanding of their situation. Yue Qing smiled at their deflection, thinking how they would not weep until faced with the inevitable consequences. Chapter 15. Rectifying the malefactors. Yue Qing's anger flared at their collusion and mutual blame. In her youth, her father had introduced them as the most trustworthy individuals, urging her to place her faith in them. Yet, as time passed, she had matured and they had changed, driven by self-interest to unscrupulous ends. Can you guess why Butler Chen did not come today? Yue Qing's cold voice shattered the silence, her words piercing like a sharp blade. They exchanged glances, one finally speaking. How would we know? Usually, it is Butler Chun who seeks us out. Because I have turned him over to the authorities. For he has exploited the farmers for personal gain, Yue Qing replied with an unsettling calm, as though discussing the weather. Shock rippled through the overseers as they exchanged furtive glances. Yue Qing then turned her gaze to Manager Yi, the most senior among them, whose influence was palpable among the others. Manager Yi, do you have anything to say? She asked, her demeanor icy, as though addressing a stranger. Yi's complexion shifted, taken aback by her direct inquiry. The pressure from her words was unlike anything he had previously encountered. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his discomfort and uncertainty, before responding, Miss, we have always endeavored to serve the estate diligently, never engaging in any wrongful acts. Regarding Butler Chun, we truly had no knowledge. Yue Qing regarded him, disappointment flickering in her eyes. She had hoped for a semblance of remorse. But it was clear he remained unrepentant. Anger surged within her, and she resolved to impart a profound lesson. Very well, since you are all unwilling to speak the truth. I shall take you to the authorities to clarify matters. With that, Yue Qing rose and proceeded toward the door. Yi and the other overseers exchanged alarmed glances, unprepared for her resolve, their panic mounting. Yi hurried after her, blocking her path with a hint of anger on his face. Miss, do you not fear alienating our loyalty with such actions? For many years we have served the Yue family with unwavering dedication. Yue Qing halted, casting a frosty gaze upon him. Are you implying that I lack empathy for your plight? Of course not. I would never presume to. Yue Qing observed them, their lips uttering words of fear, while deep down, they were likely cursing themselves. With a cold chuckle, she turned around, her gaze slicing through the faces of each individual present. You claim to act for the Yue family, yet it is merely for your own gain. No sooner had Yue Qing spoken than a cacophony erupted at the entrance of the courtyard. A group of servants appeared, bearing several boxes, followed closely by a woman who incessantly chattered. Miss, as per your request, this is the gold and silver confiscated from the home of Steward Yi.
Please examine it, she said.
Yue Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, walking slowly toward the boxes. Upon opening them, she found them overflowing with various treasures, gleaming brilliantly. A cold smile spread across her face as she turned to Steward Yi. Is this your diligent reward for the Yue family, a reflection of your unwavering diligence? The steward's face turned ashen. He trembled, unable to utter a single word, his heart laden with regret and fear, knowing there was no escape. Yue Qing's gaze swept over the others. The stewards all bowed their heads, too frightened to meet her eyes. Who are you to take our belongings? I will inform the authorities, the woman at the entrance declared, hands on her hips. It seemed she was indeed Steward Ye's wife, robust and hearty, indicating that their daily fare was quite ample. Old man, what are you doing here? This scoundrel has stolen our riches. The woman shrieked, retreating behind Steward Yi as a servant approached. While she yelled, her pudgy finger pointed accusingly at Yue Qing, her face a mask of terror and fury. Stand back. I warn you, do not even think of seizing our silver. Her voice was sharp and grating, as if it could tear the very fabric of the courtyard apart. Your silver? Yue Qing chuckled at her words, unfazed by her outburst, her gaze icy and filled with disdain. She lightly clapped her hands, summoning several household servants who promptly took Steward Ye's wife aside, preventing her from getting any closer to him. Madam Yi, please calm yourself, Yue Qing said, her tone measured and devoid of warmth. I am here to cleanse the house, not to engage in games with you. Turning her cold, resolute eyes back to Steward Yi, she continued, you have served the Yue family for many years, and I once believed in your loyalty. How disappointing to discover your treachery. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Steward Yi, now ashen-faced, understood that his misdeeds had been uncovered and could no longer be concealed. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Miss, I was wrong. Truly wrong. Please spare my life. I am willing to return all that belongs to the Yue family. Yue Qing's cold laughter echoed through the air. Return? What a farce. After all these years of trusting you to manage the estate, only to find you have usurped it. She turned to the servants, commanding, take Steward Yi away and report him to the authorities. The servants moved swiftly to restrain Steward Yi. His wife, now pale with fear, cried out desperately. But her pleas fell on deaf ears. Miss, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you for another chance. Steward Yi wept profusely, his earlier bravado vanished. However, Yue Qing remained unmoved. If she allowed him to escape today, others would surely follow suit. It was time to set an example. The remaining stewards, witnessing Steward Ye's downfall, displayed anxious expressions, fearing for their own fates. They knelt before Yue Qing, banging their heads against the ground, pleading, "Miss, we have never wronged the Yue family. We implore you to see the truth." Yue Qing regarded them coolly, aware that not all among them were innocent. Yet at this moment, a single act of intimidation could awaken them all to the reality of their circumstances. The Yue family has treated you well. If you remain loyal and diligent, you shall not be wronged. But should anyone dare to act as Steward Yi has, do not blame the Yue family for being ruthless. Upon hearing her words, the crowd bowed their heads in agreement, too intimidated to voice a single dissenting thought. Turning to the oppressed tenants, Yue Qing spoke gently, "From this day forth, I shall reorganize the estate. Those willing to stay and work shall have their wages doubled." The tenants, upon hearing this, erupted with joy. Having expected a day of misfortune, but instead receiving such benevolent news, they fell to their knees, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss.
Thank you.
Chapter 16. The Thoughts of a Maid. "Kaiju, are you adjusting well here?" Yue Qing asked, concern etched on her face. Kaiju was a maid Yue Qing had brought back from her inspection of the farm, having lost both parents and left alone in the world. Yue Qing, feeling pity for her, had taken her in. "Miss, as long as you provide me with a job that ensures I have enough to eat, I would be forever grateful." "How could I not adapt?" Kaiju replied, her head bowed, her voice filled with appreciation. Though her face appeared somewhat gaunt, her eyes sparkled with determination. "Rest assured, I will have Xiao Tao teach you some skills, and then you may work in the shop," Yue Qing said, smiling at her. Just then, Xiao Tao rushed in, breathless. "Madam, I just saw that Hong Hua in our courtyard eagerly trying to approach the general." "Hong Hua?" Yue Qing furrowed her brow. Hong Hua was the maid given to her by the old matriarch upon entering the general's residence. "Yes, madam. I saw her pretending to casually pass by the general's study." Peeking inside, Xiao Tao replied, clearly displeased. Kaiju, listening nearby, also felt a twinge of discomfort. Though she had only just arrived, she understood the proper conduct of a maid. Originally intended for another post, she had pleaded to remain alongside Yue Qing, and Yue Qing had agreed without hesitation. It seemed that Hong Hua's intentions were directed at Jin Yun. However, this suited Yue Qing's purposes perfectly. "Xiao Tao, keep an eye on her and report back to me if anything occurs." Xiao Tao nodded, well aware of the ambitions that abound in such grand houses. Many maids aspired to rise to prominence, yet few succeeded. Previously, others had advised her to consider her future and seek a suitable match. However, with the kindness shown to her by Yue Qing, she felt compelled to remain loyal. In the flower room, Hong Hua was selecting fresh blooms when the head maid from the Handan courtyard spotted her and began to mock her.
"Oh,
What is Miss Hong Hua up to? Surely, she isn't trying to learn to scent clothes like the mistresses." Her words dripped with sarcasm, making it uncomfortable to listen. It appeared that the people of the Handan courtyard had taken note of Hong Hua's actions. Gripping her flower basket tightly, Hong Hua suppressed her displeasure and looked up at the head maid, responding coolly, "I am merely following Madam's orders to gather some fresh flowers. Does this inconvenience you?" The head maid smirked, her lips curving into a cold smile as she replied, Miss Hong Hua certainly knows how to seek support. Too bad for some. Such alliances are futile." Hong Hua chose not to respond further, continuing to select flowers while forcibly repressing her rising anger. However, the head maid seemed unwilling to relent. She stepped forward, scrutinizing the flowers chosen by Hong Hua, and disdainfully remarked, "Miss Hong Hua, the flowers you selected are all to Madam's liking. Surely you don't intend to use this as an opportunity to draw closer to her and subsequently to the general?" Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Hong Hua. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring at the maid, and coldly retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely following the madam's instructions. Do not spread such baseless rumors here." The head maid, upon witnessing Hong Hua's reaction, burst into laughter, saying, "Oh, are you truly upset?
I was merely jesting."
Why take it so seriously? Besides, even if you wish to approach the general, you ought to consider whether you're worthy of such fortune." Hong Hua, incensed by her mocking tone, retaliated by hurling the flowers at the maid's head. Rolling up her sleeves, she charged forward, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch! What are you saying?" The two women instantly engaged in a fierce struggle, while the surrounding maids rushed over, some attempting to separate them, while others stood by, eager to witness the spectacle. "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" shouted one of the onlookers, but both Honghua and the head maid seemed oblivious to anyone's pleas, consumed by their rage. Filled with indignation, Honghua recognized her lowly status, yet could not endure such unfounded humiliation and ridicule. Summoning all her strength, she pinned the head maid down and delivered several resounding slaps. "Let this be a lesson to you. Cease your meddling," Honghua shouted, her voice quivering with emotion. Dazed and bewildered, the head maid's eyes brimmed with fear and fury. She struggled to rise, but Honghua held her firmly in place. "What are you all standing around for? Come help me," the head maid cried out to the onlookers.
Yet.
The maids appeared disinterested in intervening, merely observing from the sidelines. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "What is happening here?" Everyone turned to see Yue Qing standing there. Both Honghua and the head maid quickly released their grip and stood up. "Madam, it's Honghua's maid who seeks to complain," the head maid began, but Yue Qing interrupted her. "I have seen everything. No need for further explanation." With a cold glance at both women, she ordered, "You two, follow me." With that, Yue Qing turned and walked away. Honghua and the head maid exchanged a glance filled with resentment, yet felt powerless to act further, silently following her. Seated at the head of the table, Yue Qing regarded the two women kneeling before her and spoke sternly, "Your behavior is utterly disgraceful. To brawl in the household. What kind of decorum is that?" She then pointed at the head maid, asking, "What is your name?" "This humble servant is called Xiaolian," the maid replied, her voice trembling, evidently intimidated by Yue Qing's presence. Honghua lifted her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes, and said, "Madam, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I could not bear her insults and taunts, which led to my impulsive actions." At this moment, the head maid also recognized that the situation was indeed her fault. Realizing that if she did not show remorse, she could face Madam's wrath, she added, "Madam, I too am at fault. I spoke without thinking." With that, she bowed deeply. Observing the two, Yue Qing's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "You shall each forfeit a month's wages. Should I witness such an incident again, do not expect mercy from me." "Yes, madam," they both replied in unison. As Yue Qing rose to leave, she turned to the kneeling Honghua, saying, "Honghua, come." Trembling, Honghua stood and followed closely behind Yue Qing, fearful of incurring her displeasure. "Honghua, do you realize your mistake?" Yue Qing inquired. Lowering her head deeply, Honghua confessed, acknowledging her impulsiveness in today's events. Yue Qing regarded her without further reproach. She knew that such days were likely to repeat. Chapter 17. The birthday celebration within the Showan Hall, the elderly matriarch grasped Yue Qing's hand tightly and said, "Next month is my birthday. I wish to host a grand celebration. What do you think, Qing?" Yue Qing nodded in acknowledgement. The matriarch had dedicated her life to this family and had never celebrated her own birthday in a grand manner. It was time for a splendid affair. "Rest assured, I will ensure it is done well, and you shall not lose face," she promised. In the hall, the matriarch's eyes sparkled with anticipation and gratitude as she gently patted Yue Qing's hand and said, "With you here, I am at ease. You have devoted yourself to serving me all these years. I am well aware of your intentions." Upon returning to Shueihua Pavilion, Yue Qing shared the news of the matriarch's birthday celebration with Xiao Tao, who frowned in concern. "The general's household has limited funds. How can we possibly host a birthday celebration? Are you suggesting that the young lady should contribute her own money?" Xiao Tao's worries were not unfounded. The expenses of the general's household were substantial, and the treasury was dwindling.
"Do not fret, Xiao Tao.
We may lack funds, but the general is wealthy. Surely, he would not hesitate to contribute for his mother's birthday." Yue Qing reassured her with a sly smile as she cast a mischievous glance at Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, upon hearing Yue Qing's words, wore a look of relief. But her brows soon furrowed with worry again. "But will the general truly be willing to spend his money?" she queried. Yue Qing chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "You underestimate the general. He is exceptionally filial. For the matriarch's birthday, he will surely do his utmost." While it was acceptable to celebrate the birthday, she intended to avoid spending her own money. Rising from her seat, Yue Qing said, "Come, let us seek out the general and hear his thoughts." With Xiao Tao in tow, Yue Qing traversed the winding corridors, making their way to the general's study. Sunlight filtered through the lush trees, casting dappled shadows on the stone path, while a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blooming flowers. Arriving at the study door, Yue Qing gently knocked. Moments later, a deep, authoritative voice called from within, "Enter." Pushing the door open, she found Jin Yun seated at his desk, intently reviewing documents with a brush in hand. Clad in a dark, ornate robe, adorned with a finely crafted jade belt, he exuded both authority and elegance. Yue Qing performed a graceful bow and softly spoke, "General, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Jin Yun looked up, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features as he noted the noticeable change in Yue Qing today. He set down his brush and gestured for her to take a seat. "What is it?" he inquired. Yue Qing recounted the matriarch's desire to celebrate her birthday in detail. After a moment of silence, Jin Yun replied, "Mother has labored for a lifetime. She certainly deserves a proper celebration. Rest assured, I will take care of the arrangements." Noticing a troubled expression on Yue Qing's face, he inquired further. Yue Qing explained her concern regarding the insufficient available funds in the household and the restrictions on using certain imperial gifts. Jin Yun suggested, "You may use your own resources for now. I will reimburse you once I receive my monthly stipend." At this, Yue Qing felt speechless. It was evident he intended to avoid spending his own money. "General, I am more than willing to contribute, but my dowry is currently invested in the shop, and I have no liquid assets at the moment," she stated directly. Her candidness caught Jin Yun off guard, as he had not anticipated such a straightforward refusal. "Let us withdraw some funds from the tavern's accounts," Jin Yun finally spoke, acknowledging that this was currently the only feasible solution. The tavern served as the largest source of income for the general's residence, making it a practical choice to extract funds from there. "I shall prepare at once," Yue Qing replied, rising to leave. "Wait," Jin Yun suddenly called out to her. "For this birthday celebration, I will invite some prominent officials and scions from noble families. You must ensure that everything is handled with great care to maintain our dignity. Have Yuewan assist you?" Yue Qing nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood." It was quite absurd to involve a concubine in organizing the banquet, yet it seemed he was concerned about preserving the general's reputation. However, since he had decided on this course of action, it conveniently alleviated her burdens. Upon returning to the residence, Yue Qing promptly summoned the servants to commence preparations for the birthday festivities. Xiao Dao accompanied Saiju to assess the situation in the residence. "Keep a close watch on the old madam's birthday banquet to ensure there are no mishaps." "Yes, madam," the two replied before departing. Once alone in the garden, Yue Qing strolled leisurely when she noticed a figure hiding behind the rockery. As she approached, she realized it was Honghua. Yue Qing felt a surge of curiosity. What could have compelled her to conceal herself there? Before long, the answer revealed itself. Jin Yun passed by, and Honghua, blushing, stole glances at him, her eyes filled with admiration and shyness, her hands clasped tightly. Even after he had walked away, Honghua continued to gaze longingly at his retreating figure. It was no wonder she was so enchanted. At that moment, Jin Yun donned a robe of azure, his visage akin to a jade, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, with an innate nobility reflected in his brows. Yue Qing often pondered how a man of decisive warfare could present himself like a refined scholar. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile graced Yue Qing's lips. If she harbored such thoughts, why not lend him a hand? She lightly coughed to disrupt the delicate atmosphere. Startled, Honghua quickly turned, her face flushing with embarrassment upon realizing it was Yue Qing. "Madam, what brings you here?" she stammered. Yue Qing smiled gently, approaching Honghua and softly inquired, "I happened to pass by. Were you watching the general just now?" Honghua, caught off guard, blushed deeply and stuttered, "Madam, it's not what you think. You misunderstand." She quickly waved her hands in denial. Feigning a sigh of regret, Yue Qing remarked, "I do wish there were more sisters in the residence. Unfortunately, there never seems to be an opportunity. If you were to gain the general's favor, I would certainly not oppose it." Upon hearing this, Honghua's eyes sparkled with hope. "Madam, are you truly serious?" Yue Qing recognized her eagerness. It seemed that soon the general's residence would welcome another sister. Indeed, currently the general is only attended by concubine he, which leaves it rather desolate. Taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, Honghua declared, "Madam, I will strive to fulfill my duties." Yue Qing, pleased, chuckled softly and patted Honghua's shoulder, saying, "Honghua, I know you are a clever girl. I hope you will not disappoint me." After Yue Qing departed, Honghua felt a surge of joy within her. Chapter 18. Conflict at Hanyan Courtyard. Yue Yuan had also heard of Honghua's deliberate proximity to the general. In a fit of anger, she dropped the prenatal medicine she held. That wretched girl. How dare she set her sights on the general? And Yue Qing is no better. Failing to discipline her, she commanded, "Bring Honghua to me." A glint of malice flashed in her eyes as the maidservants hurriedly complied. Moments later, Honghua stood before Yue Yuan. "Kneel," Yue Yuan commanded. Startled, Honghua obeyed, kneeling before her. "Explain why you have been deliberately approaching the general," Yue Yuan demanded. I have not," Honghua quickly denied. "You dare to be defiant." Yue Yuan slapped Honghua across the face, leaving her cheek swollen. Tears welled in Honghua's eyes as she pleaded, "Madam, it truly isn't like that. Is it not? Then enlighten me. What is the truth?" Yue Yuan pressed relentlessly. "I merely wished to repay the general's life-saving grace," Honghua mumbled, lowering her head. She recounted how Jin Yun had rescued her from a steward's grasp. Upon hearing this, Yue Yuan's previously gentle expression turned icy, her eyes glimmering with fury. She furrowed her brows and, with a cold tone, ordered her maidservants, "Take this insolent wretch away and give her a severe beating." The maidservants, fearing her command, swiftly grabbed Honghua, dragging her out of the room, without mercy. Soon, anguished cries echoed from the courtyard, sending chills through the air. Yet, Yue Yuan's demeanor remained unyielding, her frustration with Yue Qing intensifying as she found her presence increasingly irksome. The emergence of Honghua only complicated matters further. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Yuan turned to the nearby Xiaolian, her voice resolute. "Xiaolian, you will personally escort this little wretch to Yue Qing. I wish to see if she truly possesses the magnanimity of her reputation." Meanwhile, in Shueishui Pavilion, Yue Qing leisurely sipped her tea, when she was suddenly informed of the happenings at Hanyan Courtyard. A faint smile graced her lips. "Madam, trouble is afoot. The maid from Hanyan Courtyard is bringing in a bloodied Honghua." A maid rushed in, her tone filled with astonishment. Yue Qing peered outside, and indeed saw a figure approaching slowly. As they drew near, it became evident that Honghua was covered in ghastly wounds, blood seeping from her injuries, a sight both horrifying and heart-wrenching. Upon seeing Yue Qing, the maid spoke, "My lady commands that this treacherous maid be brought to you for your judgment." "Bring her in," Yue Qing replied softly. The maid pushed Honghua into the room, and Yue Qing scrutinized the injured girl before her. "He concubine, why treat her so harshly?" Yue Qing furrowed her brow, her tone laced with confusion and inquiry. The maid snorted derisively, her eyes glinting with malice. "This wretched girl has no sense of her station. How dare she entice the general? Who does she think she is?" Yue Qing smiled faintly, her lips curling into a sardonic expression. "She is but a mere maid. What storm could she possibly stir? Why must you make such a fuss over her?" Turning her gaze to the injured maid, Yue Qing noted her pale complexion and bloodless lips, clearly suffering from considerable trauma. A surge of compassion welled within her, but was quickly tempered by reason. Yue Qing then addressed her maid, "Take her away and have a physician tend to her injuries." The maid hesitated, as if wanting to voice something, yet ultimately remained silent. Observing this, Yue Qing's brow furrowed slightly, her tone sharpening. "What is it? Do you have any objections?" The maid quickly shook her head and replied softly, "It's nothing. I shall do as you instructed, Mississippi." However, just as Xiao Tao was about to take the maid away, Yue Qing suddenly called out to them, "Wait." Xiao Tao halted, turning back to Yue Qing, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Yue Qing approached the maid, examined her injuries closely, and then retrieved a bottle of wound medicine from her bosom, handing it to Xiao Tao. "First, attend to her wounds with this to prevent infection from worsening. Once she regains some strength, we can make further arrangements." The maid accepted the medicine, glanced at Yue Qing, and then, supporting the injured maid, slowly exited the room. After they left, Yue Qing stood alone, lost in thought. At present, Yue Yuan was the most favored in the general's residence. How could she allow anyone else to share in her fortune? However, even a cornered rabbit may bite, and thus, the enmity between Honghua and herself was firmly established. It seemed there would be more disturbances in the future. In the evening, "How are you, Honghua? Can you endure?" she asked, concern etched upon her face. "Thank you, madam," Honghua replied, her complexion pale as paper, her breath faint. "Let us not speak of that now. Rest well," Yue Qing said, casting a sympathetic glance at her, gently sighing. "Once you are healed, we can discuss work." At that moment, Honghua was filled with gratitude, her eyes brimming with tears. She had never anticipated such kindness. Looking at the benevolent and generous Yue Qing before her, Hong Hua silently vowed to repay this kindness to the best of her abilities once she recovered. Meanwhile, upon learning that Yue Qing had not severely punished the errant maid, Yue Yuan was filled with rage. In a fit of anger, she smashed everything in the room to the ground, venting her dissatisfaction and fury. With a cacophony of crashing sounds, the room was left in disarray. That little wretch. Seeking support for herself, Yue Qing is merely a paper tiger, yet she allows a maid to ride over her. Kai Ju observed her mistress's furious demeanor and chimed in. Madam, do not be upset. How could that woman possibly be your match? What does it matter if there's another Hong Hua? Yue Yuan sat in her chair, fists clenched, her anger causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. Yue Qing scoffed. We shall see. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Kai Ju quickly poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Madam, please calm down. It is not worth ruining your health over such a person. Yue Yuan took the teacup, sipped the tea, and her emotions steadied somewhat. Since Hong Hua is with Yue Qing now, we shall temporarily disregard her. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with her later. Kai Ju nodded. Madam is right. There is plenty of time ahead. By the way, madam, in a few days, it will be the old lady's birthday celebration. You must prepare well. Yue Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Rest assured, I will ensure that Yue Qing is thoroughly trampled underfoot. Chapter 19. Disappearance. Time flew by, and soon the day of the old lady's birthday celebration approached. As the organizer of this grand event, Yue Qing managed all affairs with meticulous care, almost to perfection. From the selection of the venue to the arrangement of the banquet, every detail was painstakingly planned. The elaborate decorations exuded a festive atmosphere, while the resplendent flowers hinted at an elegant taste, rendering the entire scene magnificent and breathtaking. Sister, time is of the essence. The guests will arrive shortly. If we do not prepare soon, it will be quite the embarrassment for you, Yue Yuan said softly, a slight smirk gracing her lips, barely concealing her mockery. As she spoke, she gently covered her mouth, letting out a tinkling laugh. Yue Qing, observing her demeanor, felt a pang of unease. Could it be that Yue Yuan was plotting something? He Yang, your input is required for this banquet. If it fails today, it will not only be my disgrace, Yue Qing asserted. Yue Yuan laughed lightly. Sister, you make a valid point. Anxiously, Yue Qing called Xiao Tao to her side, solemnly instructing, Xiao Tao, keep a close watch on Yue Yuan. Do not let her have any opportunity to cause trouble. After saying this, she held Xiao Tao's hand tightly, her concern palpable, and Xiao Tao nodded in agreement, sensing Yue Qing's anxiety. Let the general's residence suffer disgrace. After all, she did not hold it dear. Yet, she understood the principle of shared honor and loss, as she was still the mistress of the general's residence. How are the preparations coming along? Just then, a chilling voice, sharp enough to pierce through the heart, unexpectedly came from beside her. Yue Qing's heart jolted, and instinctively, she turned her head to see Jin Yun standing before her, his gaze as cold as ice. Yue Qing met his eyes, a flicker of barely perceptible resentment flashing through her own, but she quickly regained her composure, responding in a tone that was both indifferent and slightly sarcastic. General, did you not see me toiling away all by myself? You had promised to send someone to assist me. Her words, though calm, bore an undeniable authority that drew attention. However, in the face of Yue Qing's reproach, Jin Yun showed no sign of remorse. Instead, a slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing disdain. Isn't it your duty as the head matriarch of the Gu family to handle such matters? Yue Qing bit her lip, acknowledging the truth in his words. Jin Yun coldly glanced at her. I will have the steward assist you. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Yue Qing seething as she watched his retreating figure. On the day of the birthday celebration, guests began to arrive in succession, and Yue Qing busily welcomed them, her elegant smile firmly in place. At that moment, she noticed Yue Yuan approaching with the group, a wave of ominous premonition washing over her. Sister, let me introduce you. This is the head of the most renowned theater troupe in the capital, the Fengqi troupe, Yue Yuan said with a smile. Yue Qing furrowed her brow. She had no recollection of inviting a theater troupe. Nevertheless, she politely exchanged a few pleasantries. Yue Yuan continued, Sister, I heard today is the old lady's birthday. I specially invited the Fengqi troupe to perform a splendid show for her. Yue Qing's heart sank, realizing the implications of Yue Yuan's intentions. However, with so many guests present, she could not afford to confront her openly. Thus, she maintained her composure and replied, "If that is the case, please come in." She exerted every effort to remain calm and collected. Yue Yuan, satisfied with her success, cast a glance at Yue Qing, then strode confidently into the room. A nearby maid quickly flattered, "Madam, this theater troupe is the old lady's favorite. You have spared no expense to invite them. She will surely be overjoyed." Hearing this, Yue Yuan's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile, thinking, Today, I will make that old woman understand who truly cares for her." The old lady had always favored Yue Qing, ignoring her contributions. She had long suppressed her grievances. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Accompanied by a startled exclamation, a figure rushed frantically toward Yue Qing. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Xiao Tao, her face a mask of anxiety, breathless, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Yue Qing gazed at her concerned inquiry and gently responded, "Xiao Tao, what's the matter? Has something happened?" At that moment, Xiao Tao's face was etched with anxiety as she hurriedly divulged the reason. "Madam, it's terrible. The dress we ordered for the old lady has gone missing." Her voice was tinged with palpable panic and unease.
What?
Yue Qing's expression changed dramatically, astonishment washing over her. She widened her eyes, incredulous as she repeated Xiao Tao's words. How could the old lady's gown be missing? What on earth has happened? Yue Qing struggled to maintain her composure. "Xiao Tao, try to stay calm. Let's search thoroughly. Perhaps it has simply been misplaced."
Oh my.
"Madam, what shall we do? If the old lady finds out, she will surely be furious. And the guests will be arriving shortly." Xiao Tao's face was a picture of distress. It was imperative to note that this gown had been specially commissioned by the madam, and there was no time to hastily prepare a new one as a substitute. "Do not panic, Xiao Tao. First go to the Handan courtyard and investigate, while I will seek out Yue Yuan to ascertain the situation," the madam instructed, forcing herself to appear composed. "Madam, are you suggesting that this incident might be related to Yue Yuan?" Xiao Tao's eyes widened in shock as she queried. Yue Qing nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging the suspicion.
Given the circumstances,
She could think of no one else who would commit such a ludicrous act. At that moment, Yue Yuan was engaged in conversation with someone, and Yue Qing approached her, gripping her arm firmly. Yue Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of tension. She spoke with a tremor in her voice. "Sister, what are you planning to do?" Her gaze remained fixed on Yue Qing. Yue Qing, her expression impassive, regarded Yue Yuan with a calm, yet resolute tone. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the front hall assisting?" Her voice carried an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Yue Qing was now quite certain that the disappearance of the old lady's gown might indeed be her doing. She hoped Xiao Tao would uncover the dress in the Handan courtyard. Chapter 20. Conflict between two. The banquet had barely commenced, and less than a quarter of an hour had passed. Even if the gown's disappearance was indeed the fault of Yue Qing, it seemed she had no time to address it, leaving Yue Qing with an opportunity. Quietly, she slipped away from the crowd, making her way towards the Handan courtyard, where a dispute was unfolding. "Miss Xiao Tao, although you are the madam's maid, you cannot intrude upon our Handan courtyard without cause." Just then, Xiao Tao, having received instructions from Yue Qing, adopted a firm stance, bringing along several stronger maids who promptly overpowered a few maids in the Handan courtyard. "Kaiju, keep an eye on that little Lian girl. Don't let her escape." With that, Xiao Tao dashed into the courtyard to search for the whereabouts of the gown. Meanwhile, Lian was in a state of panic, having just stolen the old lady's ceremonial robe as per her aunt's instructions. It was currently hidden in her own room, and if discovered, her fate would be dire. What to do? At this moment, only her aunt could save her from this predicament. With this thought, Lian struggled fiercely and eventually broke free from the grasp of the maids, making a desperate dash for freedom. The maids in the courtyard were at a loss, rushing inside to inform Xiao Tao. "Miss Xiao Tao, what should we do? Lian has escaped." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao immediately halted her actions, looking helplessly at the maid. "Didn't I instruct you to keep a close watch on her? How could you let her get away? Quickly, pursue her," Xiao Tao commanded, sending others after Lian while she continued her meticulous search. Lian sprinted, her mind singularly focused on finding her aunt. Finally, in the front hall, she spotted Yue Yuan's figure and approached her, quietly revealing the events that had transpired in the Handan courtyard. Yue Yuan's countenance darkened upon hearing this news, and she hurried back to the Handan courtyard. "Where is the item? Do not delay in destroying it." she demanded of Lien. Upon hearing this, Lien rushed to carry out the destruction. Xiao Dao, with keen eyes, spotted Yue Qing and hurriedly approached her. Madam, you have finally arrived. Xiao Dao exclaimed anxiously. We searched the entire courtyard and found no signs of the gown. What shall we do? Yue Qing furrowed her brow, pondering. How could it be missing? Could it be that Yue Yuan has already disposed of it? The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. However, upon reflection, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Yue Yuan had sufficient time to eliminate the ceremonial robe. Also, madam, we accidentally let Lien escape, Xiao Dao added. It appears that Yue Yuan is returning shortly. If we cannot find any concrete evidence, it will indeed seem as if we are the ones instigating trouble. Just then, Yue Yuan arrived in haste, glaring at Yue Qing, her voice sharp as she inquired, What are you doing rampaging through my courtyard? Yue Qing stood unflinching, replying, I merely seek the gown that has been stolen from the old lady. Yue Yuan scoffed, with no evidence. How can you accuse me so freely? The tension between the two escalated to a fever pitch, neither willing to yield an inch. At that moment, Jin Yun, having received word, rushed in. He immediately sensed the suffocating tension in the air, while Gu Jingyu, his face a mask of fury, bellowed, Today is our mother's grand birthday celebration. Do you not feel ashamed to behave so recklessly? In that instant, Yue Yuan clung to Jin Yun as though he were her lifeline. Brother Jin Yun, you must stand up for me. The madam is being unreasonable, insisting on searching my courtyard without cause. How can I ever show my face again? Tears streamed down her cheeks, as if a dam had burst. Upon hearing her words, Jin Yun abruptly turned, his sharp gaze fixed upon Yue Qing, brimming with inquiry. General, the gown made for our mother has gone missing without reason. I am simply conducting a search. This applies not only here but elsewhere as well. If you find this inappropriate, then let us cancel today's celebration altogether. Jin Yun's expression darkened as he regarded Yue Qing, his tone stern. Is this truly necessary? It would only invite ridicule from our guests. At this moment, Xiao Dao leaned in to whisper to Yue Qing, Madam, Lien has not returned. Yue Qing quickly grasped the significance of this information. Yue Yuan's audacity stemmed from the fact that Lien was not present. Madam, Honghua requests an audience. A voice called out from the entrance. Let her enter. Honghua knelt before Yue Qing. Madam, as I was fetching something for the old lady, I happened to encounter Lien, who appeared to be hiding something. I stopped her. With that, Honghua unveiled a bundle, revealing the old lady's gown neatly nestled within. A weight lifted from Yue Qing's heart as she turned to Yue Yuan, a smile gracing her lips. Yue Yuan's expression shifted, her grip on her handkerchief tightening. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Hiani, what do you have to say now? Yue Yuan's complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, as if all the blood had been drained from her body. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate a sound. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure, inhaling deeply to steady herself before speaking. Madam, I truly know nothing of this. It must be that little Lien girl who has betrayed me, scheming behind my back. I implore you, madam, to see clearly. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden, tears welling up as she presented an utterly aggrieved demeanor. Bring that little Lien to me, came the new tone, laced with an undeniable authority. They dared not delay and hurriedly summoned Lien. Upon seeing Yue Yuan, Lien rushed to her feet, clutching the hem of her skirt, terror evident in her eyes. Auntie, please save me. I am merely following your instructions. You cannot abandon me. Yue Qing's gaze was sharp as she regarded Lien. Well then, do enlighten us on what tasks your aunt entrusted to you. Lien trembled, stuttering as she recounted the events. Suddenly, Yue Yuan raised her foot and delivered a brutal kick to Lien's abdomen, the sound echoing with a dull thud as Lien screamed and was sent sprawling to the ground. You wretched little hussy. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? Yue Yuan spat, her eyes gleaming with malice. Then, turning to Jin Yun, with tears glistening in her eyes, she pleaded, General, you must believe me. I have done nothing wrong. It is the servant who has falsely accused me. Witnessing this, Jin Yun's heart softened, and he swiftly pulled Yue Yuan into his embrace, gently comforting her. There, do not cry. I understand everything. He then lifted his head, his gaze sternly fixed upon Yue Qing, coldly declaring, Let this matter rest. Lien shall be punished. As his words hung in the air, he ceased to regard the others, enveloping Yue Yuewan in his arms as they departed, leaving Yue Qing in shock and Lien groaning on the floor. "Madam, please keep an eye on the general," Yue Qing sighed, a knowing smile gracing her lips, already aware of the outcome. Chapter 21. The birthday banquet. The banquet was exceptionally lively, with many prominent officials from the capital in attendance. Even the reclusive regent, Shi Shaoheng, made an appearance at this gathering. Tall and imposing, clad in black robes that accentuated his authority and mystery, he strolled leisurely into the general's residence. The surrounding ministers dared not utter a word, fearful of offending this powerful regent. Shi Shaoheng's gaze swept over the crowd, eventually settling on Yue Qing, and he made his way toward her. "The regent has arrived. It is a grave oversight not to have welcomed him," came the murmured acknowledgement. The once imperious Gu general now stood before Shi Shaoheng like a timid quail. "No matter," Shi Shaoheng replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips as his attention shifted to Yue Qing. That single glance sent shivers down her spine, leaving her feeling utterly unsettled. Without further pleasantries, Shi Shaoheng took a seat, prompting the previously boisterous ministers to quiet down, only daring to sit once he was settled. "Today marks my mother's birthday celebration, and I am grateful to all of you for your presence," Jin Yun stated, attempting to maintain his composure as he raised his glass in a toast. The others hurriedly stood and reciprocated the gesture, offering their congratulations, and the atmosphere buzzed with laughter and clinking glasses. "Mother, I have specially invited your favorite theater troupe today, hoping their performance brings you joy and delight," Yue Yuewan said, her expression sweet and her tone deferential as she bowed slightly to the elder lady. Her voice laced with flattery, seemingly aiming to win her favor. However, before the matriarch could respond, Yue Qing interjected, furrowing his brows. "Humph, you are merely a concubine. Tend to your own duties, without overstepping." Yue Qing's cold words dripped with disdain, his piercing gaze fixed on Yue Yuewan, who was taken aback by his sudden reprimand, her face paling. She then turned her gaze to Jin Yun, who felt a pang of sympathy for the woman he cherished. "Father, Yue Yuewan meant well. Please do not hold it against her." Just as Yue Qing was about to retort, the regent chuckled. To allow a concubine to partake so openly in the banquet, how refined the manners of the general's household are. Jin Yun's expression darkened at the regent's words, yet he could not show his displeasure given the man's stature. The eyes of those around them burned with scrutiny, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. "Yue Yuewan, you may take your leave," Jin Yun commanded. Yue Yuewan's heart sank at his words, for it was the first time he had embarrassed her in front of so many. She fled the banquet in tears, eliciting a few amused smiles from the onlookers. Yue Qing cast a perplexed glance at the regent, feeling as though he had aided her. Their eyes met, and she awkwardly lowered her gaze, pondering why she felt a connection with the regent despite their lack of prior interaction. As the banquet concluded, Yue Qing returned to Shui Pavilion, weary from the day's events. "Master, there is someone in the room. Be cautious." Tuanzi's sharp voice roused her from her fatigue. Closing the door, she instinctively retrieved her dagger. In the dim light, a tall figure loomed beside the bed, obscured from view. Opting for a preemptive strike, she lunged at the shadow with her knife. "Master, stop. You cannot defeat him." Tuanzi's urgent warning echoed in the darkness. Yet, Yue Qing could not halt her attack, helplessly watching as the dagger arced toward the imposing figure. Suddenly, a strong hand seized her wrist, halting her blade mid-flight. The force propelled her forward, colliding with a broad chest. She looked up to find deep, glimmering eyes staring back at her in the shadows, profound and enigmatic. "Who are you? Why are you here?" she demanded, struggling to regain her footing while keeping a wary eye on the man. He did not respond immediately, instead releasing her wrist and turning to light a candle on the table. The warm glow illuminated the room and revealed his face. "The regent? What brings you here?" Confusion welled up within Yue Qing. "Your Highness, what is your purpose for coming?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. "I have come to discuss a transaction with you," he replied, his voice low and resonant. Yue Qing frowned, puzzled by this unexpected proposition. "We are strangers. What transaction could we possibly discuss?" Shi Shaoheng smiled faintly, taking a seat at the table and gesturing for her to join him. He produced a translucent jade pendant from his pocket and placed it on the table, sliding it toward her. Yue Qing picked up the jade pendant and examined it closely. A flood of long-buried memories surged within her heart. This was her mother's jade pendant, one she had seen her wear during her childhood. "Why was this pendant in your possession?" Yue Qing asked, her voice tinged with excitement. The man gazed deeply at her, his dark eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. I obtained it from your mother. Yue Qing's hand trembled, the pendant nearly slipping from her grasp. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the man before her. You knew my mother? Shi Shaoheng replied nonchalantly, his voice imbued with an inexplicable depth. You have come to see me tonight for what purpose? Yue Qing questioned, her eyes filled with curiosity. He had ventured into her courtyard in the dead of night. She could not believe it was merely to return her mother's pendant. He certainly harbored ulterior motives. Your Highness, I do not believe you would come at this hour solely to return my mother's pendant. Speak plainly, what do you seek? At that moment, Shi Shaoheng regarded Yue Qing with a hint of amusement. Conversing with an astute individual was indeed refreshing. I wish for you to procure evidence against Jin Yun for treason. Yue Qing momentarily froze upon hearing his words, disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Shi Shaoheng. What did you say? I understand you may find it hard to believe, but I possess irrefutable evidence. I merely require further corroboration to convict him. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Shi Shaoheng's eyes, clearly indicating his unwavering conviction in this matter. Taking a deep breath, Yue Qing endeavored to steady herself. Jin Yun. Could he truly be a traitor? Your Highness, this undertaking is perilous. What benefit do I stand to gain? Moreover, why should I assist you in betraying my own husband? Chapter 22. Collaboration. While she too wished for Jin to face consequences, they were no longer children and understood that a fair exchange was necessary for a lasting partnership. Shi Shaoheng, listening to Yue Qing's words, could not help but smirk slightly, his lips curving into a subtle arc naturally. In any collaboration, mutual benefit is essential. Otherwise, it is fraught with risk. I assure you, I come with sincerity. Shi Shaoheng spoke earnestly, gazing at Yue Qing. I can assist you in uncovering the truth behind your mother's passing. Will that suffice? Yue Qing's pupils constricted, her gaze fixed intently on Shi Shaoheng. A flicker of astonishment and hope crossing her features. The mystery of her mother's death had long haunted her, despite her suspicions towards Yue Qing. She had lacked evidence and direction for her inquiries. At that moment, Shi Shaoheng's sudden mention of this matter felt like a ray of hope breaking through the gloom. Can you truly help me? Yue Qing's voice trembled slightly, fear creeping in that this was merely a casual claim from Shi Shaoheng. Observing the tension and anticipation etched on her face, Shi Shaoheng took a deep breath and nodded. I promise you, I will do everything in my power to uncover the truth. Yue Qing regarded him with a trace of uncertainty before she could not resist asking. Why do you seek me out? Are you not afraid I will betray you and align with Jin Yun? Shi Shaoheng remained silent, initially not considering collaboration with her until this banquet. The general's wife was nothing like the legends. Her gaze towards Jin Yun held no affection, only deep-seated resentment. At that moment, Shi Shaoheng recognized his opportunity had arrived, prompting him to risk a nocturnal visit to the general's residence. Fortunately, he had achieved the desired outcome. I seek your collaboration because I have thoroughly investigated every aspect. I never engage in ventures without assurance. Thus, the two forged an alliance, embarking on their cooperative endeavor. After Shi Shaoheng departed, Yue Qing found herself gasping for breath, a sense of dread enveloping her. The pressure emanating from Shi Shaoheng was overwhelming, despite her feigned calmness. Her palms had been slick with perspiration. Little master, he harbors no ill intentions. Why fear him? Though he may be harmless, his strength was formidable. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Tuanzi, he is far too powerful. Are you not afraid? Tuanzi fell silent for a moment before responding, indeed. He is quite strong, yet he should not wish you harm. During my time with the master, I encountered him. You met him? Yue Qing asked, astonished, as she had never heard Tuanzi mention this before. Yes, little master. He was once in peril, and it was your mother who saved him. Tuanzi appeared to drift into memory, his voice growing somber. At that time, Shi Shaoheng was still young, pursued and nearly fell from a cliff. It was Yue Qing's mother who rescued him. Yue Qing was further astonished. She had not anticipated the connection between Shi Shaoheng and her mother. The revelation deepened her impression of Shi Shaoheng. A person like him, once turned adversary, would be a formidable foe. However, since he had become her ally, she resolved to seize this opportunity, leveraging his strength to achieve her own objectives. At that moment, Tuanzi suddenly spoke up. Little master, the most unpredictable aspect of this world is the human heart. Therefore, you must remain vigilant and cautious in all matters. Upon hearing this, Yue Qing nodded, responding, yes, yes. I understand. I will be doubly careful. Regardless, it seemed she had acquired a reliable ally. Yet, she harbored skepticism regarding Shi Xiaoheng's assertions about Jin Yun's treachery. Nevertheless, gathering evidence would undoubtedly be a complex endeavor, necessitating a gradual and methodical approach. In the Hehuan courtyard, Yue Qing was sobbing uncontrollably under her blanket, lamenting her missteps. Now, due to her status as a concubine, she was looked down upon by all. Wherever she went, she faced ridicule. Today, she had truly failed, losing her most capable maid and incurring the elder's wrath. The old matriarch had heard of Xiaolian's actions and sent word for her to reflect on her misdeeds. Clearly, she understood that the order had originated from her, indirectly supporting Yue Qing. My lady, do not be disheartened. You carry a little one within you. The maid, seeing her in such despair, began to offer comfort. Yue Qing lifted her head, her vision blurred by tears, and focused on the maid's face. Taking a deep breath, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her voice hoarse yet resolute. You are right. I cannot concede defeat. Quickly, summon the general and tell him I am unwell. The maid nodded eagerly and hurried away. Yue Qing sat by the bedside, closing her eyes to regulate her breathing. She needed to calm herself and devise a plan for the upcoming challenges. Before long, the maid returned, ushering the general into the room. The general, observing Yue Qing's pale complexion, felt a tightness in his chest. He approached her bedside, sitting down gently, and inquired softly, Wan, what troubles you? Where do you feel unwell? Yue Qing opened her eyes, meeting the general's concerned gaze, warmth blossoming within her heart. She gently grasped his hand and whispered, General, you have not visited me all day. I thought you were angry with me. Today, I am utterly mortified. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Jin Yun's brow furrowed deeply. Today's events had indeed been excessive on his father's part. He was well aware of Yue Qing's precarious position within the household and understood her feelings. Gently patting her hand, Jin Yun offered solace. Wan, do not be sad. Together, we will overcome this hardship. I will strive to provide you with whatever you desire. Brother Jin Yun, I wish to see my mother. Yue Qing's voice trembled slightly. As a concubine, she is currently in no position to meet her mother, and her father is merely a low-ranking official, unable to aspire to the status of the general's household. He inhaled deeply, then slowly nodded, his tone resolute as he spoke. Wan, I comprehend your current feelings. Rest assured, I shall arrange for your meeting. Upon hearing Jin Yun's response, Yue Qing was overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of gratitude. She gazed at Jin Yun, tears shimmering in her eyes, and softly uttered, Thank you, Brother Jin Yun. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. Jin Yun was acutely aware of the debt he owed Yue Qing. To alleviate this guilt, he resolved to spend the night in the Lotus Pavilion. As night fell, Jin Yun and Yue Qing sat in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky. Chapter 23. Returning home, Yue Qing arrived home early with Xiao Tao, finding the Yue family rather sparse, with only Yue Qing and Yue Lang remaining. Their numbers diminished further by the passing of their mother. Today marked the anniversary of their mother's death, and she had returned primarily to pay her respects. At the entrance of the Yue residence, several young servants stood listlessly, oblivious to the carriage parked at the door until Yue Qing spoke up. Lai Fu, what are you doing? Upon hearing her, the servant perked up, looking at Yue Qing with a cheerful smile. Miss, the eldest young master has returned today. But it seems he had a quarrel with the master. Fortunately, you have returned. Yue Qing nodded, lifting her skirts as she entered the house. Before she reached the hall, she could already hear the sounds of an argument within. I have said it. I do not wish to marry any miss from the Li family. That woman is utterly unreasonable. The voice of Yue Lang echoed.
This is not up to you.
The engagement has long been established. You must marry her. Their father's tone was equally assertive. I refuse to marry. If you wish to wed, then do it yourself. After shouting, Yue Lang stormed out, colliding directly with Yue Qing. Brother, Yue Qing attempted to speak, but Yue Lang walked past her as if she were invisible. Sighing, Yue Qing proceeded into the hall. Father, about my brother, do not concern yourself with him. Their father replied, still fuming. This boy is becoming more insufferable by the day. Father, are you referring to the Li family? Upon hearing this, their father nodded. The miss from the Li family had grown up alongside the siblings, forming a deep bond. However, Yue Qing felt it necessary to inquire about the sentiments of the parties involved before proceeding with the marriage. Father, do you know how Miss Li feels? Is she in agreement with this union? This question left Yue Jianhong momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Yue Qing recognized from his expression that the matter had never been discussed with the young couple. It was merely their parents' unilateral eagerness. Father, you must consult Miss Li and my brother. Otherwise, they may end up as resentful partners. Yue father furrowed his brow, stating that marriage had always been a matter of parental arrangement, leaving no room for self-determination. Yue Qing shook her head helplessly. Father, young people advocate for love based on freedom. Your insistence will only backfire. After a moment of silence, he pondered the implications of allowing them to choose for themselves, worried about the consequences of a poor selection. Then let them bear the consequences themselves, Yue Qing asserted, and you should trust your son's judgment. Yue Jianhong fell into thought, recalling something, and looked at Yue Qing with a twinge of pity. Considering her words, he eventually nodded. Very well, I shall find a time to discuss this with Mr. Li. Yue Qing exhaled in relief, hoping her brother could share his life with the one he loved, unlike her own plight. Qing'er, I have wronged you these years. Yue Jianhong gazed at his daughter with remorse and self-reproach. Yue Qing gently shook her head, a flicker of sadness passing through her eyes. She understood that the consequences of her choices were hers alone. Despite knowing Jin Yun's lack of affection towards her, she had stubbornly chosen to marry him. How could she blame others for the predicament she now faced? Father, there is no need for self-reproach. This was my own choice. Yue Qing spoke with a calm, resolute tone, determined not to burden her father with further worry, for it was all beyond remedy. Yet, Yue Jianhong remained unsettled. He grasped Yue Qing's hand tightly, filled with regret as he said, if I had not arranged this marriage for you back then, perhaps you would not suffer as you do today. Yue Qing sighed softly, understanding her father's good intentions, but felt that discussing it further was futile. She lifted her head, her gaze gentle as she reassured him. Father, let the past remain in the past. We cannot dwell in memories, but must look ahead. Perhaps a better fate awaits me in the future? Yue Jianhong, upon hearing his daughter's words, felt a slight relief. He nodded, profoundly reflective. Indeed, life is unpredictable. No one can foresee what tomorrow may bring. I only hope that henceforth, you find happiness, and that will bring me peace. The father and daughter exchanged a smile, and Yue Qing silently vowed to leave the general's household with dignity. As she strolled into the garden, her eyes were drawn to a figure in the pavilion. Yu Lang was quietly seated there. She quickened her pace, stepping into the pavilion and gracefully sitting opposite him. Brother, I have spoken with father. He will no longer force you into anything. Yue Qing's voice was gentle yet firm. Upon hearing this, Yu Lang displayed a look of surprise, unable to believe his sister's words. Is that true? He asked hesitantly. Yue Qing nodded affirmatively, though a hint of worry flickered in her eyes as she gazed at him. Brother, what about Miss Li? Yu Lang understood Yue Qing's concern and smiled reassuringly. Sister, there is no need for worry. In truth, Miss Li has someone she admires, and like me, she is distressed by this engagement. Upon hearing this, the heavy stone that had been lodged in Yue Qing's heart finally fell away, and she breathed a sigh of relief, a look of contentment gracing her face. That is splendid, she replied with a light laugh. Yu Lang regarded his sister with newfound seriousness. And what about you? What is your relationship with the general? Yue Qing's smile faltered, her eyes dimming. I am bound to him. Yet, I have decided to leave the general's household. Yu Lang stood up in anger, fists clenched. How could he treat you this way? I shall confront him. Yue Qing quickly grasped her brother's arm. Enough, brother. This is my own decision. And it concerns no one else. Yu Lang looked at his sister with deep concern, fully aware of the injustices and suffering she had endured in recent times. If you wish to escape from the general's household, it may not be an easy task. Yue Qing fixed her determined gaze on her brother, a confident smile gracing her lips. Do not worry, brother. I have my own plans to handle this matter. She was acutely aware of how much Jin Yun owed her, and she was resolved to seek justice for the grievances and humiliation she had endured. That is reassuring. I shall rest easy now. Should you require my assistance,
Do not hesitate to ask.
I will do everything in my power to support you, Yu Lang declared earnestly. Upon hearing his words, Yue Qing felt warmth in her heart, responding with a radiant smile. Thank you, brother. I will remember your words. Chapter 24. The slave market, after departing from the moon mansion, Yue Qing, accompanied by her maid Xiao Tao, made her way to the largest slave market in Yu City. Upon reflection, Yue Qing realized that the number of individuals at her disposal was still insufficient. The slave market served as the grandest trading hub in Yu City, brimming with a plethora of goods. "Madam, please don this veil," Xiao Tao suggested, offering it to Yue Qing. Yue Qing could not help but commend Xiao Tao's efficiency. Although the slave market imposed no discernible restrictions on gender, the presence of a general's wife within such a setting would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. After donning the veil, Yue Qing stepped into the bustling market. The atmosphere was alive with voices, the air thick with the sounds of hawkers. After wandering for a while, Yue Qing noticed a young boy huddled in a corner, his body marred with numerous wounds, his gaze betraying despair and helplessness. The boy's fair complexion suggested he was not a child of impoverished origins. Moved by compassion, Yue Qing approached him and inquired, "What is your name? Would you like to come with me?" The boy lifted his head, filled with hope, and after a brief silence, he whispered, "My name is Aiken. I was sold here by human traffickers." Yue Qing frowned slightly, pondering the boy's plight. Perhaps he could be rescued and serve as a young attendant. She turned to the nearby vendor and asked, "How much for him?" The vendor, noticing a potential sale, quickly smiled and replied, 5 taels of silver. The price was reasonable, and Yue Qing, determined to save him, readily produced the sum. She then asked Xiao Tao to procure a set of clothes from a nearby tailor. After a thorough cleaning, the previously filthy child appeared much more presentable, resembling a young scholar rather than a slave. "Thank you, miss, for saving me." Aiken gazed up at Yue Qing with gratitude. "Do you remember where you lived and your family name?" Yue Qing inquired softly, her brow furrowed with concern. The boy shook his head slowly, his eyes vacant. "I only remember my name, Aiken. Everything else is a blur." He looked up at Yue Qing, confusion etched across his face. "Very well, then. You shall accompany me from now on," Yue Qing declared with a calm yet resolute tone, turning away from Aiken. Initially taken aback, Aiken soon nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with gratitude as he regarded Yue Qing. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a mysterious masked man observed the proceedings below. "Well done," he murmured softly. The 2 men beside him exchanged puzzled glances, then one inquired, "Master, that boy is a rare opportunity. Why relinquish such a valuable chance to miss you?" The masked man smiled faintly, replying with a hint of indifference, "If I were to intervene directly, it might appear too eager." Yue Qing, along with Xiao Tao and Aiken, meandered around the market for a while, when suddenly, she heard the enthusiastic voice of Tuanzi. "Little master, do you feel as though someone is watching you?" Without Tuanzi's words, Yue Qing sensed it too. There were indeed multiple gazes upon her. Seeking a more open area, she led the trio to a suitable spot to rest. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. "Today's Beast Arena promises excitement. Let us go and see." Curiosity piqued, Yue Qing followed the crowd to the arena. Once inside, she found a suitable seat and noticed a fierce beast pitted against a frail man. "What is happening?" she asked a bystander. "That man is a slave. The owner has forced him to fight the beast. If he survives, he earns his freedom," the individual explained. Yue Qing felt a pang of sympathy for the man in the arena. Turning her gaze, she noticed Aiken's face had drained of color, fear flickering in his eyes. She gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not be afraid. You are safe now." Aiken's terror began to dissipate, and he felt fortunate to have encountered such kindness. Otherwise, he might have faced a grim fate. Xiao Tao covered her eyes and hid behind Yue Qing, exclaiming, "Madam, how cruel. I don't want to watch." Just as Yue Qing prepared to leave with them, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. She turned to see the beast lunging at the man, poised to sever his throat. In that moment, a man clad in black dashed forward, deftly leaping into the arena and thrusting his sword toward the beast's eye. The creature recoiled, releasing the boy. Seizing the opportunity, the man grasped Aiken and fled, fending off the pursuing beast with his sword. They ultimately escaped, and Yue Qing breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. For the next few hours, the group wandered the arena, their curiosity and wonder apparent. Suddenly, a lively voice reached Yue Qing's ears. "Little master, it seems someone is following you." Alarmed, Yue Qing halted and turned, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing unusual. Just then, she noticed a man approaching, his gaze lecherous, a disconcerting smile plastered across his face, exuding an unsettling air. Yue Qing quickly found a place to sit, attempting to evade the man's attention. To her dismay, he approached her directly, unabashedly staring, a depraved smile tugging at his lips. "My dear lady, may I inquire your name and place of residence?" he asked with a tone that dripped with insincerity, his eyes roving over her form. His words were laced with vulgarity, causing Yue Qing to feel a wave of revulsion. She clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her anger. "What does it matter to you?" she retorted frostily, her voice imbued with an unmistakable sense of detachment. The man, undeterred, pressed on. "Why must you be so angry? I merely wish to make your acquaintance." He leaned closer, his self-satisfied smile growing wider. Chapter 25. Crisis fury surged within Yue Qing as she rose abruptly, glaring at him. "Stay away from me," she commanded. The man merely laughed, seemingly unfazed by her ire. "No need to be so fierce, my lady. I merely wish to befriend you," he persisted, moving closer. With resolve, Yue Qing grasped the hilt of her sword, warning him not to approach further. Yet he continued to advance, disregarding her warning. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the man's shoulder. Irritated, he turned to see who it was, only to be struck with terror upon recognizing the figure. "Leave," the masked man said coldly. The man trembled in fear, scurrying away in a desperate escape. He looked back at Yue Qing, raising his voice in reprimand. "Do you know who I am? I am the heir of the Duke of Qinghua. How dare you show me such disrespect?" The masked man, unfazed by his words, tightened his grip on the man's arm. When the man met the gaze of the masked figure, fear gripped him anew, and he cried out in pain. "Let go of me, I was wrong." Despite his reluctance, he was compelled by fear to depart. Yue Qing bowed respectfully to the masked man, expressing her gratitude. He nodded in acknowledgement and departed without uttering a word. Watching his retreating figure, Yue Qing fell into contemplation. Had she seen that silhouette before? Could it be him? She murmured to herself, a wave of inexplicable excitement surging within her. Yet, she immediately shook her head, attempting to dispel such absurd thoughts from her mind. Upon returning to the general's residence, Yue Qing instructed Xiao Tao to arrange a room for Aiken and to have some suitable clothing tailored for him. "Rest well," Yue Qing advised Aiken. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform Xiao Tao." After expressing his thanks once more, Aiken took his leave. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her, Yue Qing gently leaned against a stone bench and sat down slowly. The harrowing scenes from earlier lingered vividly in her mind, making it difficult for her to find peace. Yue Qing closed her eyes, meticulously recalling the events of the day. Who was that mysterious masked man? Why did he suddenly intervene to offer assistance? And what connection did he have with the heir of the Duke of Qinghua, who seemed to recognize him and harbor fear towards him? At that moment, her devoted maid Xiao Tao approached gracefully. "Madam, are you well? You appear quite fatigued," she remarked. Yue Qing offered Xiao Tao a faint smile, assuring her that she was merely tired. She then inquired, "Has Aiken been settled properly?" "Everything has been arranged. Please rest assured, madam," Xiao Tao replied respectfully. Nodding in approval, Yue Qing instructed, "Very well. You may leave for now. I wish to be alone for a while." Xiao Tao bowed and quietly departed. Yue Qing remained seated in silence, oblivious to the approach of another. When she looked up, she found Jin Yun staring fixedly at her.
"Why are you looking at me?" she asked.
"I heard you've been going out daily?" Yue Qing realized he was there to confront her. "I merely took a walk," she replied, standing up, wishing to avoid further entanglement. "You are my wife. You should stay at home," Jin Yun said with an air of indifference, as if regarding a stranger. "You are too meddlesome," Yue Qing retorted, attempting to bypass him and return to her quarters without further discussion. Jin Yun grasped her arm, his voice filled with anger. "Have you forgotten your status?" "My status?" Yue Qing scoffed. "Do you even remember that I am your wife? Do you not find that statement rather absurd?" Jin Yun was momentarily speechless, gazing at Yue Qing, unsure of how to respond. Yue Qing broke free from his grip, declaring, "Our marital bond has long since become a mere formality." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Jin Yun standing there in a daze. He suddenly felt an emptiness within, as if he had lost something of great significance. He had merely intended to express concern for her, to warn her of the dangers outside, yet his words had led to this. Jin Yun stood motionless, his gaze vacant and confused, recalling their past when he had ignored her, yet she had always nestled beside him with a gentle smile. Now, circumstances had changed, and her coldness left him at a loss. Jin Yun lingered at the entrance of Shuiwa Pavilion, disappointment etched on his face as he stared at the closed door. A nearby maid could not restrain herself from whispering, Madam, the general has stood outside for quite some time. Why do you not invite him in? However, the response from within was cold and resolute. Do not concern yourself with him. If he enjoys standing there, let him continue. Yue Qing was perplexed. What had gotten into Jin Yun today? Watching him silently depart, she noted the heaviness in his stride. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Han Dan courtyard was deceptively tranquil. Yet, tumultuous undercurrents stirred. Upon learning that Jin Yun had voluntarily sought out Yue Qing and lingered at the entrance of Shuiwa Pavilion, Yue Yuan was incensed, shattering several exquisite teacups in her fury. The surrounding maids were petrified, trembling in fear of incurring her wrath. After all, the recent misfortune of Xiao Lian still haunted their memories. Who could guarantee that they would not be the next unfortunate soul? A bunch of fools. What are you still doing? Hurry and clean up this mess. Yue Yuan bellowed in rage at the maids. They dared not delay, swiftly gathering tools to tidy the shattered porcelain. Move faster. Yue Yuan shouted again, her impatience palpable. Once everything was cleaned up, she commanded, quickly, summon the general and tell him I am unwell. The maids, understanding the urgency, hurriedly sought out Jin Yun. As soon as Jin Yun appeared, Yue Yuan feigned weakness, throwing herself into his arms, pouting, Brother Jin Yun, I've missed you so much. Why have you taken so long to visit me? Jin Yun gently patted her head, explaining that he had been preoccupied with official duties. Wanwans, have you been upset?
Oh.
Brother Jin Yun, I've really missed you. It's been ages since you came to see me. Have you forgotten about me? She lamented, her large, watery eyes filled with longing. Jin Yun, feeling a pang of pity, caressed her head, soothingly replying, I apologize, little Wanwan. There have been an overwhelming number of matters at the office, which has kept me from finding time to be with you. I hope you are not angry with me. Hearing his explanation, Yue Yuan did not fully forgive him, instead pouting her lips and feigning annoyance. Humph. I heard you were at your sister's place a few days ago, she said, keenly watching Jin Yun's reaction. Seeing her expression, Jin Yun immediately pulled her close, whispering, I went to see her for a matter. You are the most important person to me. He gently patted her back, seeking to comfort her. Chapter 26. The splendid building Shi Xiaoheng sent word to Yue Yuan expressing his desire to meet her, prompting her to head to the agreed location. The splendid building, accompanied by her maid. In order to maintain a fade, Yue Qing deliberately donned male attire to avert any unnecessary complications. As she entered the tavern, a young attendant promptly approached her. Young master, please follow me. My master has been awaiting you upstairs for some time, he said, leading Yue Qing up the staircase. Arriving at the entrance of an elegant private room, the attendant gently pushed the door open, signaling for Yue Qing to enter. Upon stepping inside, she immediately spotted Shi Xiaoheng seated upright, intently polishing a sharp dagger in his hand. The room was also occupied by numerous individuals clad in black, clearly his guards. Just as Yue Qing was about to approach Shi Xiaoheng, a voice echoed in her mind, Young master, there is someone concealed within the partition, their presence cleverly masked. You must exercise utmost caution. Startled by the warning, Yue Qing's previously steady stride became somewhat disordered. Who could this person be? Could they be allied with Shi Xiaoheng? Or perhaps an adversary? Countless questions flooded her mind, and evident panic flickered in her eyes. However, before she could devise a strategy, the voice warned again. Young master, be exceedingly careful. This person possesses formidable skills and may be specifically targeting this gentleman. If a confrontation arises, you must flee. The words hit Yue Qing like a bucket of cold water, intensifying her anxiety. At this moment, she contemplated 100 different ways to escape the room or to alert Shi Xiaoheng. Yet, the latter option was perilously risky. A misstep could plunge her into danger. What to do? What to do? Shi Xiaoheng, observing Yue Qing hesitating at the door, furrowed his brow. What are you doing? Come over here. His voice carried an imposing authority that sent shivers down Yue Qing's spine. Ultimately, she reasoned that whether she approached or not, death was inevitable. What are you afraid of? What if he discovers the person hidden in the partition? Slowly, Yue Qing moved forward, finally taking a seat opposite Shi Xiaoheng. Suddenly, an idea struck her, prompting a light chuckle as she sweetly inquired, Your Highness, you summoned me today for what purpose? Could it be that you miss me? Upon hearing this, a fleeting, subtle expression crossed Shi Xiaoheng's face, quickly vanishing. He then allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, forming a charming yet enigmatic curve. His deep-set eyes fixed intently on Yue Qing. Miss you? Perhaps, he replied, his tone tinged with playful mockery. However, before he could continue, he shifted gears, stating, "Nevertheless, I brought you here today for a matter of greater significance." As if anticipating his next words, Yue Qing swiftly interrupted. Propping her chin on her hand, she regarded Shi Xiaoheng with wide-eyed innocence and softly said, "Your Highness, our dignity is hard-won. Nothing could be more important than this."
With that,
She boldly stepped forward and settled herself atop Shi Xiaoheng's lap. At that moment, even Yue Qing was taken aback by her audacity, but given the circumstances, she decided to take the plunge. Drenched in tension, she silently prayed. Should the prince become enraged, her life would be in peril. The surrounding guards stood in stunned silence, too apprehensive to breathe, fearing the prince's wrath might lead him to snap the slender neck of the maiden before him. Once, a maid had dared to court danger, secretly administering poison behind the prince's back. Upon discovering the truth, the prince had swiftly dealt with her, a memory that haunted the guards deeply. Now they exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word, anxious that the prince might erupt in fury. It was well known throughout the capital that the regent had little interest in women, and they could not help but acknowledge the audacity of Yue Qing's actions. In response to Yue Qing's unexpected boldness, Shi Xiaoheng exhibited no signs of resistance. Instead, he naturally wrapped his arms around her, drawing her closer. He then gently asked, "What is it? Do you perhaps miss me?" Yue Qing was taken aback by his gesture, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't he known for his disinterest in women? What was happening now? Her heart raced as she endeavored to regain her composure, thinking, "If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you." "Your Highness, you're hurting me," she said in a soft, plaintive tone. Shi Xiaoheng loosened his grip slightly, but did not release her. A blush crept across Yue Qing's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "It seems you truly miss me," he remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Of course I miss you, Your Highness," Yue Qing playfully pouted. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Your Highness, there is someone in the partition." Shi Xiaoheng glanced toward the direction she indicated, then turned back to her with incredulity. It appeared he had underestimated her capabilities. She was far more astute than he had imagined, having remained oblivious to the presence concealed in the partition all this time. "If you miss me, then stay with me a while longer. Do not return home," he said, pulling her into his embrace once more. Yue Qing was startled by this sudden action, her body trembling slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the man before her. At this moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm, robust embrace, the unfamiliar yet familiar scent quickening her heartbeat. Just then, Shi Xiaoheng's deep, soothing voice reached her ears. "Do not move." The simplicity of those two words bore an irresistible charm, compelling Yue Qing to cease her struggles. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Shi Xiaoheng's profound orbs, a surge of indescribable emotion flooding her heart. Subsequently, he nodded slightly, gesturing to his guards. Understanding the cue, they moved toward the partition, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Their breaths audible. Yue Qing could even feel the rise and fall of Shi Xiaoheng's chest, his strong arms firmly encircling her. The close proximity made her cheeks flush crimson, her ears burning. Yue Qing fixed her attention on the guards, anxious about any developments in the partition. "Rest assured, everything will be fine," the regent reassured her. Noting her evident anxiety, Yue Qing rolled her eyes in response. How could she trust him when he was unaware of the danger lurking behind him? Chapter 27. A false alarm. At that moment, the individual concealed in the partition seemed to sense the approach of others and suddenly burst forth. The onlookers were taken aback, and the regent rose, poised to strike. Yet, the intruder erupted into laughter and addressed the regent. "Disciple, you are quite vigilant today. I concealed my presence so well, yet you were able to detect me." Upon hearing this, the tension that had gripped Yue Qing finally eased. "Master, what brings you here today?" the regent inquired, puzzled. The elder, beaming with joy, cast a glance at Yue Qing behind the regent, his eyes sparkling with delight as he approached her. "Ah, so this is your future bride?"
"Indeed."
"She is a vision of beauty, captivating and enchanting. It is indeed a testament to my disciple's earnest pursuit. What an exquisite eye he possesses." No, esteemed elder. You have misunderstood." Yue Qing hastily interjected to clarify her relationship with Shi Xiaoheng. Yet the old man seemed oblivious, taking Yue Qing's hand with increasing fondness.
"Ah,
Truly a delightful person." He then turned to the regent and said, "I came here to see you. This young lady seems quite remarkable. You must treat her well. The regent, hearing his master's words, cast an exasperated glance at Yue Qing, who was equally embarrassed. As they pondered how to respond, the old man spoke again. Do not be shy, you two. It is only natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. I say, there is no time like the present. Let today be the day. At this, Yue Qing felt utterly mortified, while Shi Shaoheng recognized her discomfort and pulled the old man aside. Master, what are you doing? You might frighten her. Yes, I was too hasty. The old man chuckled heartily. He then added, You must treat her well. The regent observed his master's serious demeanor and nodded, saying, Rest assured, master, I will treat her with utmost care. He then retrieved a jade pendant from his robe and placed it into Yue Qing's hand. Consider this a gift for my future daughter-in-law. Yue Qing, listening to their conversation, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She gazed at the exquisite jade pendant, intricately carved with a dragon and phoenix motif. Clearly a precious item. Esteemed elder, this pendant is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. She attempted to return it to the regent. However, he waved it off, saying, It is for my master. You must accept it. It is his heartfelt intention. Hearing this, Yue Qing reluctantly accepted the pendant. Though her relationship with the regent was not of that nature, it was indeed a gesture of goodwill from the elder. Thank you, esteemed elder, Yue Qing murmured, a shy smile gracing her face. The old man, seeing this, laughed heartily. Good. That's the spirit. Disciple, you must cherish her. With that, the elder mentioned he had other matters to attend to and departed, leaving the two of them standing there, gazing after his retreating figure. So he is his master, which explains why he felt no presence. Yue Qing, listening to Tuanzi's murmurs, understood. At that moment, Shi Shaoheng approached Yue Qing with a steady gait, his deep-set eyes betraying a probing curiosity as they fixed upon her. Oh no! Yue Qing silently lamented, her mind racing with a single thought. She had been discovered. Even Shi Shaoheng, a top-tier expert, along with his formidable guards, had not sensed the presence of that individual. Yet she had effortlessly discerned the one hidden in the partition. Do you need to explain yourself? Shi Shaoheng inquired, his gaze locked onto Yue Qing's flustered expression. His previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that fortune favored him, as he had indeed chosen a powerful and reliable ally. I was merely speculating. Yue Qing stammered, her cheeks flushing with an unnatural hue, offering a sheepish grin. At that moment, Tuanzi could not help but mutter in her mind, Young master, your laughter is rather forced, don't you think? Silence. There's nothing forced about it. If you had realized that was his master in time, we would not have been exposed. It's all your fault. Yue Qing feigned annoyance, placing the blame squarely on Tuanzi. The little creature chuckled innocently. Yes. It's my fault. Shi Shaoheng chuckled softly, his tone laced with teasing. I did not expect you to be so perceptive. My master is quite formidable. Yet you were able to detect his presence? Yue Qing averted her gaze, unable to reveal her ability to understand Tuanzi's thoughts. Thinking quickly, she fabricated a reason. I just have a keen sense of smell. I am sensitive to scents. A flicker of doubt flashed in Shi Shaoheng's eyes, but he nodded, smiling. Ah. So you possess this talent. Yue Qing quickly waved her hands. It's not really a talent. Regardless, you indeed have skills that others do not. Shi Shaoheng stated with a serious expression. Yes, Yue Qing replied, lowering her head. At that moment, Tuanzi snickered within her mind. Young master, you are simply adorable. Yue Qing sought a spot near the window and turned to Shi Shaoheng, inquiring about the purpose of his visit today. He had summoned her with urgency, indicating there must be an important matter at hand. Have any unfamiliar individuals arrived at the general's residence recently? Yue Qing shook her head, affirming that she was well aware of who visited the estate. At that moment, Shi Shaoheng fell silent, then turned to his guards, asking, Are you certain that the people from the barbarian kingdom have contacted Jin Yun? The guards nodded firmly, assuring him, My lord, we are certain. Yue Qing, overhearing their conversation, felt lost and asked, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Shi Shaoheng then explained everything in detail, revealing that individuals from the barbarian kingdom had indeed made contact with Jin Yun. The situation at the borders was exceedingly tense, and if the barbarians obtained defense plans from Jin Yun, it would pose a significant threat to the kingdom of Yue. So, you wish for me to closely monitor those who contact Jin Yun and find a way to acquire the defense plans? Yue Qing, astute as ever, instantly grasped Shi Xiaoheng's intention. Observing her quick wit and intelligence, Shi Xiaoheng's eyes shone with undisguised admiration. Indeed. You must remain vigilant regarding any movements within the general's residence. We cannot allow them to succeed in their schemes. Shi Xiaoheng's tone was resolute. Understood, I will be attentive, Yue Qing replied. Chapter 28. A newcomer upon returning to the general's residence, Yue Qing summoned the estate steward. Madam, have you summoned me for something? Yue Qing looked at the elder with a head full of white hair, feeling a pang of sympathy. Steward Wang had been brought from the Yue family, loyal to them, and had watched Yue Qing grow up, akin to family. Uncle Wang, have any unfamiliar individuals appeared at home recently? Steward Wang shook his head, affirming that he was present in the estate daily and would certainly notice if anything were amiss. Madam, there have been no unfamiliar individuals entering the general's residence recently, but I shall investigate further. Yue Qing nodded. Thank you, Uncle Wang. There is one more matter I need you to handle personally. She paused before continuing. Please keep an eye on the general. The general? Steward Wang displayed a look of confusion. Why must I watch the general? Just do as I say, Yue Qing insisted, her gaze steadfast. Uncle Wang, I am counting on you. Steward Wang regarded Yue Qing and couldn't help but reflect on how much she had changed since marrying into the general's residence. However, considering her circumstances within the general's estate, everything made sense. She had once been gentle and kind, yet now she possessed a newfound decisiveness and resilience. Very well, madam. I will do my utmost. Steward Wang bowed respectfully before slowly exiting the room. As the night descended, enveloping the world in silence, an abrupt and piercing cry shattered the tranquility of the general's residence. Almost immediately, an urgent knocking echoed like raindrops against the door, accompanied by the frantic calls of Xiao Tao. Madam, something has happened. A tightness gripped Yue Qing's heart as she hurriedly donned her outer garments and rushed to the door, unlocking it with haste. Upon opening the door, she immediately spotted Xiao Tao standing outside, her expression fraught with panic and unease. Yue Qing cast a questioning glance at Xiao Tao, her voice laced with urgency. Xiao Tao, what has transpired at this late hour? Xiao Tao's face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze wavering as if struggling to articulate the distressing news. Lowering her head and fidgeting for a moment, she finally summoned the courage to speak softly. Madam, the general has drunk too much tonight and, well, with Hong Hua. In short, you should see for yourself. Before she could finish, a blush crept across Xiao Tao's cheeks, revealing her profound shyness. Yue Qing understood the gravity of the situation. It appeared that a scandal had unfolded. Nodding in acknowledgement, she swiftly made her way toward the source of the commotion. As she approached, the sight that met her eyes left her astounded. The general lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, while Hong Hua stood nearby, disheveled and in disarray. Upon hearing the news, Yue Yuan rushed over and upon witnessing the scene, her body recoiled in shock, nearly collapsing until her maid caught her just in time. Trembling uncontrollably, Yue Yuan's widened eyes fixated on the distressing tableau before her. Anger, disappointment, and anguish intertwined within her, rendering her nearly breathless. She could scarcely fathom that her beloved husband could engage in such disgraceful behavior. In a fit of rage, Yue Yuan charged at Hong Hua, unleashing a fierce slap that sent the latter tumbling to the ground. You shameless wretch! Are you so desperate that you would dare to lure a man? Her voice was sharp and cold, filled with fury and disdain. Upon receiving this command, the maid standing by immediately sprang into action, seizing the fallen Hong Hua and dragging her away without mercy. Wait! Let us decide the course of action after the general awakens, Yue Qing interjected, her brow furrowing at the chaotic scene before her. Yue Yuan's expression shifted instantly. The notion of waiting for Jin Yun to awaken before determining the fate of the maid left her feeling powerless. She looked at Yue Qing and implored, Madam, you cannot shield her simply because she is from your household. Yue Qing cast a discontented glance at her. Are you questioning my judgment? Hong Hua is now the general's woman. Everything must await his decision. Just as everyone prepared to wait for the general to regain consciousness, he suddenly emitted a series of incoherent murmurs. Lu Qing, witnessing this, urgently called out to a nearby maid, quickly, fetch a bowl of hangover soup for the general. Before long, a steaming bowl of restorative soup was presented before the general. Jin Yun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still clouded but gradually clearing. Observing the chaotic scene, he appeared bewildered. Yue Yuan, tearfully rushing to his side, recounted the events that had just unfolded, while Yue Qing remained silently observant, offering no words. At this moment, Jin Yun turned to Yue Qing, his gaze piercing as he inquired, as the matriarch of the general's household. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Yue Qing pondered quietly. Given the circumstances, what more could be said? Honghua was now his, and to pursue further inquiries on how to address the situation would be superfluous. Her expression remained inscrutable, betraying none of her true emotions as she silently regarded Jin Yun. After a brief silence, Yue Qing spoke with serene composure. "Since Honghua has become the general's woman, she ought to be granted a proper title." Her voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. However, before she could finish, Bai Yuewan's sharp rebuke pierced the air. "Do not speak such nonsense." Her finger pointed accusingly at Yue Qing, her eyes ablaze with rage and jealousy. Within the general's residence, no one could rival Bai Yuewan in terms of favor.
Now,
Yue Qing's suggestion to grant Honghua title posed a new threat and challenge to her, inciting her ire. In the face of Bai Yuewan's fury, Yue Qing remained unperturbed, continuing, "The general's household cannot be so devoid of companions. Having only Aunt He as a concubine is too lonely." Her words conveyed a sense of detachment and nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Jin Yun's face darkened with anger. He himself could not articulate why he felt such rage. Perhaps it stemmed from Yue Qing's indifferent demeanor. An unnameable fire surged within him. Finally, he clenched his teeth and coldly responded, "If that is your stance, then let it be so." With that, he resolutely turned and left, vanishing from sight without a backward glance. Thus, Honghua was conferred the title of concubine, becoming the second woman in the general's household. Bai Yuewan seemed poised to protest further, but upon realizing Jin Yun had departed, she could only storm away in frustration. "Aunt He, having an additional concubine is not necessarily a bad thing, after all. It is rather exhausting for you to care for the general alone," Yue Qing remarked as she regarded the kneeling Honghua. "Honghua, from this day forth, you shall be the concubine of the general's household. You must take good care of him and strive to bear him heirs to continue our lineage." At this moment, Honghua's heart swelled with excitement. She had finally shed her identity as a servant and embarked on a new life. Gratefully, she looked at Yue Qing, recognizing that without her, she might have met a dire fate, and silently vowed to repay her kindness. "Yes, I understand, my lady." Chapter 29. The dispute, please, madam. "Have some tea." Honghua reverently presented a teacup, kneeling with both hands raised above her head, carefully offering it to Yue Qing. Yue Qing cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling Honghua, a glimmer of something untraceable flickering in her eyes before her expression returned to calm. Gently accepting the cup, she took a slow sip, then set it down and spoke softly, "Honghua, from this day forth, you are the general's concubine. You must wholeheartedly serve him and endeavor to bear him children to carry on our lineage." Upon hearing Yue Qing's words, Honghua quickly bowed in gratitude, obediently responding, "Madam, rest assured, your guidance will be etched in my heart. I shall do my utmost to serve the general, living up to your expectations." Yue Qing nodded slightly, indicating her satisfaction. She gestured for Honghua to rise. Once she stood, Yue Qing continued, "There is no need for such formality between us. As we will share life in the general's household, we should support one another and coexist harmoniously." In truth, Yue Qing was aware that her actions were merely in accordance with the customs of the general's residence and not out of genuine desire for gratitude from Honghua. Moreover, her support for Honghua was primarily a means to provoke Bai Yuewan. She also sought to observe whether the bond between them was truly unyielding and could withstand the presence of a third party. While Yue Qing spoke with such intentions, Honghua held a different perspective. Her transformation from a maid to the general's concubine was a testament to the matriarch's benevolence. "If it were anyone else, I would have long since met my demise." She expressed her gratitude, saying, "This is the duty of a servant. I can never repay the kindness you have shown me. Madam, if it were not for you, I would have been beaten to death by Aunt He long ago, and I would not have the status I hold today. I fear I will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime." At that moment, a brazen voice pierced the air. "Oh, sister, are you busy? Am I interrupting you?" Bai Yuewan's delicate tone was laced with unabashed mockery. Yue Qing offered a faint smile, the corners of her lips curling into an almost imperceptible arc. Her gaze calm as she regarded the woman before her. "Sister, what brings you here?" At this juncture, Honghua respectfully knelt on the ground, presenting a steaming cup of tea to Yue Qing. Yue Qing cast a cold glance at Hung Hua, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes, before turning back to Yue Qing. Sister? How fortunate you are. This new concubine is most obedient to you. You will have company from now on. With that, she let out a peal of laughter, as if she had heard the most amusing jest. Yue Qing understood that Yue Qing was deliberately provoking her, mocking her lack of affection from Jin Yun. She slightly furrowed her brow but quickly regained her composure, nonchalantly lifting her teacup and taking a gentle sip. It is quite common for a general to take a concubine. Why must you concern yourself so, sister? Moreover, this Hung Hua is already the general's woman. Bestowing her a title is only fitting. Humph. If it were not for you, how could she have become a concubine in the general's household? Yue Qing glared at Hung Hua, and Yue Qing's expression shifted. Sister, from where do you draw such conclusions? Isn't it so? Yue Qing shot a fierce look at Yue Qing. What right does a mere servant have to stand on equal footing with me? Your words are quite amusing. I may be a lowly servant, but I am indeed a woman of integrity, Hung Hua retorted, casting a pointed glance at Yue Qing. Yue Qing had entered the household with a noticeable pregnancy, and the child she bore was not Jin Yun's. Her current brazen behavior in the general's residence was merely a result of Jin Yun's favoritism. Yue Qing recognized the insinuation in Hung Hua's words, and her face turned pale. You, she exclaimed, raising her hand as if to strike Hung Hua. Hung Hua swiftly dodged aside, but Yue Qing, burdened by her condition, lost her balance. You little wretch. How dare you evade? Repeat what you just said. At that moment, Hung Hua, shedding her previous submissiveness, boldly confronted her adversary. Once a mere humble servant, she had finally risen to the rank of concubine and would no longer endure mistreatment. She stood tall, her gaze unwavering, and declared, What, Aunt He? Do you wish to resort to violence? Furious, Yue Qing's face turned a shade of green as she spat. You insolent wretch, do not presume to challenge me. Do you think I would shy away from striking you? Before she finished speaking, she lunged at Hung Hua like an enraged tiger, claws bared. In an instant, they were entangled, grappling with each other, neither willing to relent. The surrounding servants watched in shock, unable to comprehend that the usually gentle Hung Hua possessed such fierce spirit. As the situation spiraled out of control, the onlookers felt helpless, too afraid to intervene lest they injure one of the combatants in the fray. Then, unexpectedly, calamity struck. Due to her condition, Yue Qing's movements were noticeably slower than usual. In a moment of distraction, she was forcefully shoved by Hung Hua and lost her balance, falling heavily backward. My child, Yue Qing gasped, quickly calling out, Fetch the doctor. She hurried to Yue Qing's side to assess her condition. Hung Hua, realizing the gravity of her actions, turned pale and trembled with fear. Soon after, the doctor arrived, and after a brief examination, he reassured them. The fetus is unharmed. Upon hearing this news, everyone released a collective sigh of relief. Jin Yun hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing Yue Qing's frail state, his anger surged. He approached and slapped Hung Hua sharply. Who gave you the audacity to harm Wan? At that moment, Yue Qing regained consciousness and, upon seeing Jin Yun, tears streamed down her face. Jin Yun, my child is gone. Jin Yun embraced Yue Qing, carefully comforting her. Do not worry, the child is safe. Yue Qing observed the scene with a cold smile, thinking how well-suited Jin Yun was for wearing the green hat. Leaning against Jin Yun, Yue Qing sobbed, Even a servant dares to bully me. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you, Jin Yun declared coldly, casting a disparaging glance at Hung Hua. He then ordered a servant, drag Aunt Hung away and confine her to the woodshed. No one is to provide her with food. Hung Hua stumbled back at his words. All along, she had known the general favored Yue Qing, but she had never anticipated he would be so unjust. General, you do not even inquire about what transpired, and yet you act so unfairly toward me. Despair filled Hung Hua's heart as she gazed at Jin Yun, bitterness consuming her. She bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. General, I acknowledge my fault, but it was Aunt He who struck first. I acted purely in self-defense and harbored no ill toward her. I implore you to see clearly. She was unwilling to be wronged without recourse. Jin Yun frowned, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. However, Yue Qing clutched his arm tightly, her voice sweet and pleading. Jin Yun, you must stand up for me and our child. Jin Yun's resolve hardened. He turned to Hung Hua and commanded, regardless of the circumstances, you have harmed Wan and must face punishment. Hong Hua's spirit crumbled. She silently closed her eyes, allowing the guards to drag her away. Yue Qing watched the scene impassively and sighed, thinking it might be beneficial for Hong Hua to see the true nature of this man, lest she cling to false hope. Chapter 30. The Arrival. Madam. A young gentleman visited the general yesterday, claiming to be a friend of the general. Wishing to stay for a time at the general's residence, Butler Wang reported respectfully to Yue Qing. Since Yue Qing instructed him to keep a vigilant eye on the household's affairs, Butler Wang had remained ever watchful, not daring to show any negligence. Now armed with this vital information, he hurried to inform Yue Qing. Upon hearing this, Yue Qing felt a flicker of doubt. She had known Jin Yun since childhood and was familiar with his circle of friends. How could a stranger suddenly appear? She furrowed her brow, regarding Butler Wang with curiosity. The young man possesses quite a distinctive appearance, unlike the citizens of our Yue Kingdom, Butler Wang remarked. It seemed that the individual mentioned by Shi Xiaoheng had indeed arrived. Yue Qing's heart raced with understanding. If he were truly a foreigner, it aligned perfectly with Shi Xiaoheng's warnings. He was here for ulterior motives. Concern etched her face as she spoke urgently. Uncle Wang, please observe that young man's actions closely. Yue Qing instructed him firmly. Should anything unusual arise, inform me immediately. After receiving his orders, Butler Wang departed, leaving Yue Qing's heart increasingly burdened. She resolved to personally meet her so-called friend, Jin Yun. With delicacies prepared by her maid, Yue Qing made her way to the study. Upon reaching the door of Jin Yun's study, she found it slightly ajar. Gently, she pushed the door open and beheld Jin Yun seated across from a young man, both wearing smiles that suggested a familiarity. The young man possessed striking features, his countenance akin to fine jade, radiating an exotic charm. Yue Qing formulated a plan in her mind. Indeed, this young man matched Uncle Wang's description perfectly, clearly not a native of the Yue Kingdom. She approached gracefully, offering a smile as she greeted Jin Yun and the young man. General, may I inquire who this is? Yue Qing's gaze lingered curiously on the youth. Nanfeng. This is my wife, Jin Yun replied, rising to introduce them with a smile. Yue Qing nodded lightly, acknowledging the introduction. Subsequently, she elegantly seated herself nearby, quietly observing the young man before inquiring, General, is this your friend? Jin Yun nodded and explained, he is a friend I made during my campaign. Although he hails from a barbarian nation, he possesses a kind heart. He has come to the Yue Kingdom primarily to seek herbs to treat his wife. I see. Young Master Nanfeng is indeed a person of deep affection and loyalty. Might I ask what kind of herbs you seek? The Yue family may be able to assist in your search, Yue Qing spoke softly. At that moment, Nanfeng waved his hand in refusal. Staying at the general's residence has already caused enough trouble for Brother Gu. I cannot impose further on the lady's kindness. I shall manage on my own. Yue Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Wasn't it said that his wife was in dire need of help? It hardly appeared urgent if he refused assistance. She thought to herself, suppressing her exasperation. Not at all, it's no trouble, merely a small favor. The Yue family possesses some expertise in herb procurement, she insisted. Observing Nanfeng's discomfort, Jin Yun quickly interjected to halt Yue Qing's words. Qing'er, if there's a need, I will certainly let you help. Let Brother Nanfeng search for himself. Yue Qing nodded slightly, pondering why he was so eager to speak on his behalf. Jin Yun then looked at Yue Qing with a hint of concern. Yue Qing, could you keep Nanfeng's presence a secret? I fear that others might trouble him due to his barbarian origins, and having a foreigner in the general's residence could pose a significant risk. What trouble could he face? Was it merely the fear of exposure? Such grandiose justifications. Yue Qing glanced at Jin Yun, then at Nanfeng, and firmly replied, Rest assured, I shall keep young Master Nanfeng's identity confidential. With those words, Yue Qing exited the study and returned to Shuiwa Pavilion. She then picked up a brush and began writing a letter, informing Shi Xiaoheng of the situation at the general's residence. After sealing the letter, she called for Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, please take this letter to Jinxiu Tower and deliver it to the shopkeeper. He knows what to do. Since discovering that Jinxiu Tower was under Shi Xiaoheng's ownership, contacting him had become significantly easier. With his capabilities, he would undoubtedly uncover the young man's identity. Yue Qing also kept a close watch on Nanfeng's movements, noting that he spent most of his time within the general's residence without venturing out. Saiju, let us visit Aunt Hong. Since the incident with Hong Hua's imprisonment by Jin Yun, Yue Qing had not shown her face. Now, sensing the moment was ripe, she proceeded. At that moment, Hong Hua was huddled in a dim, damp woodshed, reeking of mildew. Her clothes were tattered, her hair a wild mess, and she appeared utterly disheveled. In this cramped space, mice scurried about, unabashedly squeaking, creating an eerie atmosphere. Honghua, thoroughly terrified, clutched her knees tightly, curling up in an attempt to hide. Yet each time a mouse approached, she couldn't help but scream in terror. Yue Qing gently pushed open the heavy door, and a beam of bright, blinding light instantly pierced the previously shadowy room. Honghua, curled up in the corner, winced at the sudden brightness, her eyes nearly unable to open. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield herself from the uncomfortable light, but through the gaps between her fingers, she recognized that the visitor was indeed Yue Qing. "Madam, please save me." Honghua's voice trembled with desperation, tears glistening in her eyes. Yue Qing silently crouched beside Honghua, exhaling deeply, her gaze filled with a sense of helplessness and pity. "Honghua, do you now understand? The love you yearned for, he cannot provide." Yue Qing's tone remained calm. Honghua nodded slightly, her heart heavy with regret and self-reproach. She finally recognized how naive her perspective had been, drastically underestimating Bai Yuewan's position in that man's heart. "Madam, I was too impulsive before. I am truly sorry." Honghua sincerely apologized, determination flickering in her eyes. Yue Qing smiled lightly, patting Honghua's shoulder. "It's good that you understand. Such impulsiveness must be avoided in the future." Standing, Yue Qing added, "I have already pleaded on your behalf with the general. Someone will come to release you shortly. For now, return and tidy yourself up." Honghua looked at Yue Qing, gratitude spilling forth as she repeatedly expressed her thanks. She vowed silently to remember this grievance and seek justice for herself. Bai Yuewan, I shall not let you off easily. Chapter 31. Qing'en's arrival. Tuzi. Why has this courtyard grown so much? Yue Qing gazed in bewilderment at the astonishing transformation. Tuzi grinned and replied, "That is because the young master has become more powerful."
"Ah, I see."
"No wonder." Yue Qing continued, "Tuzi, why have you not spoken to me these past few days? I've looked for you everywhere." With an apologetic expression, Tuzi replied, "Young master, I am sorry. I was busy restoring data and fell into a deep sleep." Understanding the reason, Yue Qing ceased her inquiries. "By the way, young master, I have now restored all data and can assist you even better," Tuzi exclaimed with excitement. Yue Qing nodded with a smile, recognizing Tuzi's significant role at crucial moments. Tuzi was one of the few remnants left by her mother, and even if it were of limited utility, she would cherish it. "Thank you, Tuzi." Just as Yue Qing was immersed in her thoughts, a sudden, urgent call broke through her reverie. "Young master, wake up. Someone is calling for you outside." Yue Qing was jolted back to reality by Tuzi's anxious voice, her brow furrowing slightly. "Xiao Dao, who is it?" Before she could finish her question, Xiao Tao's joyful voice rang out from the entrance. "Madam, Miss Qing'en has arrived." Upon hearing this, Yue Qing immediately stood and walked towards the door. As she gently pushed it open, a refreshing breeze accompanied by the fragrant scent of flowers wafted in. "Sister." The little girl beamed with delight upon seeing Yue Qing, her cherubic face lighting up with a radiant smile. Seeing the adorable child, Yue Qing couldn't help but smile back, her heart filled with joy. "This is the daughter of my uncle, who has always been exceptionally kind to me since childhood. Ever since I married into the general's family, they have sent me delightful gifts each year." "Qing'en, what brings you here? Aren't you in Jiangnan?" Yue Qing inquired, moving closer to warmly grasp her hand, her eyes brimming with concern. At that moment, Qing'en appeared troubled, casting an embarrassed glance at Yue Qing before speaking. "Sister, I secretly returned to the capital because I had nowhere else to go, so I came here to find my cousin." Upon hearing this, Yue Qing anxiously questioned what had happened. Qing'en glanced around at the maidservants, and Yue Qing immediately understood her unspoken request, prompting her to send the maids away. With just her cousin remaining, Qing'en rushed into Yue Qing's embrace, tears welling in her eyes as she cried out, "It is the Prince of Huai. He came to Jiangnan to see me and proposed to take me as his concubine." Yue Qing's expression turned grave. The prince's ambitions were notorious. Years ago, he had gone to great lengths in his rivalry with the current emperor for the throne. Ultimately, the present emperor, out of affection for their childhood bond, spared him and conferred upon him the title of Huai Wang. For the past few years, he had seemed to lead a quiet life, seemingly devoid of his former aspirations. Yet, upon hearing Qing'en's revelation, Yue Qing suspected he was merely biding his time, waiting until he was strong enough to challenge the emperor once more. "Huai Wang." Qing'an, what are your thoughts on this matter? Qing'an wiped her tears and, in a tone laced with despair, replied, naturally, I do not wish for this. He already has a wife and 5 concubines, not to mention numerous maidservants. Huaiwang wields immense power, and my father and I cannot refuse him. That is why my father suggested I come here to hide. I truly have no other recourse. Please, cousin, help me. Yue Qing grasped Qing'an's hands and comforted her, saying, do not worry, Qing'an. There is still room for negotiation in this situation. I will find a way to assist you. The prince's motives for marrying Qing'an were undoubtedly complex, likely driven by the wealth behind the Yue family. The Yue family was affluent enough to rival nations, with her father and 2 uncles being astute businessmen. Over the years, her uncle had skillfully expanded their business ventures across neighboring countries. Now, with their vast fortune and illustrious reputation, a marriage alliance with the Yue family would alleviate any concerns about financial security for the prince. Sister, I really do not wish to marry that old man. He is old enough to be my father, and he is surrounded by a horde of beautiful women.
Qing'an protested.
Her face filled with indignation at the prospect of this union. While using marriage to consolidate power or gain benefits is not uncommon, this blatant coercion was unprecedented. Seeing her tearful sister, Yue Qing silently vowed never to let Qing'an fall into this trap. Qing'an, rest assured, you can stay here comfortably. Leave everything else to your cousin. She then gently patted her sister's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance and signaled to the maidservant to act swiftly. Once Xiaodao had guided Qing'an away, Yue Qing fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to address this pressing dilemma. Regarding whether Jin Yun would extend a helping hand, Yue Qing was well aware that the answer was a resounding no. Moreover, as a mere general, Jin Yun's influence was rather limited. Faced with such formidable forces, one's arms could not outmatch a leg. Kaiju, go at once to inquire about the current whereabouts of Huaiwang. Yue Qing commanded decisively. Kaiju obeyed and left promptly, leaving Yue Qing to pace anxiously in her room, deep in thought about a strategy. As time ticked away, beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. Just then, Yue Qing, filled with urgency, observed the unfolding situation, while the small figure beside her remained eerily calm. Taking a deep breath, the little figure said, young mistress, do not be too anxious. If it comes to dire straits, we could seek assistance from that ice-faced one. After all, you two are currently in a partnership. Although Shi Xiaoheng's status and position indeed afforded him the capability to handle such a tricky situation, Yue Qing understood all too well that he bore no obligation to assist without cause. Furthermore, persuading him to help would require offering something of value to incentivize his involvement. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would have to devise her own solution. At this juncture, the little figure nonchalantly suggested, if all else fails, we could quietly eliminate him. Little one, your thoughts are far too simplistic. The Huaiwang is not like Jin Yun. He is not so easily dealt with. His status as a prince guarantees him a retinue of formidable aides. Chapter 32. A turning point after Yue Qing dispatched her capable subordinate at full gallop with an urgent letter to the Jinxiu building, the innkeeper, fully aware of the matter's gravity, wasted no time and personally set off at once, striving to deliver the letter to the regent's residence as quickly as possible. Upon receiving the letter, the regent's expression turned serious. He hastily tore open the envelope, scrutinizing each word within. As he finished reading, his countenance darkened further, and his brows furrowed deeply. Immediately after, Shi Xiaoheng summoned his most trusted companions. Investigate that individual named Nan Feng from the general's household. After a period of diligent effort and investigation, clues began to emerge. Your Highness, this person is a servant of the general from the barbarian nation. I once crossed paths with him during the great battle. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoheng felt a tightening in his chest, his hands instinctively clenching the armrest. How audacious! To act so recklessly. At this juncture, I cannot allow him to escape unscathed. Before he finished speaking, the guards vanished like shadows. Wencheng, swiftly go to the general's residence and inform Yue Qing that I wish to meet with her. Wencheng received the order but hesitated before departing, finally speaking up, Your Highness, Miss Yu may be too preoccupied to meet you at this time. As a mere lowly guard, such trivial matters need not be reported to the prince. Yet, for reasons unknown, he could not suppress his thoughts and spoke candidly. Oh? And why is that? Shi Xiaoheng lifted his gaze slightly, casting a glance at the deferential Wencheng, before placing his teacup down, as if awaiting further explanation. At that moment, Wencheng replied, Miss Yu's cousin has arrived. Shi Xiaoheng clearly found this answer unsatisfactory and retorted, Wencheng, what does her cousin's arrival have to do with my desire to see her? Following this, Wencheng relayed the information he had gathered regarding the Huai Wang, stating that the prince had set his sights on Yue Qing's cousin. The guard nodded, acknowledging the incredibility of the news. A man approaching middle age has taken an interest in a young girl in her prime. He could almost be her father. It was truly astonishing. Furthermore, it was reported that the Huai Wang intended to forcibly marry Miss Yu's cousin, causing Miss Yu great distress. Upon hearing the words, Shi Xiaoheng's lips curled into a cold smile. After all these years, he remained infatuated with that position. That scoundrel, the Prince of Huai, has become increasingly reckless. It was evident that Yue Qing's cousin would be unwilling to marry the prince. This situation could indeed be leveraged. In light of this, I must meet with Yue Qing. You shall convey my message, stating that I possess a means to resolve her cousin's predicament. Shi Xiaoheng resolved to personally lend his assistance. Wencheng accepted the command and departed, secretly relieved. Initially, he feared that the prince was in a foul mood. Thankfully, that was not the case. At the general's residence, Madam. This is a letter delivered by a servant who is just by the prince's side, Xiao Tao softly announced, carefully presenting the envelope to Yue Qing. A pang of anxiety gripped Yue Qing's heart as she accepted the envelope, her eyes flickering with a trace of imperceptible worry. She pondered privately. Surely, Shi Xiaoheng had learned of the prince's intentions. Hastily tearing open the envelope, Yue Qing swiftly perused its contents, her brow furrowing slightly. After reading the final line, she lifted her gaze towards the maid standing beside her. Prepare the carriage immediately. We must hasten to Jinxiu Tower, Yue Qing declared firmly. As if having reached a conclusion in her mind, the maid obeyed the order, and shortly thereafter, the carriage awaited at the entrance. Yue Qing boarded the carriage, racing towards Jinxiu Tower. Speak. What is the reason for summoning me today? Yue Qing inquired, her expression impassive as she fixed her gaze upon Shi Xiaoheng, her tone icy. Shi Xiaoheng's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, his eyes sharp as they met hers. Yue Qing, was it not you who sought me out? He replied softly, his expression betraying an inscrutable meaning. Yue Qing recognized that the man before her was no ordinary individual, yet she chose not to reveal this, instead calculating her next move within her mind. After a moment of silence, she decided to be forthright, discarding any pretense. How do you intend to handle the matter concerning my cousin? She asked directly. Shi Xiaoheng smiled slightly, as if anticipating her inquiry. As long as she herself is unwilling, no one can coerce her. I can guarantee her safety, he replied leisurely. However, his words did not fully allay Yue Qing's concerns. With a slight frown, she pressed further. But I fear the Prince of Huai will not relent. She understood well the prince's ruthless nature and the cunning methods he employed. If this matter was not handled properly, the consequences could be dire. In response to Yue Qing's apprehension, Shi Xiaoheng remained remarkably composed. There is no need for excessive worry. I have my ways to deal with the prince. You may rest assured, he comforted confidently, exhibiting an air of control as if all was well within his grasp. Hearing this, Yue Qing felt a slight easing of her anxiety, yet she still sensed that matters were far from simple. She gazed at Shi Xiaoheng, her tone calm as she said, Then I thank you, Your Highness. However, I presume your purpose in summoning me extends beyond merely discussing this matter? Shi Xiaoheng looked at Yue Qing and noted, the identity of that person has been confirmed. He is a servant beside the general of the barbarians. Exercise caution in your inquiries, or you may find yourself in danger. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. Then, she gently inclined her body towards Shi Xiaoheng, expressing her respect. Thank you for your guidance and warnings, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall treat the matters you mentioned with utmost caution. The seemingly inconspicuous identity of the barbarian general's servant could intertwine with the undercurrents between the two nations. Shi Xiaoheng nodded, then produced a confidential letter, handing it to Yue Qing. This contains detailed information about that individual. Study it carefully. Yue Qing accepted the letter, feeling its substantial weight, and looked at Shi Xiaoheng with gratitude. She thanked him once more before departing from Jinxiu Tower. Shi Xiaoheng watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation, uncertain why he felt an incessant desire to see her again. No one had ever stirred such emotions within him. Could it be, as Wencheng suggested, that he had truly taken a liking to her? Chapter 33. Creating trouble at the general's residence, Yue Qing was wholly absorbed in examining the material Shi Shaoheng had provided, missing not a single word. According to him, a new deployment plan was expected to arrive at the general's residence in a few days. Perhaps the one known as Nanfeng was quietly awaiting that day's arrival. Just as Yue Qing fell into deep thought, a flurry of urgent shouts interrupted her musings. "Madam, something has occurred at Yue Pavilion." Yue Pavilion? Was that not Qingyun's residence? The thought ignited a sense of urgency within Yue Qing, prompting her to dash towards the location. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Yue Yuewan was livid, her face flushed with rage, as she berated Qingyun inside the house.
Who are you?
What right do you have to reside here? Yue Yuewan glared fiercely at Qingyun. Startled, Yue Qing rushed forward, protectively positioning herself behind Qingyun. She fixed her gaze on Yue Yuewan, unflinchingly demanding, "Aunt He, what is the meaning of this? Why such a loss of composure? Am I losing my mind?" Yue Yuewan sneered, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "You should ask this little wretch what misdeeds she has committed." Yue Qing turned her attention to Qingyun, who appeared hesitant to meet her gaze, her eyes darting nervously. A sense of foreboding gripped Yue Qing's heart. "Sister, I truly did not mean to," Qingyun murmured, her voice barely audible. "Did not mean to?" Yue Yuewan interrupted, her tone filled with fury and reproach. "Do you have any idea that you have destroyed the vase that the general specifically gifted to me?" Yue Qing's complexion darkened immediately. She could not comprehend why such a trivial vase warranted such a drastic response. "Bring her here, drag her out, and give her 30 lashes," Yue Yuewan commanded sharply.
Wait.
Yue Qing interjected loudly, determination flashing in her eyes. "Aunt He, it is merely a vase. Can a Yue family not afford to compensate for it?" As her words fell, she shot a subtly provocative glance at Yue Yuewan, as if to convey, "Do not overstep your bounds." Yue Yuewan's fury ignited at this retort, her eyes widening in outrage as she rebuked, "Yue Qing, are you attempting to insult me with your paltry wealth?" Yue Qing's anger flared in response, and she strode forward, delivering a resounding slap to Yue Yuewan's face, the sound reverberating through the air. "Who permits you to speak to me in such a manner?" Yue Yuewan stood dumbfounded, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Yue Qing, her eyes wide. After a prolonged moment, she finally regained her composure, her face darkening with fury, her voice sharp. "You dare strike me?" Yet Yue Qing did not waver. She continued to regard Yue Yuewan with cold indifference, her tone icily firm. "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Conceal your vile thoughts." At this moment, Yue Yuewan stood frozen as if struck by lightning, a surge of unnamed fury instantly rising within her. Her face contorted in rage, revealing an exceptionally grimace. With gritted teeth, she forced out a few words. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yue Qing scoffed. "You know quite well if it's nonsense. Let me make this clear. Qingyun is my sister, and I will not allow anyone to harm her. If you dare cause her any trouble again, do not blame me for being impolite." Yue Yuewan trembled with anger, unable to contain herself. Finally, she could endure no longer, her eyes wide with fury as she shouted, "All right, Yue Qing.
We shall see about this.
I will go find the general to seek justice and see who is right and who is wrong." Before her words could fade, she stormed off, leaving behind a trail of receding footsteps. Yue Qing watched her retreating figure with a flicker of disdain. Yue Yuewan was merely seeking to lodge a complaint against her. Turning to Qingyun, she noticed her sister looking at her with a face full of worry.
How are you?
"Did you get hurt?" Yue Qing asked, concern flooding her eyes. Qingyun shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Sister, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Yue Qing sighed gently and comforted her. "It's all right, do not worry. It's just a vase. The Yue family is not incapable of bearing such a loss." She pulled Qingyun into her embrace and softly declared, "No matter what happens, I will protect you." Not long after, Yue Yuewan returned with the general to Handan Courtyard. As Jin Yun entered, he saw Yue Qing leisurely brewing tea. "What is going on?" the general asked in a deep voice. Yue Yuewan immediately stepped forward, embellishing her tale, portraying herself as the victim while painting Yue Qing and Qingyun as the villains. Yue Qing and Qingyun exchanged helpless smiles, both feeling exasperated. After listening, Jin Yun furrowed his brow. Looking at Yue Qing, "Did you truly strike Aunt He?" Undaunted, Yue Qing lifted her chin. "Yes, I did hit her, but I hope Aunt He can learn some manners and the way to treat guests." She cast a pointed look at Yue Yuewan. Seeing there were guests present, Jin Yun stifled his anger. "However, you should not have acted so rashly. After all, Wanwan is currently pregnant, he addressed Yue Qing. Yue Qing sneered, just because she is pregnant. Does that mean she can bully my sister at will? Chung'an has been weak and sickly since childhood and cannot withstand any fright. Had I not arrived in time today, who knows what might have happened? Jin Yun's expression grew grim as he glanced between Yue Qing and Yue Qing, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Chung'an softly spoke, "Brother-in-law, it is all my fault. I am willing to apologize to Aunt He. I will compensate her for the vase." Yue Qing gazed at Chung'an with concern. "What are you apologizing for?" "It's not your fault." Jin Yun took a deep breath. "All right, let us cease this quarrel. Wanwan, you two have erred. You should not have been so impulsive. This matter ends here and must not be mentioned again." With that, he turned and left Shuiyue Pavilion. Yue Qing glared at the scene unfolding before her. Realizing today's incident had been a setback for her, the fault lay in her failure to grasp the situation clearly. Jin Yun did indeed care for her, but in the eyes of others, his reputation took precedence. "Do not be afraid, Chung'an. Everything will be all right with your sister around. If she dares to trouble you again, just tell me, and I will seek justice for you." Chung'an smiled brightly at Yue Qing and replied, "All right, sister, I understand." Chapter 34. The defense plan. Once the new defense plan arrived at the general's residence, Jin Yun promptly ordered that it be closely guarded to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, upon learning this news, Yue Qing could not help but let out a cold laugh. He himself was not without blemish, yet he continued to put on a facade, going to great lengths to guard against any potential upheavals. When Yue Qing opened the defense plan sent by Xiaoheng, she instantly comprehended the other party's intentions. They aimed to draw her into a scheme of deception. "Do we have any of that powder left from last time?" she inquired. "I plan to sneak into Jin Yun's study and steal the defense plan." "Yes, we do. What is your plan, young mistress?" the little companion responded. Yue Qing cautiously articulated,
I want to swap the defense plans.
since the new one just arrived at the general's residence. Jin Yun likely won't hand it over to the barbarian nation so quickly. But once the dust settles, it may be another story. Therefore, I must act swiftly while the opportunity presents itself.
All right.
We can quietly incapacitate those guards like last time, the little companion said excitedly, seemingly eager to begin. Yue Qing nodded slightly, a sly smile curving her lips. As night fell, the general's residence was dimly lit. Clad in dark attire, Yue Qing nimbly navigated the corridors and courtyards. Jin Yun's study was located deep within the residence, heavily guarded. Yet, Yue Qing had already mapped out her route in her mind, skillfully avoiding patrolling guards as she stealthily approached the study. The study's window was ajar, a beam of moonlight spilling onto the desk where a beautifully crafted box lay. Yue Qing glanced at the box, calculating that the defense plan must be inside. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed the window open and leaped inside. The study was simply yet elegantly furnished, with a bookshelf filled with various military texts. Yue Qing approached the desk, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might draw attention. Finally reaching the desk, Yue Qing extended her trembling hands and carefully lifted the box's lid. Upon seeing the defense plan inside, a flicker of barely perceptible joy crossed her eyes, which she swiftly subdued. Yue Qing quickly extracted the defense plan, folded it neatly, and tucked it into her clothing, then replaced the box in its original position. The entire process was executed with precision, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, a faint, hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Yue Qing's heart raced as she hastily stuffed the defense plan into her bosom and swiftly concealed herself behind the bookshelf. With a creak, the door slowly opened, and a guard entered with measured steps. He scanned the room vigilantly, his gaze sharp as an eagle, as if no rustle of leaves could escape his notice. However, after a thorough search, the guard found nothing amiss and turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Once the guard had moved out of sight, Yue Qing let out a sigh of relief, grateful she had not been discovered. Next, she retrieved the forged defense plan given to her by Xiaoheng, carefully placing it back in the box. Then, under the cover of moonlight, she leaped out of the window. Upon returning to Shuiyue Pavilion, Yue Qing meticulously examined the defense plan. After a thorough comparison, she noted that the differences between the two plans were minimal, almost indistinguishable upon cursory glance. It was clear that Xiaoheng had indeed been thorough in his preparations. According to their agreement, Yue Qing packaged the defense plan and delivered it to Jinxiu Building. In that moment, the guard stationed beside Xiaoheng was anxiously awaiting at the entrance of Jinxiu Building, continuously scanning the horizon. As the figure of Yue Qing gradually approached, a heart that had been suspended in anxiety finally eased its tension. Rushing down to meet her, I exclaimed, "Miss, you have arrived. Our master has been waiting for you, for quite some time." Yue Qing hurried upstairs, swiftly making her way to Shi Shaoheng. Handing him the meticulously grasped defense map, "I have obtained the defense map." Shi Shaoheng eagerly accepted the map, unfolding it for a careful examination. Every line and every outpost was clearly visible, evidently crafted with meticulous care. The more he scrutinized it, the more satisfied he became, a joyful smile spreading across his face. "Well done." Shi Shaoheng generously expressed his admiration to Yue Qing. Upon hearing this, Yue Qing's taut nerves finally relaxed, and a smile of relief graced her lips. However, she noticed a peculiar expression on Shi Shaoheng's face and curiously inquired, "It seems you have seen this defense map before?" Shi Shaoheng nodded lightly in affirmation. This defense map was meticulously crafted by myself and several generals, and presenting it to Jin Yun is a strategy of dual purpose. Firstly, it allows us to use her influence to deliver this forged map to the barbarian nation. Secondly, it misleads them into believing this map is genuine, prompting them to make erroneous decisions. Thus, when the two sides engage in battle, our chances of victory will greatly increase. Upon hearing this, Yue Qing could not help but praise the brilliance of the plan. Just imagine, if the barbarian nation were to receive this false defense map, they would undoubtedly adjust their military strategies based on its depicted deployments. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that they have already fallen into a trap. Meanwhile, we can exploit their vulnerabilities and launch a surprise attack, securing victory in the war. At this moment, Yue Qing, unable to contain her curiosity, finally asked, "Earlier, you mentioned helping me with the matter concerning Prince Huai. What strategy do you have in mind?" Shi Shaoheng smiled and began, "You must treat the ailment at its source. Prince Huai's interest in your sister is merely due to the wealth of the Yue family. However, if the Yue family were to possess less wealth, he would find it difficult to pursue." Yue Qing looked at him, puzzled. She was well aware of this, yet the Yue family's wealth was indeed substantial. "So what should we do?" she asked, her brow furrowed. Shi Shaoheng's lips curved into a confident smile as he replied, "You need only to wait patiently. I have already found a strong ally for your Yue family. As long as he is willing to lend his support, there is nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Yue Qing's curiosity deepened, and she eagerly pressed, "Who is this person?" Shi Shaoheng raised his hand, gently pointing toward the sky. Yue Qing instantly understood that he was alluding to the current emperor. However, doubts crept into her mind. How could a sovereign so preoccupied with state affairs concern himself with such trivial matters? Just then, Shi Shaoheng continued, "Indeed, having the Yue family become the imperial merchants will resolve all issues." Hearing this, Yue Qing suddenly grasped the key to the matter but simultaneously recognized that becoming imperial merchants was no simple feat as she pondered. Shi Shaoheng noticed the sudden dimming of her expression and softly reassured her, "There is no need for worry. Everything is under control." Chapter 35. Oversight. Yue Qing was diligently inspecting the recent operations of her shop. Ever since opening this establishment, she had truly transformed into a wealthy woman. The rouge shop alone had yielded considerable profits, winning the favor of many noble women in Yue Qing. However, at that moment, an unexpected commotion erupted within the once peaceful shop. "Is this how you treat your customers?" This sudden inquiry was like a boulder dropped into a lake, instantly creating ripples of disturbance. Yue Qing's heart tightened at the sight, and she quickly signaled to her attendant to investigate the situation. Shortly thereafter, the noise escalated. A woman was angrily pointing at one of the shop's maidservants, her eyes wide with fury as she berated her. The attendant hurriedly approached and respectfully inquired, "May I ask, what seems to be the problem, miss?" The woman snapped back, "I am a personal maidservant to Princess Xian. Recently, our princess purchased a large quantity of high-quality rouge here to gift to friends and relatives. However, this careless girl mistakenly delivered the portion meant for Madame Chen to Madame Li. Now, after using this rouge, Madame Li has developed rashes on her face, causing our princess to lose face. What do you intend to do about this?" She glared at the maidservant, clearly ready to hold her accountable. Upon hearing this, the attendant quickly grasped the situation, inwardly lamenting. He repeatedly apologized while turning to sternly reprimand the erring maidservant, who was already trembling in fear, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. After understanding what had transpired, Yue Qing made a decision. She waved her hand, signaling for those nearby to step back, then smiled gently, addressing the maidservant with a graceful bow. Dear sister, may we step aside for a moment to speak privately? Seeing Yue Qing's courteous demeanor, the maidservant found it difficult to refuse and nodded, following her to the back room. Once seated, Yue Qing spoke softly, her voice melodious like a nightingale's song. This matter is indeed a fault of my shop. We are willing to fully cover the medical expenses for Madame Li's injury and will enlist the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute for her careful treatment. As she spoke, Yue Qing gestured to a nearby person, who promptly understood the cue and brought forth an exquisite wooden box, placing it gently on the table. Opening the box, Yue Qing revealed a set of vibrant and fragrant rouge, carefully handing it to the maidservant with a gentle voice. This is a small token from our shop. I hope you will not find it unworthy. The maidservant gazed at the beautifully crafted rouge, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she regained her composure, sighing. This cannot be entirely blamed on you. Our princess is not unreasonable. It is just that Madame Li's side, alas. Yue Qing understood her implication, replying, I will personally visit Madame Li to express my apologies and ensure the princess receives a satisfactory resolution. Upon hearing this, the maidservant's demeanor softened considerably, and she chose to leave without further trouble. Princess Xian, Fengyue, was renowned for her beauty. Yue Qing had long sought an opportunity to approach her, but had never found the right moment. Now, the chance had finally presented itself, and she was excited to witness the legendary beauty firsthand. Yue Qing turned to her attendant and softly instructed, Xiao Dao, please prepare an exquisite gift. We must pay a visit to the Xian Wangfu and properly honor Madame Fengyue. Though her voice was soft, it carried an air of anticipation. Xiao Dao nodded eagerly. Understood, miss. I will prepare it right away. With that, she hurried off to select the perfect gift. Upon arriving at the Xian Wangfu, Yue Qing observed that it was situated in the most bustling part of the city, yet there were no street vendors hawking their wares nearby. The mansion was grand and imposing, its entrance solemn and dignified, instilling a sense of reverence. Before the entrance, two majestic stone lions sat in silent vigilance, while the roof, adorned with intricate eaves and brackets, exhibited a distinctive architectural style that reflected the owner's refined and extraordinary taste. The guards at the gate, with eyes as sharp as eagles, fixed their gaze firmly on the approaching carriage. They stood upright, hands on their sword hilts, ready for any eventuality, and called out in a thunderous voice, Who goes there? The sound reverberated through the air, like a clap of thunder. Inside the carriage, Yue Qing gently lifted a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Her companion, Xiao Tao, swiftly dismounted and approached the guards, speaking with neither deference nor arrogance. My young lady is the general's wife, here to pay a visit to the princess. Her tone was resolute and steady, betraying no hint of fear. One of the guards nodded in acknowledgement and then dashed into the general's residence. His footsteps were light and nimble, vanishing from sight in an instant. The remaining guards maintained their vigilance, watching Yue Qing and her entourage with keen eyes. Shortly after the notification was delivered, Yue Qing was ushered inside. Traversing through the corridors and courtyards, she finally arrived at a spacious and well-lit hall. Standing at the entrance were two maidservants, who gently opened the door upon her arrival and invited her in. As she stepped inside, Yue Qing's gaze fell upon a woman seated in the main position. Clad in luxurious attire, the woman exuded beauty and dignity, undoubtedly the princess. Yue Qing quickly advanced a few steps, slightly bending her knees in a respectful gesture. I pay my respects to the princess. Rise. Fengyue's voice was soft and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. Are you the proprietor of the rouge shop? Indeed, I am, Yue Qing replied, lifting her gaze to meet Fengyue's. In that moment, she could not help but marvel internally. The woman before her was as enchanting as the rumor suggested, radiating an elegant charm that made her unforgettable with every subtle smile and frown. I am already aware of your visit today. However, the victim in this matter is Lady Li. Fengyue paused momentarily. Upon hearing this, Yue Qing promptly bowed, her tone imbued with respect. Naturally, this incident was our oversight, and we shall make amends. It is only right to apologize for the trouble we caused you. This is the least our shop can do. Yue Qing presented the gifts she had brought, a token of goodwill from her establishment, hoping the princess would find them to her liking. As Fengyue opened the gift box and beheld the unique rouge within, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. The color and fragrance were indeed exceptional. This is a new formula developed by our shop. I hope the princess will accept it. Quite nice, Fengyue nodded. Send a batch to the residence. I hope your shop does not experience a repeat of today's incident. Yue Qing nodded in agreement and then departed the Xianwangfu, making her way towards the Li residence. Chapter 36. Requesting an audience with Lady Li. Yue Qing, accompanied by several attendants, arrived at the entrance of the Li residence, carrying a few large, beautifully packaged gift boxes. The boxes contained precious medicinal herbs she had meticulously selected, valuable in nature. "Madam, someone from the rouge shop is here to see you," a trembling maidservant announced to Lady Li. In recent days, following her facial injury, Lady Li had become increasingly irritable, often scolding her maidservants. One maidservant had even been sent away to the estate for applying the medicine too forcefully. Upon hearing the maid's report of the rouge shop's visit, Lady Li's expression darkened instantly. Frowning, she spoke curtly, "I will not see them. Tell them to leave at once." They had caused her face to become like this and were now seeking her forgiveness. Such a thing was utterly impossible. The maidservant dared not voice any objections and hurriedly conveyed Lady Li's message, dismissing Yue Qing and her entourage without courtesy. Yue Qing was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, her face revealing astonishment and embarrassment. Xiao Dao, accompanying her, trembled with anger and could not help but mutter, "Madam, they are being too unreasonable. We came with good intentions to present gifts, yet they won't even let us in." Yue Qing swiftly raised a hand to silence Xiao Dao, fully understanding Lady Li's current state of mind. After all, which woman in this world would remain indifferent to her appearance? If she were in a similar situation, her own spirits would likely be low as well. Thus, Yue Qing and her attendants quietly stood at the entrance of the Li residence, awaiting a response. As time passed, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, beads of sweat began to form on Yue Qing's forehead, yet she remained steadfast, unmoving. Concerned for her mistress, Xiao Tao urged her again, "Madam, you should go inside the carriage to avoid the sun. It is unwise to remain exposed. What if you fall ill?" However, Yue Qing gently shook her head, declining no need. "Let us wait a little longer." Just as her words fell, the tightly shut gates of the Li residence slowly creaked open. An elderly woman emerged briskly, pausing to scrutinize Yue Qing from head to toe before coldly stating, "Our mistress has said to take your things and leave quickly." With that, she turned away, disregarding Yue Qing and her party. In the face of the woman's frosty demeanor, Yue Qing merely smiled faintly and replied softly, "Thank you, ma'am." She then stepped forward, halting at a distance of 1 step from the woman. Yue Qing produced a delicate pouch from her bosom, presenting it with both hands while gently saying, "This is a small token. Please accept it, ma'am." The woman, skeptical, accepted the pouch and opened it, revealing scattered silver coins within. Her eyes brightened, and a subtle smile crept onto her previously tense features. Looking at Yue Qing, her expression softened considerably. Sensing her efforts bore fruit, Yue Qing felt a surge of joy. The woman continued, "Our mistress has been feeling quite low due to her recent facial damage, and even the master has been indifferent to her, leaving her heartbroken." She sighed deliberately at this point. "Thank you for enlightening me, ma'am." Yue Qing expressed her gratitude sincerely. The woman then turned and re-entered the house. "Madam," Xiao Tao said, her face flushed with indignation. "All right, let us return. We shall come again tomorrow," Yue Qing replied calmly, as if the earlier incident had never occurred.
Today?
Yue Qing had specifically invited the physician, Dr. Li, to accompany her to Lady Li's residence for a consultation. Just as they were about to depart, a maid hurriedly approached with news. "Madam, the people from the rouge shop have returned." Lady Li furrowed her brow, her expression one of impatience. "I have already said I will not see them. How bothersome." At that moment, Lady Li's daughter stepped forward, softly advising Mother, "The proprietor of the rouge shop is the general's wife. For the sake of propriety, you must not be so willful." Lady Li turned to her daughter, her eyes filled with grievance and anger. "But they are the ones who have caused me to look like this. How can I possibly face anyone?" Yesterday, the woman who received the monthly purse quickly interjected, "Madam, they have not only invited the general's wife but also summoned the esteemed Dr. Li from the Imperial Hospital." Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief crossed the face of Lady Li's daughter as she gently grasped her mother's hand, offering comfort. "Mother, did you hear that? Even Dr. Li has come. His medical skills are renowned. Perhaps this time, he can truly heal your face." Although Lady Li felt a lingering dissatisfaction, she recognized that the situation had reached a point where further delay was impossible. Thus, she softly instructed them to come in. Yue Qing entered the hall and saw Lady Li seated. Approaching her, she spoke, "Madam, It was our oversight that caused your injury. Today, we have specifically invited Dr. Li to assist with your treatment, and we hope you'll accept. At that moment, Lady Li regarded Yue Qing in silence, her expression frosty. A woman beside her nudged her with her elbow, prompting Lady Li to finally respond, "Please have a seat. Thank you for your efforts." Seeing Lady Li's willingness to allow Dr. Li to examine her, Yue Qing sighed in relief and smiled as she watched the doctor assess Lady Li's injury.
Doctor.
Li meticulously examined the wound and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "Madam's injury is not severe. With regular medication and some rest, she will recover." Hearing this, the weight in Lady Li's heart was finally lifted. She turned her gaze to Yue Qing, her countenance softening considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Qing rose once more to apologize, "Madam. This was our negligence, and we will certainly be more careful in the future. Here are some newly developed cosmetics from our shop, known for their scar-reducing and beautifying properties. I hope you will like them. Furthermore, all products from our shop will be offered to you at half price in the future, as a gesture of our sincere apology." As she spoke, Yue Qing had a beautifully crafted box of rouge placed on the table. Lady Li's eyes sparkled with surprise at the sight of the box. Yue Qing gently opened it, releasing a delicate fragrance. "Madam, do give it a try," she urged, presenting the rouge to Lady Li. After a moment's hesitation, Lady Li accepted the gift. Although she had initially felt anger, Yue Qing's sincere demeanor quelled her ire. "Seeing your sincerity, I shall let this matter rest," Lady Li conceded. Yue Qing, relieved, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, madam." Thus, the matter reached its conclusion. Chapter 37. The Yue family becomes imperial merchants. With the issue of the rouge shop settled, the Yue family received news from the palace. As the regent had stated, the Yue family was indeed elevated to the status of imperial merchants. It remained a mystery how Xiaoheng had managed to accomplish this so swiftly, yet, given his position, it was likely not a difficult feat to celebrate. The Yue family organized a banquet, inviting all relatives and friends to witness this fortunate occasion. Naturally, the general's household was among those invited. Yue Qing had prepared gifts early on, eagerly awaiting the day of the feast. Just as she and Cheng Yun were engrossed in their chess game, a servant entered to announce, "Madam, lady, he has arrived." Yue Qing was momentarily taken aback, a wave of curiosity washing over her. Meanwhile, Cheng Yun remained focused on the game, unaware of Yue Qing's distraction. Noticing her daze, he gently prompted, "Sister, it's your turn." Regaining her composure, Yue Qing smiled softly and continued with her move. She then instructed the servants to invite Yue Yuewan into the room. Yue Yuewan entered with a light step, performing a slight bow towards Yue Qing. Yue Qing, maintaining a neutral expression, nodded in acknowledgement. "Lady He, what brings you to my Shueihua pavilion today?" Yue Qing set her teacup down slowly, her gaze fixed on Yue Yuewan, curiosity evident in her eyes. Yue Yuewan's face displayed an awkward smile, her eyes darting, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a brief hesitation, she lowered her gaze to Yue Qing, seemingly deliberating how to begin. Yue Qing, perceptive as ever, understood the unspoken tension. With a slight smile, she urged, "Speak." "Lady He." Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Taking a deep breath, Yue Yuewan finally summoned her courage and spoke softly, "I do have a request, and I hope you will grant it. Sister, I have heard that your family's banquet is approaching, and I would like to accompany you. Would that be convenient?" After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Yue Qing. At this moment, Yue Qing scrutinized her with keen interest. What was Yue Yuewan truly scheming? Why had she suddenly expressed a desire to attend the Yue family banquet? It was well known that she had often held the merchant class in disdain, reluctant to entangle herself with them. Now, her sudden eagerness to participate was perplexing.
"Oh."
Yue Qing raised an eyebrow, a playful tone laced with irony in her voice. "But I recall you once said that a woman of your standing would never associate with those of us who engage in trade. What has changed today?" Yue Yuewan's complexion flushed crimson, and she stammered, "Sister, I was thoughtless before and spoke out of turn."
"Please do not take it to heart.
I have come to realize that status and lineage do not define everything, and I wish to seize this opportunity to broaden my circle of friends." Yue Qing stifled a laugh inwardly, noting how quickly Yue Yuewan had altered her stance. Nevertheless, she doubted that her true intentions were as simple as presented. Thus, she decided to probe further into Yue Yuewan's motives. "Very well," Yue Qing replied with a smile. "You may accompany me, but I have one condition." Yue Yuewan quickly inquired. "What is the condition?" "Please say it. I will not refuse if it is within my means. Yue Qing pondered for a moment before articulating, the banquet will host many guests. So, lady, he must exercise caution in her words and actions, ensuring that the reputation of the general's household remains intact. Moreover, I expect you to adhere to my guidance. Yue Qing paused for a moment, then promptly nodded in agreement. Thank you for your trust, sister. I will return to prepare immediately. With that, she turned to leave, her heart uplifted. At that moment, Chang'an approached swiftly, tugging at Yue Qing's sleeve with an expression of displeasure. Sister, how can you bring that wicked woman into our Yue family? She is the one I detest most. Last time, she bullied me terribly. As he spoke, his voice filled with grievance, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yue Qing reached out, tenderly tucking a few loose strands of hair behind Chang'an's ear, her touch gentle and meticulous, her gaze filled with affection and concern. She regarded him intently, as though peering into the depths of his soul. Her eagerness to attend this banquet surely harbors ulterior motives, Yue Qing stated with calm certainty. Upon hearing this, Chang'an furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face. He clutched Yue Qing's hand tightly and whispered, Sister, she is cunning and treacherous. I truly fear she may pose a threat to you. His words were laden with genuine concern for Yue Qing's safety. However, Yue Qing merely smiled faintly, patting Chang'an's hand in a gesture of solace, saying, There is no need for excessive concern. I have my own measures.
Besides,
I am not someone who can be easily manipulated. The Moon family's banquet arrived as scheduled, and Yue Qing, accompanied by Chang'an and Honghua, approached the entrance. At that moment, Yue Qing happened to catch sight of the approaching Li Qing and her companion, concubine Hong. Her previously radiant face instantly darkened, as if shrouded by a layer of ominous clouds. In disbelief, she demanded, Madam, how could you bring her along? What right does someone of her lowly status have to attend this banquet? Her voice brimmed with dissatisfaction and resentment, seemingly filled with intense disdain for concubine Hong's presence. After finishing her words, she cast a contemptuous glance at Honghua. At this moment, Honghua smiled and replied, What status do I possess? You are a concubine, and so am I. Who among us is truly more noble? Yue Qing's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. What do you mean? How can a servant like you compare to me? Although we are both concubines, I am still different from you. Honghua chuckled softly. What difference could there be? We are merely the general's mistresses. Yue Qing trembled with rage. You wretched woman. Yue Qing interjected, Enough of this quarrel. Do you not feel ashamed? Concubine, if you continue to speak, you need not attend. Yue Qing dared not voice her anger, casting a glare at Honghua before lapsing into silence. As she watched Yue Qing and the others board the carriage, Yue Qing glared at their departing figures in fury. The maid beside Yue Qing spoke indignantly, Madam, that woman is truly excessive. Today she has brought concubine Hong with her, clearly a slap in your face. Yue Qing snorted coldly, casting a venomous glance at Yue Qing. After today, I shall see how you continue to act so arrogantly. She then turned to her maid, speaking coldly. Has my mother made arrangements with the contacts? The maid nodded, and seeing their actions, Yue Qing climbed into another carriage, heading towards the Moon residence. Chapter 38. The storm arises as the lamps flickered to life and the night descended. The courtyard of the Moon residence was ablaze with light, illuminating the surroundings. In the courtyard, a stone-paved path was lined with various flowers, exuding a delicate fragrance. Moonlight cascaded like water over the exquisite pavilions, casting dappled shadows. The banquet table was adorned with jade plates filled with delectable dishes. As Yue Qing stepped down from the carriage, her aunt welcomed her with a warm smile. Qinger, you have arrived. Your uncle has been speaking of you for quite some time. Please come inside. Mother, did you not see me? Chang'an feigned anger, looking at Lady Chao. Lady Chao playfully pointed to Chang'an's head and affectionately remarked, Little rascal, finally back home. Have you forgotten your mother?
How could that be?
I have missed you dearly, Chang'an exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lady Chao's. The youthful exuberance in her voice was palpable. And who are these two? Lady Chao inquired, glancing curiously at Li Qing. With Yue Qing and Honghua standing beside her. At this moment, Yue Qing explained to Lady Chao, These are two concubines from the general's residence. Today is a joyous occasion for the Moon family, and they wish to join in the festivities, so I brought them along.
Ah, I see.
Please come in. Lady Chao replied with a warm smile, nodding slightly as she guided them into the courtyard. The group traversed the stone path and arrived at the brightly lit main hall. Uncle Yue had long awaited their arrival and immediately rose to greet them, his face beaming with joy. Qing'er, you have come. And who are these two? Uncle Yu inquired. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Yue Qing and Honghua. Father, they are two concubines from the general's residence, Yue Qing elucidated.
Oh.
So they are esteemed guests from the general's residence. My apologies, Yue responded, promptly bowing his hands in respect. The Moon family's banquet was indeed grand, rivaling those of noble families. Although the Moon family was comprised of merchants, many officials from Yue Qing had come to offer their congratulations. After all, having become the imperial merchants, numerous officials sought to cultivate good relations with the Moon family. Since the passing of Yue Qing's mother, her father's relationship with Yue Qing had grown distant, lacking the previous warmth. Yue Qing did not attend the banquet, but merely sent a gift to be brought by Yue Qing. Yu's father often felt melancholy over the fading brotherhood, but did not force the relationship. The Moon family had no desire to cling to the general's residence, for the disparity between a merchant and a general was vast. At times, Yue Qing pondered why Yue Qing insisted on having Jin Yun marry her. Was it merely for the promise made years ago? Yue Qing evidently held skepticism towards this notion. Qing'er, come with me for a moment, her father requested. Yue Qing followed him into the study, where Yue closed the door and regarded her with a serious expression. Qing'er, did you know that the Moon family would rise to prominence so swiftly? Yue Qing nodded, not wishing to deceive her father. Indeed, father, I was already aware. Yu's father fell into deep contemplation, no wonder. The brothers of the Moon family have labored for many years to become imperial merchants, without success. Yet now, it has come so easily. I cannot help but suspect that it is related to you. Qing'er, I know of your abilities. I do not question you. I merely hope for your safety. Yue Qing nodded, touched. This was her father, who stood resolutely behind her no matter her actions. She embraced him tightly, saying, Thank you, father. I will ensure my safety and will not cause you worry. After conversing with her father, Yue Qing felt considerably lighter and rejoined the festive atmosphere of the banquet. At that moment, the guests at the banquet exchanged glances in astonishment. Who would have thought that a mere merchant could attract the personal visit of the regent? Yu's father cast a glance at Yue Qing, and everything fell into place. It made sense. Without assistance, how could the family so easily become imperial merchants? Come, father, let us go welcome the regent. The guests respectfully bowed to the regent as he arrived. No need for formality. I am merely joining in the festivities, he remarked, causing the atmosphere of the banquet to grow tense, as everyone feared offending him, given his notorious reputation. Yue Qing, glancing inadvertently in the direction of the regent, found him gazing back at her, their eyes locking momentarily. Realizing her abruptness, she hastily averted her gaze. The regent chuckled at her reaction, then leisurely lifted a wine cup from the table to drink. Honghua spoke, Madam, you instructed me to keep an eye on he concubine, and I have noticed she has ventured deeper into the garden. After a while, a young man followed her inside. At that moment, Yue Qing's understanding crystallized. She had painstakingly arranged for Yue Yuan to accompany her, likely to meet this man. They must be plotting something. Honghua, keep a close watch on her. Seeing Yue Qing's solemn demeanor, Honghua did not hesitate and promptly departed. Meanwhile, in the depths of the garden, Yue Yuan lay in the embrace of a young man, her expression sorrowful. Her delicate features revealed an endless well of sadness and melancholy. Jiangjia, the general's residence is no place for a person like me. Yue Qing bullies me daily, and Jin Yun does not come to my aid. With that, she burst into tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken dam as her words hung in the air. The man, feeling a pang of empathy, gently placed his hand on Yue Yuan's slender waist, whispering soothingly, It is my fault. Now that I have returned to Yue Qing, I will ensure you no longer suffer. That scoundrel Jin Yun dares to treat you this way. I shall seek justice for you in the future. Hearing his words, Yue Yuan's expression softened slightly as she responded, But I have become Jin Yun's concubine. It will be difficult to extricate myself from the general's household. She gazed helplessly at the man. He wiped away her tears with tender care, his voice filled with concern. Wan, do not be sorrowful. None of this is your fault. I am about to participate in the imperial examination and will surely free you from this confinement. A flicker of hope ignited in Yue Yuan's heart at his words. After sharing a tender moment, she composed herself and turned her gaze towards him, her eyes revealing a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Qingjia, is everything arranged as planned? Please, do not let anything go awry. The man smiled faintly, exuding confidence and tranquility. He straightened his posture and replied with unwavering determination, "Rest assured. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. Today, I shall ensure that Yue Qing loses face." A satisfied smile appeared on Yue Qing's face upon hearing this. Nodding gently, she stepped forward, saying, "Well then, let us go and witness the spectacle to see how Yue Qing concludes this matter." With that, the two exited the garden, one following the other. "Master, trouble has arisen. A scholar claims to be our young lady's fiancé and has come bearing a token." Lai Fu rushed in, addressing Yu's father. The guests exchanged glances, for Yu's father had only one daughter, who was now the general's wife. Could the man be referring to the general's wife? Yue Qing scoffed, realizing that this individual had been waiting for her. His audacity to come here suggested that Yue Qing had prepared thoroughly. What is going on? Yu's father looked at his daughter with confusion. "Let him in. My daughter wishes to see this so-called fiancé," he commanded. At that moment, a plain-looking man entered, led by a servant. Dressed in coarse fabric, his attire appeared faded from washing. Upon seeing Yue Qing, he rushed forward, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Qing'er, I am Yushu. Do you not remember me?" Yue Qing regarded him coolly. "I do not recognize you. If you claim to know me, where did we meet, and what proof do you possess?" The man, agitated, produced a jade pendant from his bosom, gazing earnestly at Yue Qing, his eyes full of deep emotion. Anyone witnessing this would assume Yue Qing had wronged him. "Qing'er, do you not recall the year before last when you were on your way to the Buddhist temple and encountered robbers? I saved you. We fell for each other. And you entrusted this jade pendant to me." Yue Qing chuckled derisively. "How could I forget such an event?" "Qing'er, how can you say that? I am your savior. Yet you display such ingratitude." His voice trembled with tears, appearing deeply wronged. "A savior? Are you jesting?" Yue Qing retorted, her gaze icy and dismissive. The man's expression shifted from heartfelt to enraged as he shouted at Yue Qing, "Qing'er, I have finally found you, and you treat me this way? I heard them say you are the general's wife, so you have climbed to a higher branch." A subtle smile graced Yue Qing's lips as she replied softly, "What? Are you no longer pretending?" Her tone was calm, yet laced with mockery, as if she had already discerned his true intentions. The man's gaze swept over the surrounding guests before returning to Yue Qing. He pondered that the benefactor who had located him had informed him of the Yue family's immense wealth. If he succeeded today, he could escape his hardships and perhaps elevate his entire family to a prosperous life in Yue Qing. The thought of this ignited his greed even further. He raised his head, widening his eyes, and declared boldly to Yue Qing, "Yue Qing, you have violated our agreement. I will report you to the authorities." His tone was filled with fury and resolve. The laws of Yue clearly stated that if two individuals exchanged tokens of affection, they could not marry or remarry without parental consent. Only after the dissolution of their engagement could they choose their own spouses. The man believed this declaration would instill fear in Yue Qing, making her retreat. "Very well. I am quite curious to know what error I have committed. Go ahead and report me." Yue Qing's eyes were resolute, seemingly undeterred by his threats. In fact, her current demeanor puzzled him. Did women of high birth not care about their reputation? At that moment, Yue Qing, witnessing the turn of events, could not help but speak up. "Sister, do you truly not recognize him? But the jade pendant he holds is one I have seen you wear." Her words only stoked the flames, and the surrounding guests turned their attention to Yue Qing. With a cold laugh, Yue Qing's frosty gaze shifted to Yue Qing, filled with disdain. "I possess countless jade pendants. Do you expect me to acknowledge anyone simply because they claim to possess one of my trinkets? Sister, are you so eager to vouch for others that you have become a willing accomplice?" Her voice rang clear and vibrant throughout the banquet hall. Yue Qing's face turned as pale as paper, eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Yue Qing, her lips trembling. "Sister, what do you mean?" "I am simply speaking the truth. How could I harbor such thoughts?" "Humph. If you cannot articulate yourself, I suggest you remain silent. No one will mistake you for a mute." Yue Qing ruthlessly interrupted Yue Qing's defense, her tone stern. Turning her attention back to the man, Yue Qing demanded, "You claim I harbor feelings for you, but do you possess any other evidence? A mere jade pendant cannot substantiate your claims." The man faltered, at a loss for words. Just then, Yue Qing's father stepped forward, asserting, "I trust my daughter's character. She would never bring shame upon our family. This man dares to slander her and must be reported to the authorities." A smirk played on Yue Qing's lips as she observed his sudden pallor. beads of sweat forming on his brow, his lips turning pale from anxiety. Upon hearing the mention of reporting him, the man trembled in fear yet feigned bravado, looking at Yue Qing and declaring, "Even if you report me, I am not afraid. This is proof." He raised the so-called token high. The guests, who had initially sided with Yue Qing, now harbored doubts upon witnessing the man's audacity. "Very well. The truth shall eventually come to light. Let us proceed to report this matter." With that, Yue Qing instructed Lai Fu to take the necessary steps for reporting. At that moment, the regent, who had been quietly observing the scene, suddenly spoke up. "Why make things so troublesome? My subordinates are all capable individuals and will surely compel her to speak the truth." The man gazed at him, exuding an air of nobility and confidence, and mustered the courage to inquire, "And who might you be?" "I assure you, everything I have said is the unvarnished truth. Do not think to coerce me into confession." At that moment, the regent smiled faintly, uttering no words. However, a guard approached and kicked the man to the ground. "How dare you show such disrespect to the regent?" Upon realizing it was the regent, the man nervously retreated a few steps. The temperament of the regent was well known throughout the nation. Anyone who incurred his displeasure was doomed to a dire fate. "Hold him down, strike." A single word from the regent shattered the man's final defenses. The man cried out in agony, continually pleading, "Your Highness, I acknowledge my wrongs.
Please spare me."
Someone instructed me to do this. They promised me a sum of silver if I followed their orders. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes turning towards Yue Qing. Who could harbor such deep-seated animosity as to ruin a woman's virtue in this manner?
"Who is it?"
Yue Qing asked the man. Shaking his head, he replied,
"I do not know."
"He gave me a sum of silver and this jade pendant, instructing me to come to the Yu residence, saying he would reward me further once the task was complete." "Very well. Still unwilling to speak the truth? Strike him," Yue Qing said coldly. The regent's guards seized the man. As the first strike fell, the man, unable to endure the pain, began to beg for mercy. Chapter 40. The outcome amidst his cries of "I was wrong. My lord, I confess. I will tell you everything I know." Yue Qing found a comfortable position and gracefully sat down, then slowly inquired, "Who sent you to tarnish my reputation?" Her voice was calm, yet carried an air of authority that instilled a sense of reverence. The man trembled, his face twisted in despair as he replied, "I truly do not know. He always approached me first, and just now he was the one who brought me to the Yu residence." His tone was laden with fear and helplessness. Upon hearing this, the regent furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He turned to the guard beside him and commanded, "Investigate." The guard complied and swiftly departed. Before long, the guards returned with a diminutive, unattractive man in tow. They approached the regent, offering a formal military salute, and reported, "My lord, this man is the one we located following the vendor's guidance. We apprehended him at a gambling house not far from here." With that, the guards pushed the small man forward. The regent scrutinized him intently, his gaze piercing as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. He coldly demanded, "Speak. Who instructed you to act in this manner?" The small man trembled, stammering, "My lord, I am merely a pawn, acting on the behest of others. This has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life." The regent huffed disdainfully, his voice sharp. "Enough with your excuses. If you do not confess truthfully, I might still grant you a chance at life." The small man's face turned pale with terror, and he hastily bowed his head, pleading, "It was him. He ordered me to do this." At this revelation, everyone's gaze shifted to a man in the crowd. Bai, upon realizing who it was, took several steps back. Hadn't he just assured her of the plan's infallibility? How could he be exposed so swiftly? The regent's expression grew increasingly frigid as he regarded Yue Qing amidst the throng, resembling a man staring down a corpse. "Young sir, I believe we are unacquainted. Why would you employ someone to besmirch my honor?" Yue Qing looked at Yue Qing with terror, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent. His legs weakened, trembling involuntarily. "My lady must have misunderstood. I do not know her and would never conspire against her. Surely, this person harbors ulterior motives and seeks to slander me." The regent regarded Yue Qing with palpable skepticism and disdain, stating, "Whether it be a misunderstanding or the truth, the distinction will soon become evident. Take him away and conduct a thorough interrogation." Two guards promptly stepped forward, one on each side, seizing Yue Qing by the arms. He struggled, his complexion ashen, vociferously protesting, Regent, you cannot take the word of just one person. I did not conspire against the general's wife. The regent ignored Yue Qing's protests, merely waving his hand to signal the guards to escort him away. He then turned back to the small man, his voice chillingly calm. You claim he directed you. Do you possess any evidence? The small man shrank back, retrieving a pouch from his bosom, trembling as he spoke. This is the deposit he gave me, promising the remainder upon completion of the task. Very well, investigate. The regent replied impassively. Yue Qing smiled faintly, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She approached the regent and whispered, Thank you for your assistance, my lord. No need for thanks. I have always taken pleasure in aiding others, he replied. The officials familiar with the regent exchanged incredulous glances, unable to forget his previous displays of ruthlessness towards corrupt officials. Dear sister, we have been out for quite some time. I shall return first, Bai cautiously suggested as she approached Yue Qing. Yue Qing abruptly turned, fixing her gaze on Bai with intensity. Why the haste, sister? Do you not wish to discover who orchestrated the audacity to tarnish my reputation? Bai inwardly lamented her predicament, yet feigned a pitiful expression. I naturally hope you can clear your name, but it is late, and I feel unwell. I must take my leave. Her voice dwindled, as if fearing to provoke further discontent from Yue Qing. However, just as Bai took a few steps away, she was suddenly blocked by a guard beside the regent. No one may leave until the matter is thoroughly investigated. General Gu has risked his life for the nation, achieving great feats. Now, his wife suffers unjustly, and I shall ensure justice is served. The regent's voice was cold and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Bai's complexion turned as pale as a ghost. Devoid of color, as she stared at the regent in sheer terror, her body sapped of all strength. Did not the regent typically avoid meddling in such affairs?
Why was he so involved today?
The lord has confessed. Yue Qing has confessed. Upon hearing the guard's declaration, Bai visibly panicked, retreating into a corner, fearful of being ensnared in the unfolding scandal. It was the concubine of the general's household. She claimed the lady bullied her daily, and she was left with no choice. The guards then glanced towards Yue Qing and then back at Bai. Hearing this, Yue Qing felt a cold laugh rising within her. She had long suspected that this matter was related to the concubine, but little did she expect her to be so vindictive as to collude with outsiders to frame her. Sister, what do you have to say? Yue Qing looked at Bai, her eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Bai hastily shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as she implored, No, sister, I would never harm you. It is all a misunderstanding. However, Yue Qing did not believe her words. She quietly leaned closer to Yuewan's ear and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Sister, what are you pretending? Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Don't assume I'm unaware of your true thoughts. Although Yue Qing's words were gentle, the underlying warning sent a shiver down Yuewan's spine. Just then, the silent regent suddenly spoke. Ah, such a commotion. A concubine dares to frame the headmistress. What audacity! Lock her up. The regent's words sent a shockwave through everyone present. Yuewan struggled in terror, her gaze pleadingly directed at Yue Qing, filled with despair. Yet, Yue Qing merely regarded her coldly, devoid of any sympathy. Chapter 41. The reversal. With such chaos erupting at the banquet, the members of the Yue family were all distracted. The guests, having witnessed the farce, gradually began to disperse. Yue Qing gracefully approached the regent, bowing deeply in respect. Her figure was elegant, her attire flowing, and her movements poised and appropriate. She slightly inclined her body and respectfully said, I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Your Highness. Had you not intervened today, I would have found it impossible to clear my name, even if I had 100 mouths to speak with. Your kindness is a debt I cannot repay. Her voice was melodious, akin to a celestial melody, filled with sincerity and gratitude that moved those who heard it. Yue Qing's heartfelt words prompted a subtle nod from the regent, who acknowledged her thanks. Had it not been for his presence, her reputation might have been irreparably tarnished. Her respect for the regent deepened. Just as the regent prepared to depart, a sudden commotion at the entrance drew everyone's attention. Lai Fu stood at the door, his gaze fixed intently on Jin Yun, his expression impassive. He spoke in a stiff tone, The banquet is over. General, please take your leave. Lai Fu harbored contempt and dissatisfaction towards Jin Yun, having heard of his reckless behavior in the Yue residence. Men who favor concubines over their wives are the most despicable. Upon hearing Lai Fu's unrelenting words, Jin Yun's expression darkened to an extreme, a storm brewing within him. His eyes widened as he glared at Lai Fu, as if wishing to devour him whole. He could scarcely believe that a mere servant dared to address him thus, leaving him feeling an unprecedented humiliation and fury. He shot a fierce glare at Lai Fu before turning to Yue Qing. I have matters to discuss with Yue Qing. Jin Yun's voice was tinged with anger. General, it is late. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow, Yue Qing replied coolly, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Jin Yun. She had rushed here in a frenzy upon hearing of the incident at the Yue residence. How could Wan, with such a kind heart, be capable of harming the mistress? It must be a trap set by Yue Qing to harm Wan. Yue Qing, where is Wan now? He demanded, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on her. His voice sharp. In the face of his interrogation, Yue Qing remained remarkably composed, fearlessly meeting his gaze with a cold smile. General Gu, did you come to the Yue residence today to congratulate us, or are you here to settle scores with me? Seeing the regent standing beside Yue Qing, Jin Yun's anger seemed to wane somewhat. After all, given the regent's status, he felt an undeniable trepidation. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he suppressed the burgeoning emotions within him. Of course, I am here to offer my congratulations. His voice was low and powerful, with a hint of reluctance. Jin Yun knew this was not the opportune moment for anger. With the regent present, he had to restrain himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Yue Qing's response was like a splash of cold water dousing his fervor. If that is the case, I thank you, General. Yet, if your purpose pertains to Aunt He, let us discuss it another day. Her words struck Jin Yun's heart like a sharp blade. Yue Qing, how could you be so cruel? Wan is with child. How can she be imprisoned? Yue Qing snorted, taking deliberate steps toward Jin Yun. Jin Yun, she has embarrassed me. Had it not been for the regent helping me uncover the truth today, I would have been taken to the government office. I am not magnanimous. My heart is rather small, and I shall not easily let her off. With that, she regarded Jin Yun with cold indifference. At that moment, a soft voice, like a sweet melody, reached Yue Qing's ears. Little master, do not be sad. I will help you deal with this scoundrel. Yue Qing, do not drink the toast, and then face the punishment. How could Wan, so kind-hearted, do such a thing? Jin Yun exclaimed angrily. The regent looked at Jin Yun and asked, Are you questioning my ability to handle matters, General? If you desire evidence, I shall provide it. Upon hearing the regent speak, Jin Yun was taken aback and immediately stood, bowing deeply to the regent. I dare not. If you dare not, then please remain calm, General Gu. The truth of the matter will be determined by me. His words conveyed an undeniable authority. Even if Jin Yun felt reluctant, he could only swallow his grievances. Yue Qing watched with interest as Jin Yun faced his humiliation, a surge of indescribable joy swelling within her. A subtle smile graced her lips, barely perceptible. She turned to the regent, her eyes filled with gratitude. Your Highness, I am deeply appreciative. After the regent departed, Yue Qing turned to leave. Jin Yun called after her. Yue Qing, I implore you, just this once, spare Wan. Jin Yun, you truly have an enormous face. Why should I spare her? I endured her troubles before, but now she has committed acts that tarnish my name, she retorted, leaving without looking back, leaving Jin Yun standing alone at the Yue residence's entrance. Passers-by regarded him with mocking glances. He could not believe Wan would harm anyone. She was too innocent. He needed to uncover the truth and restore her honor. Without delay, he hurried to the government office's prison. The officials, recognizing Jin Yun, promptly opened the prison doors. Inside, Yue Qing and another man were confined in separate cells. The man, upon seeing someone approach, anxiously called out, Are you with the regent? I have told you everything I know. He found me, gave me a sum of money, and instructed me to do this. He pointed towards the adjacent cell, where Yue Qing was held. Jin Yun followed the direction of the man's finger and recognized a familiar figure. He recalled Wan mentioning that this man was her cousin, who had taken her in after she was deceived and had nowhere else to go. Why was he here now? Yue Qing, upon seeing Jin Yun, was visibly taken aback. Quick, save Wan. She is still with child. Jin Yun inquired, Where is Wan now? I do not know, but she was taken away by the regent's men. It seems she is imprisoned in the wood storage of the Yue residence. Upon hearing that the regent's men had taken away Yue Yuan, Jin Yun was momentarily at a loss. He had previously noticed that the regent's people were fixated on him, prompting him to limit his interactions with them to avoid revealing any of his actions. Now, with Wanwan captured, could it be that the regent intended to extract information from her regarding him? After all, why would such a lofty figure as the regent involve himself in a mere squabble between daughters? With this thought in mind, he rushed out to find Yue Qing. Chapter 42. Jin Yun's misfortune. In a state of frantic urgency, Jin Yun dashed toward the Yue residence, but then realized the possibility that the household servants might obstruct his entry. Thus, he resolved to take a desperate measure and scale the wall. With agility, he climbed the barrier, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Once assured that he remained undetected, he leapt down silently. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on him. Just as Jin Yun believed everything was proceeding smoothly, a powerful hand suddenly struck him from behind, landing squarely on the back of his head. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Yue Qing stood quietly nearby, observing the fallen Jin Yun with a hint of amusement at the corners of her mouth. Just as the regent had anticipated, Jin Yun could not contain his eagerness to seek out Yue Qing. Her gaze shifted to the two men beside her, and she smiled, instructing, "Please convey my gratitude to your lord." The men bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Once the regent's men departed, Yue Qing commanded the servants to wrap Jin Yun in a sack. With a subtle gesture to Lai Fu, he understood the directive. "Help! There's a thief who has broken into the Yue residence," Lai Fu shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing his call, the household servants rushed in from all directions. "Lai Fu, where's the thief?" one servant inquired anxiously. Lai Fu, with a sense of pride, pointed to the sack on the ground and feigned calmness, declaring, "I have already subdued him." The servants, upon seeing this, surged forward, kicking the sack with vigor and hurling insults. Subsequently, they encircled Lai Fu, chattering excitedly, "Lai Fu, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage to capture this thief?" Feeling a surge of pride from the admiration of his fellow servants, Lai Fu cleared his throat and boisterously proclaimed, "I was merely passing by when I saw the thief scaling the wall. Without hesitation, I charged forward and landed a punch, knocking him out cold. Ha, do you not agree that I am impressive?" He raised his fist triumphantly, his face beaming with pride. "Lai Fu, now that the thief is caught, what shall we do? Should we inform the master?" one servant asked, a worried expression crossing his face. Lai Fu lightly tapped the servant's head, scolding, "How could you be so foolish? It is already late into the night. The master is likely fast asleep. We shall keep him here and take turns watching over him, reporting to the authorities in the morning." "Indeed, Lai Fu speaks wisely. I will take first watch, and when others arrive, they can relieve me." The servant nodded in agreement. Thus, Jin Yun spent the entire night confined within the sack. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, the servants eagerly prepared to take him to the officials, claiming he was a thief who had broken into the Yue residence. "Let us proceed," Lai Fu instructed the servants. They all echoed in agreement and hoisted Jin Yun toward the door. Yue Qing observed the scene with a glint of cunning in her eyes. "Jin Yun, let us see how you flaunt your arrogance this time," she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Jin Yun gradually regained consciousness in the sack, blinking as he struggled to adjust to the darkness around him. Finding himself unable to see anything, he realized he was tightly bound and carried by several people. He attempted to wrestle free but found the ropes binding him far too restrictive. Moreover, something had been forced into his mouth, making it difficult to breathe or call for help. Pain radiated from his back, as though he had sustained a heavy blow. Remaining vigilant, Jin Yun listened attentively to the commotion outside, not wanting to miss any opportunity for escape. He distinctly recalled visiting the Yue residence. How had he ended up knocked out? Was this Yue Qing's doing? Suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. "This thief is quite audacious, daring to scale the walls of the Yue residence." Indeed. Thankfully, Lai Fu is quite skilled, capturing this scoundrel with ease. Jin Yun listened intently as the conversation unfolded. When did he become a thief? Lai Fu? Wasn't he the servant responsible for guarding the entrance to the Yue estate? Could it be that he was the one who knocked him out? However, Jin Yun had never perceived any martial prowess in him. Could it be that he had been concealing his abilities all along? At that moment, the sound of drumming reached his ears. Where was he? Panic set in. Who was beating the drum? A servant spoke up. "I am a servant of the Yue family. Last night, a thief broke in, and we have apprehended him. We have come to report to the authorities." "Bring him forth for me to see," commanded an authoritative voice. Jin Yun was brought forward, and he inwardly lamented his predicament. He was now in a position where he could not defend himself. If his military identity were to be revealed, it would be utterly embarrassing. As someone began to unravel the sack, Jin Yun finally glimpsed the bright light, momentarily blinding him. A servant removed the cloth from his mouth. "Do you acknowledge your crime?" inquired the Deputy Minister of Justice, striking the wooden block. "I do not," Jin Yun replied coldly, dismissing the inquiry with indifference. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a figure descended from above in astonishment. "General Gu?
How could this be?
Why have you become a thief?" At that moment, Jin Yun wished he could sink into the ground, utterly humiliated in front of all those present. The Yue family's servant cast a skeptical glance at Lord Jin Yun beside him. "You must be mistaken. This person scaled the wall of the Yue residence last night. How could he possibly be a general?" The Deputy Minister of Justice interjected. "Could I possibly be mistaken?" He hastily ordered for Jin Yun to be untied. Looking at Jin Yun, the Deputy Minister of Justice said, "General, will you not explain yourself?" If he failed to clarify the situation today, it would be difficult for him to leave this place. Thus, he concocted a tale about scaling the wall to find his wife. The onlookers seemed eager for a spectacle, as they had witnessed Jin Yun's actions before the Yue residence the previous night. Surely it was for that concubine? Jin Yun could no longer endure the gazes of those surrounding him and interjected, "May I take my leave now?" "General Gu, if that is the case, let your wife come to escort you home," came the response, followed by orders to send someone to the Yue residence to fetch Yue Qing. Jin Yun, upon hearing these words, cast a displeased glance at him. "You do not trust this general. The general has misunderstood. Matters must be clarified. Please wait patiently for a moment until the lady arrives to fetch you." Thus, Jin Yun could only wait anxiously for Yue Qing's arrival. Chapter 43. A performance. Upon learning of the officials' arrival, Yue Qing did not hastily go to meet them but deliberately let them wait for a while. This time, she was determined to solidify the accusation against Jin Yun of mistreating his wife for the sake of a favored concubine, making it easier for her to leave the general's residence in the future. Xiaodao hesitated before speaking. "Madam, I have heard the rumors outside. Are you truly going?" To refuse would be to disregard the larger picture. With Yue Qing still confined within the Yue family, she was eager to see what Jin Yun could possibly stir up. "Of course, we cannot miss such a spectacle," Yue Qing replied with a casual smile. At present, Jin Yun remained at the government office, indicating that he had completely missed the morning court session. There had also been reports the previous day of him publicly scolding his lawful wife for the sake of a concubine. The current emperor was notoriously displeased with such acts of favoritism. Yue Qing was curious to see how the emperor would handle him. "But, madam, the general is so foolish. Why not let him learn a lesson?" "Let him learn? Humph, with his demeanor, how could that be possible?" A glint of severity flashed in Yue Qing's eyes. "Naturally, he must be shown a lesson, but not just yet." She intended to methodically strip Jin Yun of everything, allowing him to feel the weight of suffering. Yue Qing strode toward the door, with Xiaodao hurrying to follow. Upon reaching the main hall, Yue Qing encountered the officials and feigned surprise. "Gentlemen, may I ask what brings you here today?" she inquired slowly. One of the officials spoke up. "Today, your household servant has reported a burglary, and it turns out that it was General Go himself. We have come to request that you accompany us to bring him back." Yue Qing displayed a bewildered expression upon hearing this.
How could that be?
"My servant indeed mentioned catching a thief, but how could it possibly be the general?" She fixed her gaze directly on the officials. One of them explained, "We kindly ask you to accompany us for a moment. We cannot clarify everything here, but you will understand once you reach the government office." Yue Qing felt a surge of delight internally, but feigned concern, saying, "In that case, please wait a moment while I change my attire." Once inside her chamber, Yue Qing whispered a few words to Xiaodao, who nodded eagerly in response. Shortly after, Yue Qing followed the officials to the government office. There, she met Jin Yun in a state of panic. She approached him, pulled out a handkerchief, and began to wipe the grime from his face, then pretended to speak with feigned concern. "General, how could you let yourself come to such a state? Who has harmed you?" Jin Yun gazed at Yue Qing in confusion, wondering if he had misjudged her intentions. Was it truly an accident that these servants had seized him? Noticing his silence, Yue Qing urged, "General, why are you lost in thought?" Jin Yun brushed aside her subsequent actions, straightening his appearance. At that moment, Yue Qing feigned sorrow, tears sparkling in her eyes, looking pitifully at Jin Yun. Xiao Dao interjected, General, yesterday concubine, he committed such a grave error. The madam merely confined her without any further action, treating her well. Why must you scale the walls of the general's residence in the dead of night for her sake? The madam does not truly prevent you from calling for her. Xiao Tao's words echoed throughout the hall, causing those unaware of the circumstances to turn their attention to Yue Qing. Jin Yun's face twisted with rage as he glared at Xiao Tao. How dare a mere maid speak so freely? Xiao Tao, upon hearing this, felt tears welling up and timidly hid behind Yue Qing. General, Xiao Tao is merely defending me. Concubine, he has been well treated in the Yu residence. I have not wronged her. Seeing Yue Qing's demeanor, Jin Yun realized she was merely acting. Suppressing his anger, he smiled and said, I went last night to apologize to you, not to seek out concubine he. At his words, Yue Qing felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Even at this moment, he could still feign such deep affection. Very well, if he wished to continue the charade, she would gladly play along. Just then, Jin Yun reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind Yue Qing's ear, but she suddenly stepped back, a look of terror crossing her face. General, I was wrong. Please do not strike me. Her utterance fell clearly upon the ears of everyone present, startling them into whispers and furtive glances at Jin Yun, who was now enveloped in a dark fury. He lowered his voice and bellowed, What nonsense are you spouting? With tears in her eyes, Yue Qing trembled as she replied, General, I know I was wrong. It was I who spoke incorrectly. The murmurs around them grew louder, all eyes fixated on the pair. Jin Yun's expression shifted from pale to furious, his gaze toward Yue Qing brimming with menace. Yue Qing, observing his anger and helplessness, felt a cold smile bloom within her. Her objective today was to humiliate Jin Yun before everyone. General, I know I have erred, but I genuinely wish the best for you. How could you neglect morning court for the sake of a concubine? Yue Qing spoke again, her voice tinged with feigned sorrow and grievance. Her words ignited a wave of astonishment and commotion around them, the noise swelling into a cacophony. Meanwhile, Jin Yun's face darkened further, a storm brewing within him. His once sharp eyes now filled with a furious red, fixated on Yue Qing as if he wished to devour her whole. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the Deputy Minister of Justice hastily approached, standing beside Jin Yun and lowering his voice to say, General Go, as a prominent minister of the court, you ought to serve as a model for others. How can you lose composure over a mere concubine? Such behavior is truly unbecoming. Hearing these words, Jin Yun felt a surge of humiliation wash over him, his frustration mounting. After shooting a fierce glare at Yue Qing, he forcefully pushed through the crowd of onlookers and stormed into the carriage of the Yue family. Yue Qing, witnessing the scene, cast an apologetic glance at the Deputy Minister of Justice before following him into her own carriage. Once seated, Jin Yun erupted with fury, directing his ire at Yue Qing. Did you say that on purpose? Yue Qing forced a bitter smile, gently shaking her head and responding in a nonchalant tone. Why should the general be so angry? Was it not you who initiated this performance for my sake? I merely played along with your intentions. Upon hearing her words, Jin Yun could no longer contain his rage. He abruptly reached out and tightened his grip around Yue Qing's neck, his strength suggesting he intended to bring her to her end. Yue Qing's breathing grew rapid, her complexion gradually paling due to lack of oxygen, yet she exhibited no signs of resistance. Just as she was on the brink of suffocation, Jin Yun unexpectedly released his grip. Yue Qing gasped heavily, her body collapsing as if all strength had drained from her. Nevertheless, in pursuit of her goals, she bore the inner torment and physical discomfort, laboriously gathering herself. Her gaze resolutely fixed upon Jin Yun, a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. Jin Yun, remember everything that transpired today. One day, I shall make you pay for this. Yue Qing's voice was cold, laced with animosity. Jin Yun emitted a derisive snort. Humph. Yue Qing, do not recklessly test my patience. Next time, it shall not be so simple. With that, he strode down from the carriage, leaving Yue Qing alone within. Her thoughts lingered on the harrowing scene, unable to shake off the lingering shock. After a considerable time, she finally descended from the carriage. The surrounding villagers, noticing the evident marks around Yue Qing's neck, cast sympathetic and astonished glances. They began to murmur, discussing the domestic violence rumored to be inflicted by Jin Yun. Initially, they had merely heard whispers of such claims, uncertain of their veracity. However, upon witnessing Yue Qing's injuries firsthand, they unhesitatingly embraced the gossip as truth. Soon, the news spread like wildfire throughout Yue Qing, igniting discussions about the Gu family's affairs, and Jin Yun found himself at the center of public scorn. At this moment, the Yue residence was peaceful, yet Bai Yuewan paced anxiously in the small courtyard, her brow furrowed, filled with confusion and concern. Why was Yue Qing isolating herself here? Was she attempting to assert her dominance? Just then, the door to Xiaoya's room suddenly swung open, and Bai Yuewan quickly turned to see Jin Yun rushing in. His eyes conveyed urgency and concern as he embraced Bai Yuewan tightly. Wan, are you all right? Jin Yun's voice trembled with anxiety. Bai Yuewan, finding solace in his embrace, buried her head deep in his chest, tears streaming forth like a dam bursting. Husband, you have finally come to rescue me. I was so frightened here alone. Hearing her lament, Jin Yun's heart ached as if pierced by daggers. He gently patted her back, reassuringly stating, "Do not fear. I am here, and I will seek justice for you." However, this heartfelt exchange stirred no reaction within Yue Qing. She stood silently aside, observing the affectionate couple with an expression devoid of emotion. Jin Yun lifted Bai Yuewan, preparing to leave the Yue household. As they passed by Yue Qing, Jin Yun halted, glaring fiercely at her, uttering a harsh warning. "Yue Qing, you shall see. I will not let you off easily." With that, he strode away, cradling Bai Yuewan. Yue Qing offered no response, merely watching him depart before turning to Xiao Dao beside her. "Is everything arranged?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Once he leaves, the real excitement shall commence." Upon reaching the entrance of the Yue residence, Jin Yun found the area crowded with onlookers. "You see, I told you so." Jin Yun only climbed over the Yue residence's walls for that concubine. One exclaimed, "General Gu is truly such a person. Heavens!" Another added, "When the general's wife disembarked from the carriage, I saw the large marks around her neck." Jin Yun's expression darkened upon hearing the murmurs. He attempted to explain, but to no avail. At that moment, a carriage arrived, and a familiar face emerged from the window, the current imperial censor. Observing the chaotic scene, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. He gazed sternly at Jin Yun, declaring, "General Gu, I never anticipated you would disregard your status for a concubine, committing such an undignified act. Today, I shall report this to the emperor." Jin Yun felt a jolt of alarm. Why was he here? Had Yue Qing summoned him? But then he thought, no, Yue Qing was merely the daughter of a merchant. How could she possess the power to summon an imperial censor? Not wishing to dwell on this matter further to avoid entanglement with the censor, Jin Yun tightened his hold on Bai Yuewan and swiftly retreated into the carriage, leaving the scene. However, another occupant sat within, the regent, Shi Shaoheng. "Well done," Shi Shaoheng remarked. "Thank you for the praise, Your Highness, but General Gu is truly outrageous. For a concubine, he has even neglected court. Preposterous." Soon, news of Jin Yun's actions spread like wildfire throughout the capital, causing a significant uproar that even reached the emperor's ears. The emperor, in a fit of rage, summoned Jin Yun urgently. Sitting imposingly on the dragon throne, the emperor hurled the memorial in his hand towards Jin Yun, his voice booming, "Look at the absurdities you have committed. How many ministers have submitted memorials demanding that I punish you severely?" Without hesitation, Jin Yun knelt, bowing deeply before the emperor, his voice low and solemn. "It is my oversight, and I have let down your majesty's expectations. I implore you to mete out punishment." The emperor's gaze bore into Jin Yun, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He queried sternly, "Jin Yun, explain your actions." "I have no words to offer." The emperor coldly snorted, having already been informed of the events at the Yue residence by the regent. He was astonished that a concubine would dare to harm the legitimate wife so audaciously. "You need not attend court for the next few days. Reflect on your actions. As for that concubine, considering her pregnancy, she shall receive 50 lashes." Jin Yun's countenance turned ashen, as if struck by lightning. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Your Majesty, please show mercy. After all, she is with child. Such harsh punishment is truly inappropriate. I beseech your Majesty for leniency." However, the emperor remained unmoved, coldly regarding Jin Yun as he stated, "Were it not for her condition, I would not be so lenient. For now, I spare her life, but punishment is unavoidable." Jin Yun, frantic, realized the emperor's resolve, and that further pleas would be futile. Yet, he could not help but voice, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Such punishment is too cruel for a pregnant woman. Tears streamed down Gu Jinyun's face, his voice choked with emotion. The emperor, witnessing this, furrowed his brow, his tone growing more severe. Gu Jinyun, if you do not cease your pleas, I shall not hesitate to punish you as well. Understanding the gravity of the emperor's threat, Gu Jinyun recognized he had no escape. Continuing to argue would only exacerbate the situation. Reluctantly, he bowed his head in acceptance of guilt, expressing gratitude. Slowly, Gu Jinyun rose, appearing as though his very soul had been stripped away, his face ashen. With heavy steps, he exited the palace, only to encounter the Prince of Yue. Noticing Gu Jinyun's unusual demeanor, the prince hurriedly approached him. After listening, he glanced at him with a hint of regret and said, General Gu, you are mistaken. It is merely a woman. Why must you make such a fuss? If you are dissatisfied with your legitimate wife, why not devise a way for her to disappear? Your beloved concubine could then ascend to her rightful place. It must be said that upon uttering this remark, a spark of inspiration ignited within Gu Jinyun. Previously, he had often yielded to the ties between their families. However, since he was so intent on drinking the bitter cup of punishment, why should he continue to ensnare himself? Subsequently, Gu Jinyun stormed off in anger. Prince Yue chuckled as he observed Gu Jinyun's departing figure, prompting a nearby guard to inquire, Your Highness, why do we engage in this commotion? With this thought, Gu Jinyun's fury intensified, and he could no longer contain his emotions as he turned and left in a huff. Prince Yue watched her retreating silhouette, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The guard beside him, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Your Highness, why do you wish to partake in this affair? Prince Yue replied casually, I previously intended to take a girl from the Yue family as my consort. But Yue Qing dared to oppose me. This is an opportune moment to gauge her true capabilities. With that, Prince Yue strolled nonchalantly into the palace. Chapter 45. Yue Yuewan loses her child after exiting the palace. Gu Jinyun hurried back to the general's residence without pause. Upon entering the estate, he dashed towards Shueyue Pavilion like a gust of wind. Upon reaching the closed door, Gu Jinyun furrowed his brow. Where is Yue Qing? Has she not returned yet? A maid at the door quickly nodded, responding, Madam has not yet returned. With his pent-up anger having no outlet, Gu Jinyun turned and headed towards Handan Courtyard. At that moment, Yue Yuewan set aside her embroidery, rising excitedly. General, you have finally returned. Before she could finish her sentence, she had thrown herself into Gu Jinyun's embrace. Gu Jinyun gently released Yue Yuewan, then, with a grave expression, inquired, I have heard that you plotted against Yue Qing at the banquet of the Yue family. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Yue Yuewan glared at Gu Jinyun, her face flushed with indignation. Do you truly believe that I harmed Yue Qing? Absolutely not.
How could that be?
Gu Jinyun hurriedly explained, fearing to provoke Yue Yuewan. I certainly believe you, but this matter has spread like wildfire. The emperor summoned me today specifically for this reason. Just then, a young servant from the general's residence rushed in, exclaiming, General, someone from the palace has arrived. It is eunuch Jiang, who serves the empress.
What do they want now?
Yue Yuewan, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, innocently asked. I will go and greet eunuch Jiang. Just moments ago, the emperor ordered that Yue Yuewan receive 50 strikes on the palm. Could it be that they have come to the general's residence for that reason? Approaching the courtyard's entrance, Gu Jinyun quickly turned to Yue Yuewan. Yue Yuewan, you must hide quickly. What is happening, General? Yue Yuewan asked. Do not ask so much. Just do as I say and hide. Although perplexed, Yue Yuewan complied and concealed herself. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Gu Jinyun proceeded to welcome eunuch Jiang. General Gu, let Madam He receive the decree. Eunuch, since Yue Yuewan is not in the general's residence, why not let me bear the punishment instead? Eunuch Jiang glanced at him, then replied, General Gu, are you defying the decree? I would never, since the general refuses to present her. Do not blame us for being impolite.
Search.
At his command, several guards immediately began to search Handan Courtyard for Yue Yuewan. Gu Jinyun's expression turned grave as he stood by, his fists clenched tightly. Yue Yuewan, hidden in the shadows, watched the scene unfold through a crack, her heart racing. Why had a eunuch from the palace suddenly arrived, demanding punishment? Was it truly because she had secretly harmed Yue Qing? Were it not for the regent, Yue Qing's reputation would have been utterly ruined by now. At this thought, Yue Yuewan's expression soured with resentment. Just then, a guard discovered her hiding place and shouted, Found her. Over here. Jin Yun's heart sank, realizing the predicament. He rushed forward, attempting to stop the guard from bringing Yue Qing out. However, Eunuch Jiang had already stepped in front of him. "General, Madam, he has been found. Please do not obstruct us." Eunuch Jiang's tone was cold and authoritative. Jin Yun, feeling helpless, stepped back, watching as the guards brought Yue Qing out. Her face was pale, filled with terror and despair. "Husband, save me. Wowu, save me." Yue Qing looked at him pitifully, her eyes brimming with tears. Jin Yun's heart ached at the sight. He made several attempts to rush forward, only to be blocked by those beside Eunuch Jiang. "Madam, he received the decree." Eunuch Jiang unfolded the imperial edict in his hand and declared loudly, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Yue Qing, guilty of plotting against Yue Qing, has displayed improper conduct. She shall receive 50 strikes on the palm." Thus decreed. Upon hearing the edict, Yue Qing stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Jin Yun longed to comfort her, but Eunuch Jiang halted him. "General Gu, do you wish to forsake your future for a mere concubine?" Eunuch Jiang's words were sharp and unyielding. Jin Yun halted in his tracks. "General Gu, please do not hinder our duties." Eunuch Jiang gestured for the guards to approach. Yue Qing was seized by 2 guards, struggling to break free, but to no avail. Jin Yun watched helplessly as she suffered, his heart heavy with pain. The sound of slaps echoed in Handan courtyard, each one striking Jin Yun's heart. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, blood trickling between his fingers. After 50 strikes, Yue Qing's face was swollen beyond recognition, blood at the corners of her mouth. It seemed her visage was forever marred, and restoring her previous appearance would require immense effort. Jin Yun rushed forward, cradling Yue Qing tightly in his arms. "Yue Qing, I am sorry. I failed to protect you." His voice trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. Eunuch Jiang sighed as he observed the scene, saying, "General Gu, Madam, he has received her due punishment. We must return to the palace to report. I hope you will manage the affairs of your residence well and prevent such incidents from occurring again." With that, Eunuch Jiang departed from the general's residence. Jin Yun held Yue Qing close, while she, in her pain, could not utter a word. "Awan, do not worry. I will seek justice for you." His voice was resolute and powerful. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A nearby maid suddenly noticed bloodstains on the hem of Yue Qing's dress and let out a terrified scream. "General, there is blood on Madam's skirt." Upon hearing this, Jin Yun's face turned pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. After all, Yue Qing was pregnant and had endured prolonged punishment. "Quickly, fetch the imperial physician." Jin Yun shouted anxiously. Without hesitation, he scooped Yue Qing into his arms and hurried into the room, gently laying her on the bed. Then he grasped her hand tightly. "Has the physician arrived? Hurry. If anything happens to Yue Qing, I will see to it that you all pay a heavy price." Time ticked by, and everyone felt their hearts suspended in the air. At last, the physician hurriedly arrived and began to meticulously examine Yue Qing's condition. The room was suffused with a tense atmosphere, with everyone refraining from uttering a word, fearful of disturbing the physician's diagnosis. The physician sighed deeply and then spoke. "General, I am powerless. The child of the concubine cannot be saved." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Jin Yun seized the physician by the collar and flung him aside. Being a martial general, Jin Yun possessed great strength, causing the physician to grimace in pain as he fell to the ground. "Think of something quickly. I implore you." Jin Yun's eyes were filled with despair and fury, unable to accept this cruel reality. "General, please accept my condolences. After enduring punishment, it is only natural that the fetus cannot be saved," the physician stammered anxiously. Jin Yun slumped helplessly beside the bed, gazing at the pale-faced Yue Qing, his heart writhing in agony. "It is all my fault. I failed to protect you," he murmured softly. Yue Qing weakly opened her eyes, tears blurring her vision. "General, the child," she managed to utter with her last vestige of strength before fainting once more. Chapter 46. The rift between them at this moment. The general's residence had descended into chaos, with everyone on edge, fearing for their own safety. Jin Yun sat despondently by Yue Qing's bedside, his gaze filled with boundless sorrow and guilt. Yue Qing lay in bed, her brows furrowed, as if trapped in a horrifying nightmare. Her once delicate features had turned ghastly pale. Jin Yun stared at the woman on the bed, his feelings of guilt surging like a tidal wave. He silently berated himself for failing to protect her. Just then, Yue Qing's fingers twitched slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing this, an indescribable joy surged within Jin Yun. He quickly grasped her hand and spoke with a tremor in his voice. Wan, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Yue Qing looked at Jin Yun silently, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Her gaze drifted toward the ceiling, as though she were struggling to recall something. Moments later, a single crystalline tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Jin Yun gently embraced Yue Qing, tenderly patting her shoulder, offering words of comfort. Wan, this is all my fault. I failed to protect you. But please believe me. We will have children in the future. Whatever happens, I will always be by your side, guarding you. At that moment, Yue Qing's expression twisted into one of fury and hatred. The root cause of all this turmoil was Yue Qing. She vowed to make her pay a bitter price for the loss of her child. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. With the child gone, no one could use that matter to threaten her anymore. Brother Jin Yun, I want Yue Qing dead. Jin Yun, observing Yue Qing's fierce demeanor, refrained from reprimanding her and responded in agreement. Wan, you need not say more. I share the same sentiment. They embraced each other tightly. Meanwhile, Yue Qing was leisurely strolling in Yue residence, marveling at the newly bloomed lotus flowers, delicate and charming. Unable to resist, she plucked one to play with. Just then, a maid rushed over, panting, and exclaimed, "Miss, trouble is brewing. I just heard that something has happened at the general's residence. The concubine has miscarried." Yue Qing was startled. A miscarriage? She recalled that when she left the general's residence, the concubine had seemed perfectly fine. Could something unforeseen have occurred? What exactly happened? Yue Qing pressed eagerly. The maid, wearing a smug expression, replied, "I heard it was due to the emperor's wrath, and the rumors say that even General Gu has been confined to his residence." So, it was the emperor himself who intervened. It made sense, given that the affair between Jin Yun and Yue Qing had already stirred up a city-wide uproar. A dignified general, neglecting state affairs for a mere concubine and missing court, was tantamount to a direct slap in the emperor's face. At that moment, Xiao Tao, standing nearby, excitedly asked, "Madam, when can we return to the residence?" Now, the rift between herself and Jin Yun was irrevocable. They had become enemies. Upon returning to the general's residence, she would likely face a tempest of blood and conflict. In truth, leaving the general's residence was not difficult for her. But the issue was that she could not part ways with the general just yet. The true cause of her mother's death remained unresolved. If she left recklessly now, she would lose the chance to return and uncover the truth. It seemed she must hasten her actions. "Xiao Tao, let us pack our things and head back to the general's residence." Hearing this, Xiao Tao hurriedly ran off to gather their belongings, her heart brimming with excitement. Yue Qing returned to the general's residence, where the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, with everyone on edge. Ignoring the tension, she made her way directly to Shui Pavilion. Upon hearing that Yue Qing had returned to the general's residence, Jin Yun, armed with his sword, rushed to Shui Pavilion in a fury. "Open the door, Yue Qing."
Come out.
He kicked the door of Shui Pavilion, and when it finally creaked open, he found Yue Qing leisurely sipping tea. This sight only fueled his anger further. "You caused Wan to miscarry, and you still have the audacity to return. Jin Yun, was it truly me who harmed her? It was clearly you. Even if it were me, so what? You publicly accused my innocence at the banquet. Consider this a case of tit for tat." Yue Qing's words ignited his fury. In a flash, Jin Yun unsheathed his sword, pointing it menacingly at Yue Qing, infused with murderous intent. With remarkable agility, Yue Qing dodged back several paces, swiftly grabbing a branch from the ground as a weapon, unafraid as she confronted Jin Yun's assault. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, with sword flashes and branches flying. However, after several rounds of combat, neither side could gain the upper hand. Jin Yun was internally astonished. He had never expected the seemingly delicate Yue Qing to possess such profound martial skills. He had previously underestimated her. Staring wide-eyed, filled with disbelief, he questioned, "Yue Qing, how did you learn martial arts?" Yue Qing smiled lightly, her tone casual. "Is that not permissible? When did you learn martial arts? How come I was unaware? You have been keeping secrets from me." Realizing she had revealed too much, Yue Qing no longer feigned ignorance. With a sardonic smile, she gazed at Jin Yun and replied, "Jin Yun, why should I inform you? We have been married for 3 years, yet you have never truly seen me. A hint of sorrow and self-mockery glimmered in Yue Qing's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Jin Yun, continuing, "Today, you even ruthlessly attacked me for the sake of Yue Qing. Once, we grew up together, yet now you care nothing for our past bond. If that is the case, why should I show you any mercy?" In that instant, Jin Yun realized he hardly knew this person who had grown up alongside him. Jin Yun, isn't it splendid that we can coexist without disturbing one another? Yet, why must Yue Qing stir trouble? If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Upon uttering these words, Yue Qing, in a fit of frustration, carelessly cast aside the long sword she had been gripping tightly, letting it clatter to the ground. Without a backward glance, she turned and entered the room, slamming the door with great force. This left Jin Yun standing in place, his expression a complex mixture of emotions, utterly at a loss. Chapter 47. The pregnant red flower. Ever since Yue Qing lost her child, she had become remarkably subdued, no longer seeking trouble since her return. Yue Qing felt an immense sense of relief. However, given Yue Qing's nature, she would undoubtedly not relent easily. One could only imagine what schemes she might be plotting in secret. Just as Yue Qing pondered this, Xiao Tao entered the room, bowing respectfully as she addressed Yue Qing. "Madam, Aunt Hong has arrived." After receiving Yue Qing's favor, although Hong Hua had not enjoyed Jin Yun's affection within the general's residence, her life had become relatively comfortable, lacking the pangs of poverty. Perhaps she had seen through the turmoil and opted for a tranquil existence rather than engage in conflict with Yue Qing. "Please let her in," Yue Qing replied calmly. Hong Hua entered the room, offering a proper greeting to Yue Qing. Yue Qing smiled at her and gently said, "No need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat."
Today,
"I have come to seek your assistance, madam. I wish to ensure the safety of my child," Hong Hua stated, her face lighting up with a maternal smile as she tenderly cradled her slightly rounded belly. "A child? You are with child?" Yue Qing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she studied Hong Hua. With a shy nod, Hong Hua continued, "Madam, I seek nothing more than to give birth safely. However, you know the current situation in the household. Yue Qing will surely not allow me to bear my child in peace." Yue Qing considered this, and realized the truth in her words. If Yue Qing were to discover this news, it would surely lead to chaos. Now that Yue Qing had just lost a child, the fortune seemed to favor Jin Yun. Observing the expectant yet anxious expression on Hong Hua's face, Yue Qing felt a twinge of compassion. "Rest assured, I will assist you as much as I can, but my capabilities are limited. You must ultimately rely on yourself. We are all but pitiful souls." Taking a deep breath, Yue Qing continued, "Hong Hua, you must personally inform the general of your pregnancy so that he is aware of this joyous news. Concealing your condition will prove too challenging. It is better to let Jin Yun know. This way, you can be prepared for any actions Yue Qing may take." Upon hearing this, gratitude flickered in Hong Hua's eyes, and she quickly nodded in agreement. "Madam, I understand." After Hong Hua departed, Xiao Dao looked at Yue Qing with confusion. "Madam, why do you wish to assist her?" Yue Qing gazed out the window and replied softly, "The child is innocent." Indeed, the child was blameless, despite her disdain for Jin Yun. She could never place the blame on the unborn. In the Handan courtyard, Yue Qing languidly reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely savoring the delectable fruits presented by her maid. "Madam, the general truly dotes on you. He sends all manner of rare treasures to our Handan courtyard. Just the silk tribute alone is worth a fortune. One might say the madam does not enjoy such treatment," the maid remarked enviously. Yue Qing felt a surge of delight, her face displaying an air of triumph, yet she feigned disdain with a scoff. "Humph, Yue Qing, what is she to contend with me? I shall surely take her life and bury her with my child." At that moment, a maid rushed in, her expression frantic as she fell to her knees. Breathless and gasping, "Madam, grave news. Aunt Hong has gone to see the general." The fruit platter in Yue Qing's hand slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the floor. She sat upright, her eyes wide with fury, bellowing, "That seductress dares to conspire behind my back." She had believed that after the last incident, Hong Hua had abandoned her ambitions to contest with her, yet here she was, utterly unaware of the consequences. "Quickly, go find out what she seeks from the general," Yue Qing urged, her heart racing. Anxiously, Yue Qing fidgeted, while the maid observed her expression closely. Suddenly, another maid knelt before her, reporting in a hushed tone, "Madam, I have ascertained that Aunt Hong is with child." Upon hearing this, Yue Qing felt as though struck by lightning, her mind reeling before anger surged through her. Her voice trembled with rage. That wretch. She is pregnant? What was the general's reaction? The maid, trembling, lifted her gaze, unable to meet Yue Qing's eyes, and whispered. The general was overjoyed upon learning this news and rewarded Aunt Hong with numerous precious gifts. Yue Qing's expression darkened to an extreme, her lips pressed together tightly. Clearly, Jin Yun had professed that only she resided in his heart, yet just days prior, he had comforted her, promising they would have a child together.
Why then
did he seem so elated for another woman bearing a child so soon? Yue Qing's spirits plummeted, and after a moment of reflection, she spat out a venomous remark. What of having a child? It is only skillful if one can bring it to term. As she spoke, a resolute and fierce glint flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Jin Yun sat quietly on a long bench in his study, conversing with a mysterious man clad entirely in black, whose features remained obscured. Breaking the silence, the man spoke slowly. I have successfully delivered the deployment map to a bull. Jin Yun nodded slightly, acknowledging the message, but then his tone turned serious. The regent has begun to harbor suspicions about me. Do not approach me again. The man paused for a moment before responding. Why has he suddenly turned his attention to you? Jin Yun furrowed his brow, lost in thought. I do not know the reason behind it. However, a series of recent significant events has made me sense the regent's looming presence. Otherwise, why would I continuously face setbacks? The man studied Jin Yun intently and said, I must take my leave. Take care of yourself. Before he could depart, Jin Yun called out to him, making a request. Before you go, please do me a favor, remove Yue Qing. The man paused, taken aback, and inquired why. Jin Yun's gaze deepened, contemplative as he replied, I have always felt that Yue Qing is not as innocent as she appears. She seems to have ties with the regent. This action is merely a precaution. Upon finishing, the man did not respond immediately, but hesitated momentarily before silently exiting the room. Chapter 48. The scheme as the moonlight flickered, illuminating the room. Yue Qing extinguished the candle and was on the verge of surrendering to slumber when a sudden, urgent voice interrupted her tranquility. Young master, wake up quickly. Someone is coming. The call from Tuanzi jolted Yue Qing awake, yet she refrained from making any hasty movements, fearful that her half-awake state might draw unwarranted attention. Tuanzi, is the visitor skilled in martial arts? Yue Qing whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. After a moment's pause, Tuanzi replied, Young master, this individual possesses profound martial prowess. Given your current capabilities, it would be difficult for you to contend with him. A wave of anxiety washed over Yue Qing as she pondered her predicament, realizing that no one else seemed available to aid her in this critical moment. Yet, amidst her growing unease, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. She recalled the collection of tranquilizers stored in her space. Perhaps these could serve as a means to deal with the enigmatic intruder. With determination, Yue Qing retrieved the powder from her space, gripping it tightly as beads of perspiration formed her palms due to her mounting tension. Just then, a faint creak broke the stillness, and a tall, shadowy figure glided toward Yue Qing's bedside like a specter. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. As the shadow reached out toward her, Yue Qing acted without hesitation, throwing the tranquilizer powder at the cloaked figure. Startled, the intruder stumbled back, contemplating retreat. However, the powder had already begun its swift work, and despite his attempts to distance himself, it infiltrated his system before he could escape. In that moment, the cloaked figure found himself immobilized, his body unresponsive despite his efforts to advance. Tuanzi, is this drug effective? Why hasn't he collapsed yet? Yue Qing asked, a note of concern lacing her words. Tuanzi assured her, Young master, fret not. This is no ordinary tranquilizer. His martial arts are exceptional, and he is attempting to resist the effects with his internal energy, but it is in vain. We need only increase the dosage slightly for him to lose consciousness entirely. Heeding Tuanzi's advice, Yue Qing unhesitatingly scattered the remainder of the powder. True to Tuanzi's words, it wasn't long before the dark figure crumpled to the floor, utterly incapacitated. A sigh of relief escaped Yue Qing's lips. She was grateful to have extricated herself from peril. She gently patted her chest to calm her racing heart. With utmost caution, she approached the fallen intruder. Testing for any signs of consciousness, she lightly kicked him, confirming his complete unresponsiveness before igniting the candle in the room. As the flickering flame illuminated the space, Yue Qing knelt beside the cloaked figure and unveiled his face. To her astonishment, it was none other than Jin Yun's companion, Nan Feng. Why would he suddenly attempt to harm her? Was he acting under Jin Yun's orders? Surveying her surroundings, she quickly secured a length of rope, binding Nan Feng's hands and feet without hesitation. Then, she splashed the remaining half of her tea onto his face with little mercy. As Nan Feng slowly opened his eyes and registered his restraints, he froze momentarily. Attempting to harness his internal energy to break free proved futile, as the effects of the tranquilizer rendered him powerless. In that moment, he resembled a ferocious beast trapped in a cage, fierce yet unable to unleash his true strength. Enough of your struggles, Yue Qing said coolly, holding a steaming cup of tea before him, her gaze unwavering. Now, tell me, why have you come to kill me? Nan Feng met her gaze, his silence speaking volumes. Clearly, as Jin Yun had warned, Yue Qing was no ordinary individual. Despite his careful concealment of his presence, she had perceived him with remarkable acuity. Go ahead, finish what you started, he finally retorted, resigned to his fate, dismissing her inquiry. Yue Qing, amused by his obstinacy, smirked. His unwillingness to speak posed no obstacle. She had her methods to coax the truth from him. Have you truly decided to remain silent? Then I shall not hesitate to be unkind. With that, she produced a vial of powder from her sleeve, intent on pouring it into his mouth. If you don't speak now, you may miss your chance. This powder will ensure your compliance, whether you wish it or not. Fearful, Nan Feng recoiled, recalling the potency of the powder he had just experienced. He had no doubt about Yue Qing's words. Previously cautioned by Jin Yun, he now recognized his folly. This woman was indeed formidable, and he had underestimated her. Their alliance was merely transactional. There was no need to sacrifice his life to protect secrets for Jin Yun. Reluctantly, he confessed, it was Jin Yun who sent me to take your life. If you seek him, you should go to him. Upon hearing this revelation, Yue Qing's heart sank. It became clear that Jin Yun was resolute in his intention to eliminate her. Now that I have disclosed everything I know, will you allow me to leave? Nan Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on her. Yue Qing smiled softly, her eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. When did I ever promise to set you free? At this time of conflict between nations, the presence of a foreign warrior in Yue Qing was undoubtedly suspicious. When did I ever say I would let you go? She replied frostily. Taken aback, Nan Feng's anger flared as he glared at her, biting out, You are despicable. Yue Qing chuckled at his accusation, retorting, Despicable? What business does a barbarian have infiltrating a general's estate? Did you truly believe I would remain oblivious? Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Nan Feng struggled against his bindings. Yet Yue Qing would not grant him such leniency. She swiftly administered another dose of the tranquilizer, rendering him unconscious. After ensuring his incapacitation, she summoned a trusted servant and discreetly had Nan Feng bundled into a sack, smuggling him out through the side entrance of the general's estate toward the regent's residence. Chapter 49. Capturing Nan Feng. Meanwhile, in the well-lit study of the regent's residence, Shi Shaoheng was engrossed in administrative matters, the atmosphere thick with seriousness. Suddenly, a gentle knock disrupted the silence. A guard entered, bowing respectfully before the regent. Just then, a soft rapping echoed from outside, breaking the tranquility once more. The guard cautiously opened the door, offering a deferential bow as he reported, Your Highness, a person has arrived, sent by Miss Yue, requesting your personal attention. Upon hearing the news, Shi Shaoheng furrowed his brow slightly, yet he did not overtly display his emotions. He slowly set down the document he had been gripping tightly, rising from his seat. A hint of imperceptible fatigue and helplessness flickered in his eyes. Then, with his deep and magnetic voice, he calmly instructed, Bring him in. As soon as the words left his lips, several guards approached with steady strides, unceremoniously dropping a burlap sack onto the ground. The dull thud of the sack meeting the floor indicated that the person inside had awakened. The guards swiftly untied the ropes binding the sack and opened it. Nan Feng finally beheld the light of day once more, though the harsh candlelight pierced his eyes, making it nearly impossible for him to open them fully. He squinted, struggling to adjust to the sudden brightness. After a significant pause, as his eyes gradually acclimatized to the surroundings, he discerned the sight before him. A man of noble bearing, radiating authority, seated in the main seat. With tentative curiosity, Nan Feng ventured, Who are you? Since I have been brought here, what is your purpose? Sir Xiaoheng smiled faintly and replied, "Shouldn't it be I who asks you first? What is your purpose? What purpose could I possibly have? Just fulfilling someone else's task. To kill a man, that's all. Do you intend to intervene in that? What audacity!" Sir Xiaoheng slammed his palm onto the table and rose abruptly. "Do you think I am unaware of your identity?" With that, he cast a cold glance at Nan Feng. "How clever of you. I have been observing you for quite some time, initially curious about your intentions. Now that the false defense map has been sent out, your continued existence is no longer necessary." "The defense map has been sent out?" The words from Sir Xiaoheng left Nan Feng astounded, stirring a tempest within his heart. Could it be that the defense map was a forgery? This thought struck him like a thunderclap, causing him to involuntarily gasp. If the defense map were indeed false, then the impending conflict between the two nations would plunge the barbarian kingdom into an irretrievable abyss. The mere consideration of this filled Nan Feng with urgency, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Had he unwittingly become a sinner beyond redemption for the barbarian kingdom? Who exactly are you? At that moment, Nan Feng's eyes were bloodshot, a frightening crimson, as if he might leap at Sir Xiaoheng in a fit of rage at any moment. In the face of Nan Feng's inquiry, Sir Xiaoheng's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a smile that was neither warm nor cold. "Oh, so you do not recognize me, the regent? The regent?" Nan Feng stammered, his voice trembling. He could hardly believe that despite his utmost caution, he had still fallen into the trap. Sir Xiaoheng nodded, leisurely returning to his chair. "Indeed, it is I. Now, you may enlighten me about your relationship with Jin Yun." Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback and chose silence, for Jin Yun was one of their most crucial spies. Now, the regent suspected him, yet lacked substantial evidence. He must protect Jin Yun, for he was one of the barbarian kingdom's most vital assets. What was the regent implying? What connection could I possibly have with Jin Yun? "I came here to eliminate him, having slain so many from the barbarian kingdom on the battlefield. My purpose is revenge."
"Oh?"
Sir Xiaoheng clearly did not believe his words. Observing Nan Feng, he furrowed his brow slightly before saying with a smile, "Do you think that by remaining silent, I cannot uncover the truth? However, if you confess now, perhaps I might grant you a swift end." Otherwise his gaze turned icy. "I possess ample means to make you wish for death." At this, Nan Feng's body trembled. He recognized that Sir Xiaoheng was not jesting. Yet now he had no other options. "What are you saying, my lord? I truly know nothing." With that, he slumped against the ground nonchalantly, smiling up at Sir Xiaoheng. Sir Xiaoheng regarded Nan Feng's feigned composure with a cold smile flickering in his eyes. "Do you think that by remaining silent, I cannot uncover the truth?" Slowly, Sir Xiaoheng rose and approached Nan Feng, leaning down to fix his penetrating gaze upon him. "My dark guards are spread throughout the realm. I advise you to confess." Despite a shudder of fear, Nan Feng maintained his facade of calmness and met Sir Xiaoheng's gaze. "My lord, I truly do not understand what you are implying." "Do not understand?" Sir Xiaoheng scoffed, then turned and returned to his seat, casting a dispassionate glance at Nan Feng. "Then take a look at this." With that, he tossed several items before Nan Feng. Trembling, Nan Feng picked up the objects, his expression shifting from shock to fury. "How do you possess these?" "My sister is innocent." He looked up at Sir Xiaoheng, his voice quaking. Sir Xiaoheng replied, "Your sister is innocent? Is Yue Qing not innocent?" "I had not thought that far." Sir Xiaoheng began to pace around him, then spoke. "Do you require me to summon your sister?" Upon hearing this, Nan Feng's face turned ashen. He was acutely aware of Sir Xiaoheng's methods and capabilities. Bringing his sister here would pose dire consequences. Biting his lip, sweat beaded on his forehead as he fell silent for a considerable time before laboriously responding, "My lord, whatever the matter, let it be directed at me." Sir Xiaoheng halted his steps and turned to regard him coldly. Nan Feng, intimidated by Sir Xiaoheng's presence, stammered, "I am willing to speak, provided my lord spares my sister." Taking a deep breath, he slowly began, Jin Yun is one of our spies in the Xia kingdom." Sir Xiaoheng scrutinized him, his gaze sharp and calm as he inquired, "How many spies have you deployed in Yue Qing?" Lowering his head, the man replied, his voice slightly trembling, "I truly do not know. I am only aware of Jin Yun. My task was merely to liaise with him." Sir Xiaoheng fell into contemplation. After a moment, he mused silently. It appeared that the extent of his knowledge was quite limited. To uncover the full truth, he would likely need to find a breakthrough through Jin Yun. At that moment, The man lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Shi Shaoheng. I have divulged all I know. I implore you to spare my sister. His voice bore an infinite sadness and helplessness. Shi Shaoheng furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of silence, he firmly stated, Rest assured. I shall not harm the innocent. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for the guards to take the man away. As the man was led out, silence enveloped the room. Chapter 50. Gu Chen reveals the truth. Jin Yun anxiously awaited Nanfang's return, but as moments ticked by, his figure remained absent. Unable to suppress his growing worry, he resolved to personally visit Shueihua Pavilion to uncover the truth. Upon entering the courtyard, Jin Yun found everything unusually quiet. He walked directly to Xiao Tao, who was sweeping the courtyard, and inquired, Where is Yue Qing? Xiao Tao paused her work, respectfully bowed to Jin Yun, and glanced towards Yue Qing's door, softly replying, Madam has yet to rise. Jin Yun's expression darkened instantly, his tone stern as he chastised, What is the meaning of this? The mistress has not risen at such an hour. It is utterly unacceptable. Hasten to awaken the lady and ascertain the hour. With that, he seated himself, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and authority in his gaze. In truth, Yue Qing had long been awake, merely reluctant to rise. She lay quietly in bed, eavesdropping on the conversation in the courtyard. Upon hearing Jin Yun's reprimand, a faint smile of disdain graced her lips. It had been quite some time since he last graced the Moonwater Pavilion. His sudden visit today could hardly be merely a check on her well-being. Surely, he came regarding the assassination attempt by Nanfeng the previous night. Seeing that Nanfeng had yet to return, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and came to investigate. Just then, Xiao Dao entered with a basin of water, prompting Yue Qing to swiftly adjust her appearance and attire. As she stepped outside, her eyes immediately fell upon Jin Yun seated in the courtyard, and she approached him directly, taking a seat opposite him. General, what brings you here today? Yue Qing inquired candidly. Jin Yun gazed at her, slowly articulating, I merely wish to see you today. In response, a smirk played upon Yue Qing's lips. Thinking to herself, there must be an ulterior motive behind this visit. After all, their bond had long since severed. What could possibly warrant his interest now? General Gu, if you have something to say, do not beat around the bush. Let us not waste each other's time, she replied with a cold demeanor. Hearing her words, Jin Yun felt a surge of anger. Is this how you regard your husband? He exclaimed, raising his voice. Yet, Yue Qing remained unfazed by his ire, replying calmly, General Gu. We both know that the affection between us is long since dissipated. Why pretend otherwise? Jin Yun found himself momentarily speechless, his brows furrowing as an inexplicable annoyance brewed within him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a composed tone. Last night, there was a theft at the general's residence, and I came to inquire if anything unusual occurred here at the Moonwater Pavilion. Nothing, Yue Qing retorted almost instinctively. At that moment, she was utterly convinced that Jin Yun's visit was solely motivated by concerns regarding Nanfeng. Jin Yun, taken aback by her decisive response, questioned, You answer with such certainty? Do you not need to ponder it further? Yue Qing, suppressing a smirk, raised her chin defiantly and met Jin Yun's gaze without flinching, asserting, What is there to consider? There is nothing amiss here, not even a fly, let alone a thief. Very well, Jin Yun replied nonchalantly. However, as he spoke, he subtly cast several glances toward Yue Qing's chamber. Yue Qing remained vigilant, observing his every move, and then suggested, General, perhaps you would like to step inside? Jin Yun quickly waved his hand, declining, No need for that. Do take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, yet his steps seemed laden with reluctance. After a few strides, he halted abruptly, glancing back at Yue Qing, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Is there anything else? General? Yue Qing inquired. At last, Jin Yun exited the Moonwater Pavilion, prompting Yue Qing to release a long sigh. Thankfully, she had managed to arrange for trusted individuals to escort Nanfeng away during the night. It appeared that the general's residence had become untenable. Who could predict the dangers that lay ahead if things continued in this manner? With a sigh, she confided in her companion, Tuanzi, What should I do? Young mistress, I will assist you in devising a plan. How about this? You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. Why not don her garments and pay a visit to frighten him? The idea ignited a spark of inspiration in Yue Qing. She prepared the attire and, as night fell, stealthily entered Gu Cheng's quarters. Clad in the familiar white dress of her mother, she approached Yue Qing's bedside. As he slumbered, a chill enveloped him, stirring him from his dreams. Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, he was met with the sight of a figure in white smiling at him. The mere sight sent shivers down his spine, jolting him awake. Upon recognizing Yue Qing, Yue Qing's face drained of color, and he trembled uncontrollably. "Who are you?" he stammered. Yue Qing remained silent, her gaze icy and unwavering. Terrifying memories surged through Yue Qing's mind, and he cried out in terror, "You are Mu Lingyin. Ha ha ha, Yue Qing. I have come for you. Do you remember me?" My demise was so tragic, Yue Qing's voice echoed eerily, laden with vengeance and resentment. Yue Qing, paralyzed by fear, curled into a corner of the bed, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Lingyin, I was wrong. Spare me. If you seek vengeance, go after Feng Yue. She was the one who commanded me to kill you." As he groveled, desperately bowing to Yue Qing, she remained impassive, her eyes piercing as if to penetrate his very soul. Slowly, she raised the dagger in her hand, advancing toward him. "Then tell me, why did she order your hand against me?" "It was she who said it. She is the daughter of destiny, and you would usurp her fortune, hence my orders to eliminate you." Yue Qing's explanation was abruptly interrupted. "You lie. It is you who pilfered from my treasury. You are the true culprit." Lingyin shouted, her voice resonating with fury and indignation. "No, it was Feng Yue. She instructed me to seek out something peculiar, something called a system." As Yue Qing retreated, trembling, Yue Qing drew closer, his terror mounting until he could no longer contain himself, and screamed, "I swear, I did not deceive you." Yue Qing implored, "Have you found it?" Lingyin's voice pierced through the silence, causing Yue Qing to tremble involuntarily. "I have not found it, Lingyin. Please spare me. I truly realize my mistakes now." His voice quivered, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yet in that moment, Yue Qing collapsed to the ground. Outside, the sound of the servant's voice broke the tension, and Yue Qing, not daring to delay, hastily departed. Chapter 51. Bai Yuewan's mischief. Following that fateful night, Yue Qing's health deteriorated rapidly, rendering him bedridden. He incessantly muttered apologies, yet none could fathom their meaning. As the matriarch of the general's residence, Yue Qing was expected to fulfill her duties toward her in-laws. However, that morning, when she accompanied Jin Yun to visit the ailing Yue Qing, upon seeing Yue Qing, Yue Qing recoiled in terror, hiding behind Jin Yun, shouting, "Do not come near. Stay away." After a thorough examination by the family physician, it was concluded that Yue Qing was suffering from severe hysteria, a condition brought on by an overwhelming fright. At first, Jin Yun couldn't help but harbor suspicions about Yue Qing, questioning whether she was the source of the troubles, especially given Yue Qing's peculiar reactions towards her. However, as time passed, Jin Yun gradually dispelled these doubts. Whenever Yue Qing laid eyes on the woman clad in white, he would uncontrollably scream aloud. To avoid further agitating him, Jin Yun decisively ordered that no one in the household should wear white garments again. Since Yue Qing fell ill, Jin Yun seemed to transform into a different person, dedicating herself day and night at her father's bedside, attending to him with utmost care, embodying the very essence of filial piety. Observing Jin Yun's devoted care for her father, Yue Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that it was for the best. With someone willing to take on the burden, she was spared considerable trouble. However, the tranquility did not last long. One day, news arrived from the palace that the Eastern Li Kingdom planned to send a princess for a marriage alliance. Instantly, the entire capital erupted in excitement. The empress decided to host a grand banquet, allowing the foreign princess to choose her favored suitor. Naturally, Jin Yun, as a rising star in the capital, was among those invited. To everyone's astonishment, the emperor issued a decree specifically summoning Jin Yun to bring Yue Qing along to the palace for the banquet. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Jin Yun's face displayed clear reluctance. Yet she found herself powerless to resist. After all, one cannot defy the emperor's command. She had no choice but to bravely escort Yue Qing to the palace. Bai Yuewan caused a commotion upon hearing the news, but it was to no avail. This was a royal banquet, and even if Jin Yun had the inclination to take her, a concubine was deemed unworthy. Moreover, the palace had explicitly named Yue Qing, leaving Jin Yun hesitant to voice further objections. At that moment, in the Lotus Pavilion, Bai Yuewan, in a fit of rage, smashed all the items Jin Yun had previously gifted her. The room was left in utter disarray, littered with shattered remnants. The maid standing by trembled in fear, too terrified to intervene, merely watching in silence from the corners. Yue Qing surveyed the room and suddenly focused her gaze on a maid cowering by the window, her head lowered in fear. With a piercing glare, Yue Qing commanded, "You, come here and serve me tea." The maid, terrified by her gaze, trembled uncontrollably but mustered the courage to step forward. Carefully, she presented a cup of tea to Yue Qing, softly saying, "Madam, please enjoy your tea." However, Yue Qing did not immediately accept the cup. Instead, she glanced at the trembling maid and abruptly pushed her hand, sending the tea crashing to the floor. The scalding liquid splattered, burning the maid's hand.
Ah!
The maid cried out in agony, clutching her scalded hand. "You wretched girl, did you intend to scald me?" Yue Qing bellowed furiously. Seemingly unsatisfied, she then raised her foot and kicked the maid, who lay on the floor. In a fit of rage, she seized a feather duster from the corner and began to lash out at the maid, each strike eliciting pitiful cries. Yet, Yue Qing showed no signs of stopping berating. "You wretched girl, is this your intent?" The maid, weeping, pleaded for mercy. "Madam, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me." After a while, Yue Qing appeared to tire of her outburst. She carelessly tossed the feather duster aside and slowly sat down. The maid, momentarily relieved at escaping punishment, was soon plunged back into despair as Yue Qing coldly declared, "Someone, drag this wretched maid out and administer 20 strikes." The maid, filled with terror, scrambled to grasp the hem of Yue Qing's dress, sobbing, "Madam, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I truly won't dare again." The other maids, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of compassion and instinctively shut their eyes. However, they understood that Yue Qing was clearly in a fit of rage. Despite their sympathy for the wrongdoer, they lacked the courage to intervene, knowing that speaking up could lead them to a similar fate. After exchanging glances, a few maidservants united to drag the unfortunate maid out into the courtyard. The sounds of her pleas and harsh scoldings echoed throughout the Lotus Pavilion, leaving an unsettling chill in the air. Yue Qing, listening to the maid curse her, furrowed her brows. Then, with a dismissive tone, she said, "Silence her. It's too noisy." With that, she reached for a nearby fruit and began to eat, as if the maid's fate held no significance to her. Upon hearing of this incident, Yue Qing felt a pang of sympathy for the maid. Being in the company of someone as emotionally volatile as Yue Qing was indeed perilous.
Shout out.
Bring a bowl of snow pear soup to Aunt He. It might help cool her temper. In the Lotus Pavilion, Xiaotao approached Yue Qing with a bowl of soup. "Madam, this is sent by our mistress. She wishes for you to calm down." Upon hearing Xiaotao's words, Yue Qing clenched her fists tightly. "You insolent maid! Who gave you permission to speak so? Don't think that Yue Qing's backing gives you the right to act recklessly." With that, Yue Qing lunged to strike Xiaotao, but Xiaotao, not one to be trifled with, quickly set her things down and caught Yue Qing's hand mid-swing. Yue Qing paused, astonished. "You insolent girl! You dare to fight back? Aunt He, you ought to heed the mistress. Calm your heart. It's not good for the baby to be upset all the time." With that, Xiaotao shot Yue Qing a disdainful glance and ignored her as she exited the Lotus Pavilion. Witnessing Xiaotao's audacity infuriated Yue Qing, and she shouted, "A mere maid dares to defy me? Quickly summon the general." The maids in the Lotus Pavilion, wary of crossing her, hastily ran out to fetch Jin Yun. Clearly, another uproar was on the horizon. Chapter 52. Yue Qing's confinement. "Madam, what should we do? I just had a quarrel with Aunt He, and she seemed so furious." Xiaotao exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Yue Qing approached her, patting her shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, I've got this. Besides, you were right. She truly needs to calm down." As Yue Qing comforted the visibly distressed Xiaotao, a voice called from outside, "Madam, the general requests your presence in the Lotus Pavilion." "What should we do, madam?" "Aunt, he is surely complaining to the general," Xiaotao said, her face tense with anxiety. "All right, I promise to protect you, and I will. Let's go see what scheme she has cooked up this time." Yue Qing, glancing at the fearful Xiaotao, slowly made her way toward the Lotus Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with the sounds of weeping. Yue Qing knew without a doubt that Yue Qing was once again exaggerating her grievances to Jin Yun. Yue Qing turned her gaze back towards the pale-faced Xiaotao, gently patting the back of her hand. "Do not fear, Xiaotao, for I shall always be here for you." Upon entering, she beheld Yue Qing sobbing uncontrollably in Jin Yun's embrace, casting a defiant glance in Yue Qing's direction. Ignoring Huan's gaze, Yue Qing approached Jin Yun directly. Your Highness, have you summoned me for a particular reason? Jin Yun, seething with rage at Yue Qing's impassive demeanor, thought to himself, such a master, such a servant. If Yue Qing is so brazen, how could her maid be any better? Seize that insolent maid Xiaotao and have her punished. He ordered. Wait, Yue Qing interjected, halting him. What offense has Xiaotao committed to warrant such fury? She fixed her gaze on Jin Yun, her tone unwavering. Jin Yun, rising in anger, pointed at Xiaotao. She dares to defy Wan. It is utterly intolerable. With a cold laugh, Yue Qing replied, Your Highness, you must have misheard. Xiaotao is ever obedient and sensible. How could she have provoked the concubine without cause? Is there perhaps a misunderstanding at play? Upon hearing this, Huan wept even more pitifully. Sister, you are favoring your maid. I merely spoke a few words to her, and she responded with harshness. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for me. Turning to Huan, Yue Qing asserted, Concubine One must speak with evidence. You claim Xiaotao has insulted you. Do you possess any proof? The atmosphere thickened with tension. Huan surveyed the room and declared, Everyone here can attest to my words. At that moment, the surrounding maidservants lowered their heads, fearful of becoming targets for Huan's wrath, lest they lose their lives.
Oh?
Then enlighten me why Xiaotao would trouble you. Yue Qing's inquiry left Huan momentarily speechless, her face flushed with anger. Jin Yun, noticing Huan's change, gently probed, Wan.
What does he mean by that?
Huan stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. For she could not admit that jealousy over Yue Qing's opportunity to enter the palace had driven her to trouble Xiaotao. General, I speak only the truth.
She even laid hands on me.
Jin Yun's sharp gaze bore down on Xiaotao, as if waiting for her to speak. Yue Qing shielded Xiaotao behind her, staring down Huan without a hint of concession. Huan, we both know the truth. Why must we engage in this charade? She then addressed Jin Yun nonchalantly. Perhaps you are unaware, but today, concubine, he had a maid beaten to death simply because the tea was not brewed to her liking. Though you are a general. If news of such cruelty within the general's household spread, how do you think the emperor would react? Jin Yun's complexion darkened. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Huan. He attempted to reassure himself that she was kind-hearted and that there must be some misunderstanding. Yet, Huan had lost her previous bravado, her face pale and lips trembling. You lie, she exclaimed, raising her voice in an attempt to mask her panic. When have I ever harmed a maid? Do you have any proof? Yue Qing scoffed, gesturing towards the entrance. If you doubt me, feel free to investigate. Before arriving at the Lotus Courtyard, Yue Qing had already sent someone to check on the maid's condition, even summoning the household physician for treatment. However, her injuries were too severe, and she had succumbed shortly thereafter. Wan, perhaps you should provide an explanation. Jin Yun's voice was laced with coldness as he awaited her response. He had loved Huan dearly and was willing to do anything for her, yet he could not fathom how she had become this way. She had once been the epitome of kindness, unable to harm even an ant. Now, she was utterly flustered, unable to provide a coherent defense, resorting only to denial. I truly did not. They are framing me.
It must be them.
Yue Qing observed Huan's desperate demeanor, her heart filling with scorn. Even at death's door, she remained obstinate. Yue Qing glanced at the assembled maidservants, all of whom had endured Huan's abuses. Will you all remain silent? Do you think that by keeping quiet, you will be spared? Cui Zhu serves as your cautionary tale. Your turn will come. The maidservants exchanged glances, burying their heads deeper in submission. They were not unwilling to speak, but rather unable. Given Huan's favored status, revealing her would likely cost them their lives. Madam, what are you saying? I treat them well. How could they betray me? Huan smirked, believing herself secure. At that moment, a maid, unable to withstand the sight of her fallen friend, knelt before Yue Qing. Madam, I am willing to speak. Seeing a maid turn against her, Huan's fury ignited as she glared at the traitor. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I want to sell you out? Her words dripped with menace. Yue Qing reassured the maid, Do not worry, your contracts are in my hands, and no one can threaten you. The other maids exchanged glances, then knelt in solidarity, expressing their willingness to reveal the truth. Huan could hardly fathom the scene before her, shocked that her once loyal servants would betray her in such a crucial moment. Her complexion turned ashen, fingers gripping her handkerchief tightly as if to tear it apart. You dare betray me? Her voice trembled with rage and despair. Soon, Jin Yun learned the complete truth from the maids, and despite his affection for Huan, he could no longer shield her. Huan was confined for 3 months. As Yue Qing watched Jin Yun's retreating figure, she fell into contemplation. Was a life worth merely 3 months of confinement? Indeed, it seemed that human life was regarded as mere trifles. Turning to Xiaodao, Yue Qing instructed, "Disperse some silver to the maids' parents and inform them of the events. We shall see what choice they make. If they wish to report this to the authorities, I shall assist them without reservation." Chapter 53. The banquet on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. The princess of Dongli Kingdom entered the Yue Kingdom with her entourage. The princess was a legendary figure, having grown up in military camps, unlike ordinary women. She possessed a profound affinity for martial arts. She had once sparred with Jin Yun, and neither had emerged victorious over the other. Now, as she came to marry, it remained to be seen whom she would choose as her husband. Among the royal offspring, only the regent was unmarried. If he were not the one, she would have to select from the noble families. That evening, the palace banquet was ablaze with light and beauty. When Yue Qing and Jin Yun arrived at the palace, they were still early. Jin Yun sought out old friends for drinks, leaving Yue Qing to wander the garden alone, admiring the flowers. Just as she felt a twinge of boredom, a group of ladies approached. One woman, with a sharp and cutting tone, remarked, "Oh, is this not the general's wife? Why aren't you staying with General Gu?" "Oh dear, my memory is truly poor. General Gu is currently occupied with his concubine." Yue Qing turned her head to look at her and immediately recognized her familiar face. In an instant, she understood. It was Sun Yuner, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Sunda. Since childhood, she had harbored feelings for Jin Yun and had always believed that Yue Qing had stolen her beloved. Thus, every encounter between them often resulted in her deriding and mocking Yue Qing. "Good day, Madame Liu," Yue Qing greeted, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. After all, when it came to official ranks, Lu Qiren's position was indeed inferior to that of Jin Yun. Nevertheless, Sun Yuner seemed unwilling to let go of this perfect opportunity to ridicule Yue Qing. With a seemingly indifferent glance at Yue Qing, she spoke again. "Madame Gu, I've heard that your concubine possesses remarkable skills, managing to captivate the general to the extent that he neglects morning court. As the principal wife, you should certainly offer her some sound advice." After making her statement, Sun Yuner pretended to cover her face with a handkerchief, stifling a laugh. Upon hearing her words, Yue Qing remained composed, a slight smile playing on her lips as she earnestly addressed Sun Yuner. "Madame Liu speaks wisely. I find great merit in her words. However, I have also heard that Master Liu spends his days reveling in the pleasures of the world, and that his outside concubine has even blessed the Liu family with a robust son. Sister, you are truly magnanimous. Not only graciously accepting this mother and child into your home, but even granting the concubine a recognized status. Your generosity is indeed admirable, and I must strive to learn from you." Yue Qing's words left Sun Yuner momentarily speechless, who in the city was unaware that Sun Yuner was unable to bear children, leading Lu Qiren to keep a mistress outside. Now, that illegitimate son was already 2 years old, reportedly lively and endearing, much favored by Lu Qiren. Sun Yuner's face instantly darkened, her anger directed at Yue Qing. "Humph. Madame Gu is truly sharp-tongued," Sun Yuner remarked coldly, striving to maintain her composure and not lose face before the gathering. Yue Qing smiled faintly, gently shaking her head, and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for the praise, Madame Liu. I maintain that we should focus on our own families. Every household has its own challenges. Wouldn't you agree? After all, having received something is far better than never having received at all. Wouldn't you concur?" She cast a challenging glance at Sun Yuner, who was now flushed with embarrassment. The other ladies present could not help but chuckle, as they were all aware of Sun Yuner's infatuation with General Gu. To think that after all these years, she still found it difficult to let go. Just as Sun Yuner was about to retort, a lady-in-waiting approached, warmly taking Yue Qing's arm. "Madame Gu, Her Majesty the Queen has been awaiting you for quite some time. Noticing your delay, she sent me to escort you," the lady said. "The Queen?" Yue Qing understood the lady's meaning upon receiving a knowing glance, and continued, "The flowers in the imperial garden are indeed exquisite. Upon arriving here, I was so captivated by their beauty that I completely forgot about my appointment with Her Majesty. I truly deserve a reprimand." Nodding slightly to the other ladies, Yue Qing departed with the lady-in-waiting. As they observed Yue Qing's retreating figure, the ladies exchanged glances filled with curiosity and perplexity. One of them finally spoke up. I wonder what fortune has befallen Yue Qing that allows her an audience with the queen. Upon hearing this, Sun Yun'er felt a surge of dissatisfaction. She shot a fierce glare at the woman who had spoken, then revealed a contemptuous smile. Just a merchantess daughter. What capabilities could she possibly possess? I suspect she has employed some trickery to curry favor with Her Majesty, Sun Yun'er declared, indignation seeping through her words. At that moment, another lady gently tugged at Sun Yun'er's sleeve, whispering, Sister Yun'er, lower your voice. We are in the palace, surrounded by Her Majesty's people. If overheard, we might provoke her displeasure. Although Sun Yun'er remained disgruntled, she understood the need for discretion within the palace. Thus, she fell silent, refraining from any further remarks. The other ladies, recognizing the shift in the atmosphere, tactfully changed the subject, steering clear of discussions regarding Yue Qing.
Meanwhile,
Yue Qing followed the lady-in-waiting through the corridors and finally arrived at the queen's chamber. After nodding slightly to the lady, she stepped inside and immediately spotted the queen seated regally on her phoenix throne. She promptly knelt and greeted, Your servant pays her respects to Her Majesty. Seeing Yue Qing arrive, the queen's face broke into a gentle smile. Rise please, she said warmly. Then, with genuine concern, she inquired, Did you encounter Madame Sun in the garden? Yes, Your Majesty. Indeed I did, Yue Qing replied, lowering her gaze. Madame Sun is known for her frankness. Do not take her words to heart. The queen reassured her in a gentle tone. I understand, and I am grateful for Your Majesty's concern, Yue Qing responded with a nod. They are but trivial matters. I had not given them much thought, she added. The queen gazed at Yue Qing, noticing her expression of gratitude, and was reminded of the events of that day, exclaiming, That day was perilous. I am indebted to you for stepping forward to save both me and the emperor. The incident occurred so suddenly that I returned hastily and did not have the chance to express my gratitude properly. Your Majesty, it was merely a small act on my part. It was fate that brought us together, Yue Qing quickly replied. Lin Ronger smiled, her gaze filled with warmth as she looked at Yue Qing. I am quite fond of the term fate. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the banquet together. At your command, Your Majesty, Yue Qing replied, bowing to Lin Ronger before following her to the banquet venue. Along the way, they engaged in lively conversation. The atmosphere cordial and harmonious. Chapter 54. Princess Dongli. The banquet hall was brightly lit, sparkling with resplendent light. The glazed tiles surrounding the palace shimmered under the illumination. Musicians in a corner of the palace played a melodious tune, the exquisite melody uplifting the spirit. The emperor and empress occupied the head of the banquet table, their faces radiant with smiles. Yue Qing surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of the regent, stirring her curiosity. At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice interrupted her thoughts. Sister, what are you looking at? Turning to see Xinjing, the wife of the newly appointed top scholar Zhao Xian. Yue Qing recalled having met her once during last year's flower viewing banquet. She was a gentle and graceful woman. Nothing, just observing the young gentleman present today. Is it not said that suitors are to be chosen for Princess Dongli? Yue Qing inquired, and Xinjing leaned closer, whispering, There are only a few suitable candidates. The rest of the young gentlemen hardly measure up to the princess. Did you not notice that the regent has yet to arrive today? Yue Qing's heart stirred, pondering Xinjing's words. Are you suggesting that the regent is among the suitors for the princess? Xinjing smiled slightly, lowering her voice. This is merely my speculation. Among the royal princes, only the regent remains unmarried. Yue Qing furrowed her brow, recalling her previous encounters with the regent, her feelings becoming increasingly complex. At this moment, a slight commotion arose, and everyone turned to see a tall figure entering the banquet hall. It was none other than the regent, his handsome visage adorned with a subtle smile. The emperor, beaming with joy, rose to his feet and exclaimed, Brother, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Please come and take a seat here. The regent bowed respectfully and subsequently settled into the seat below the emperor. His gaze inadvertently flickered towards Yue Qing, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Princess Dongli has arrived. With the eunuch's loud announcement, all eyes in the banquet hall turned towards the entrance. A young maiden clad in a splendid palace gown gracefully strode in, her beauty radiating a noble aura. Princess Dongli surveyed the room before her gaze finally rested upon Jin Yun. She offered a slight smile and nodded at him, To which Gu Jinyan responded with a warm smile that hinted at admiration. The festivities continued, with performers playing joyful melodies. Yue Qing subtly turned her head to glance at Gu Jinyan and then shifted her focus to Princess Dongli. She keenly sensed that the princess's gaze towards Gu Jinyan held a deeper significance. Yue Qing contemplated silently. It appears that Princess Dongli harbors feelings for Gu Jinyan that are not merely platonic. Yue Qing's eyes remained fixed on Princess Dongli, seeking to glean more clues from her expressions and demeanor. As expected, when Princess Dongli noticed Yue Qing's scrutiny, she boldly met Yue Qing's gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of provocation. Observing this, Yue Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to herself, "It seems my intuition was correct. Princess Dongli indeed has an interest in Gu Jinyan." At that moment, the emperor unexpectedly rose, his countenance radiating a smile as he addressed Princess Dongli, speaking softly, "The purpose of today's banquet is, in fact, to discuss matters of marriage. All of you young talents present are the elite of our Yue dynasty, the pillars of the nation. I wonder if the princess has anyone in mind?" Princess Dongli cast a grateful glance towards the emperor and then slowly lifted her head to survey the banquet hall once more. Her gaze lingered briefly on the regent before, as if drawn by a magnetic force, settling upon Gu Jinyan. Taking a deep breath, she softly declared, "Your Majesty, my heart already belongs to someone. It is General Gu." The crowd was momentarily stunned, their eyes darting between Gu Jinyan and Yue Qing. Regardless of whom she had chosen, the matter could have been easily resolved. But it was particularly complicated given that the chosen one was General Gu, who was already wed. Could one expect him to abandon his lawful wife to marry a princess? At this moment, Gu Jinyan himself wore an expression of shock, turning to Princess Dongli, confusion evident in his eyes. "Your Highness, such an act may not be appropriate. I have already established a family and cannot take you as my wife." With that, Gu Jinyan rose and respectfully bowed to Princess Dongli. However, Princess Dongli merely smiled slightly and replied, "I do not mind such matters. As long as I can marry the one I desire, these are not issues." The emperor, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, furrowed his brow. He first glanced at Princess Dongli, then returned his gaze to Gu Jinyan, contemplating before saying, "In that case, the princess might as well stay in Yue Qing for a while longer to consider her options. After all, our great Yue kingdom has many outstanding young talents for the princess to choose from." "Thank you, Your Majesty." As the banquet began to draw to a close, Yue Qing found herself without acquaintances and, accompanied by Xiao Dao, took a stroll in the garden. At that moment, Princess Dongli noticed Yue Qing's departure from the banquet and promptly followed suit. "It's so refreshing here," Xiao Dao exclaimed, excitedly plucking a lotus leaf and joyfully conversing with Yue Qing. Due to the overwhelming number of guests and having consumed some wine, Yue Qing felt a bit dizzy, but the garden brought her relief. "You are General Gu's wife, aren't you?" Suddenly, Princess Dongli appeared from a nearby pavilion, casting a disdainful and contemptuous gaze towards Yue Qing. Yue Qing found it somewhat amusing that Princess Dongli had chased her out. "Indeed, that is I. Might I inquire what advice the princess has?" Yue Qing replied calmly. Princess Dongli adopted a haughty demeanor and bluntly stated, "I like Gu Jinyan. Do not think you can obstruct me." Hearing her words, Yue Qing smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. I have never expressed any intention of hindering you." Princess Dongli, observing Yue Qing's nonchalant demeanor, was immediately enraged, shouting, "Are you looking down on me?" Yue Qing maintained her calm composure, smiling as she explained, "Your Highness, please do not take offense. That was not my intention. However, matters of the heart require mutual affection. You have been in the city for several days, and I am sure you have heard the rumors surrounding the general. The one he holds dear is not me." Nevertheless, at this moment, Princess Dongli sought to assert her dominance over Yue Qing. Just then, Tuanzi suddenly cried out, "Young mistress, be careful. This wicked woman intends to harm you." Before Tuanzi's words had fully registered, Princess Dongli swiftly drew a whip from her waist and without hesitation lunged at Yue Qing. At that moment, Yue Qing found herself perilously close to a pond. Should she be struck, she would surely fall into the water. However, facing Princess Dongli's confident attack, Yue Qing merely smiled, revealing no hint of fear. She understood that her opponent intended to humiliate her, yet she underestimated Yue Qing, who was no delicate flower. Without hesitation, Yue Qing swiftly pushed Xiao Dao to a safe distance away from the pond. Then, astonishingly, she caught the swiftly approaching whip with her bare hands. Princess Dongli was clearly taken aback by Yue Qing's action. Having grown up in a military camp, she possessed strength greater than that of the average woman. Yet she had grossly underestimated Yue Qing's capabilities, as Yue Qing had made rapid progress in her martial training. With a sudden, forceful tug, Yue Qing utilized the whip's momentum to pull Princess Dongli into the lake. Water splashed high into the air as Princess Dongli let out a terrified scream. "Help! I cannot swim! Yue Qing, how dare you!" Yue Qing coldly regarded the struggling Princess Dongli in the water, her heart unmoved. The princess's maids were now in a frenzy, shouting for help. "The princess has fallen into the water. Someone please help." The surrounding maids and eunuchs, startled by this sudden turn of events, rushed toward the lakeside. A crowd of palace maids and guards had gathered on the shore. Yue Qing tossed the whip she held towards Princess Dongli and shouted, "If you wish to live, quickly grab the whip." Hearing Yue Qing's words, Princess Dongli put aside all hesitation and desperately struggled to grasp the whip. Yet, whether due to her panic or other reasons, she repeatedly failed to succeed. As the Eastly princess seemed on the verge of sinking to the depths of the lake, a wave of anxiety surged within Yue Qing's heart. Should anything happen to the Eastly princess, her own escape would be in jeopardy. In this moment of impending crisis, a figure leapt into the water with the swiftness of a bird. Yue Qing focused her gaze and realized that it was none other than Jin Yun. At that moment, Jin Yun was exerting all his strength to pull the Eastly princess towards the shore. The princess, clearly having swallowed a considerable amount of water, now bore an extraordinarily pale visage. She glared fiercely at Yue Qing, her eyes brimming with resentment and fury. "Yue Qing, I shall not let you off so easily," the Eastly princess uttered through clenched teeth, as if she wished to devour Yue Qing whole. Yue Qing offered a faint smile, the corners of her lips curving upward in a mocking grin. "Princess, it was you who fell in. How can you place the blame upon me?" Just then, a maidservant beside the Eastly princess looked at Yue Qing and exclaimed, "If it weren't for you grabbing that rope, the princess would not have fallen in." A commendable act of loyalty from the maidservant, yet it was a pity, despite her valiant defense of the princess. The latter would hardly express gratitude and might even resent her for meddling. After all, the princess was evidently a proud individual, and it would be too humiliating for her to harm another while only bringing harm upon herself.
Sang Na, step back.
The Eastly princess commanded urgently. Upon hearing the order, the maidservant Sang Na froze for a few seconds before regaining her composure, then silently retreated behind the princess. Yue Qing wore a half-smile, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Noticing Yue Qing's expression, the Eastly princess became incensed, her fury palpable. "Yue Qing, I will not let you off lightly." Simultaneously, Jin Yun cast a discontented glance at Yue Qing, internally muttering, "Truly a merchant's daughter, lacking the grace to mingle in refined circles. In such an important banquet, how dare she tarnish the reputation of the general's residence?" "Yue Qing, you should quickly apologize to the princess," Jin Yun urged impatiently. Yue Qing regarded him with derision, her gaze akin to that of one observing a fool. "Jin Yun, are you in your right mind? I am still standing here." Her tone dripped with sarcasm and scorn. "You dare embrace another woman in front of me? You are utterly shameless." At this moment, the onlookers began to awaken to the reality that Jin Yun was still tightly holding the Eastly princess in an unusually intimate and ambiguous manner. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Just a short while ago, Jin Yun had boasted at the banquet about his established family life, using it as a reason to decline the Eastly princess's advances. Yet, unexpectedly, within just a few hours, he now found himself in the arms of the Eastly princess. "Yue Qing, cease your baseless accusations. The situation was urgent, and I acted solely to save the princess." Jin Yun hastily justified himself. Observing his desperate attempts to cover his tracks, Yue Qing could no longer suppress her laughter, bursting forth with a snicker. "Then perhaps you should release her. So many eyes are upon us," she said, her voice low yet piercingly clear to all present. Jin Yun's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, akin to receiving a resounding slap in public. He glared at Yue Qing with intense fury before gradually withdrawing his hand from the Eastly princess's waist. At this moment, the Eastly princess gazed at Jin Yun with doe-like eyes, her voice sweet and soft. "General, I have inadvertently injured my foot. The pain is unbearable, and I cannot walk. Might I trouble you to escort me back to my residence?" However, Jin Yun's expression faltered, revealing his inner turmoil as he hesitated. Witnessing this, The Eastly princess feigned vulnerability, embellishing her plight. General Gu, I truly cannot walk. If I do not receive timely treatment, my injury may worsen. Yue Qing stood by, observing the scene unfold, an overwhelming sense of revulsion bubbling within her. With a cold laugh, she addressed Jin Yun. Gu Jin Yun, since the princess requires assistance. Why do you hesitate? Do not delay the treatment of her injury. Upon hearing Yue Qing's words, Gu Jin Yun's expression grew complex. Seeing the Eastly princess's tear-streaked eyes, he was deeply moved and swiftly lifted her into his arms. As they departed, the Eastly princess cast a triumphant glance at Yue Qing and, through gritted teeth, declared, Yue Qing, you shall see what is to come. With that, she nestled closer into Gu Jin Yun's embrace, and they gradually moved further away. The onlookers exchanged glances, many feeling pity for Yue Qing. Chapter 56. The miscarriage of Honghua. After Gu Jin Yun and Yue Qing attended the banquet at the palace, a significant event transpired at the general's residence. Honghua had lost her child. In the stillness of the night, Honghua suddenly experienced excruciating abdominal pain, her dress stained with blood. Auntie, I will summon the physician at once, exclaimed a maidservant, her voice laced with urgency as she dashed out. However, unexpectedly, before the maidservant could exit the Qiao Shuang courtyard, she was intercepted by Bai Yuewan's subordinates. Typically, Bai Yuewan enjoyed Gu Jin Yun's favor, and many maidservants and attendants were eager to curry her favor. With Yue Qing absent from the residence, all matters naturally fell to Bai Yuewan to oversee. Following her orders, they guarded the entrance to Qiao Shuang courtyard, refusing entry to anyone. Let me go. Auntie is in severe pain, the maidservant implored frantically, her eyes pleading. Yet the two guards remained unmoved, steadfast in their duty to deny access. Please, you must let me through. Auntie is in agony, the maidservant insisted desperately. But no matter how much she pleaded, the guards remained indifferent. You cannot do this. Our aunt is with child. If anything happens, the general will not spare you. The maidservant cried out in alarm. At that moment, one of the guards glanced at her and spoke with resignation. Miss, we are merely following orders. Please do not make this difficult for us. With the guards refusing to relent, the maidservant's anxiety escalated. If she could not relay the message in time, the consequences could be dire. Without hesitation, she turned and ran back, hoping to find another way to resolve the dire situation. Meanwhile, a smaller guard turned to his companion, saying, Chen, if something truly goes wrong, we cannot bear the responsibility. After all, it is the general's child. The older guard reassured him, do not worry. Everything rests with Auntie He. She is currently favored by the general. Perhaps one day, we will seize our opportunity. Hearing the older guard's words, the younger guard felt a surge of hesitation. After all, it was a life at stake. Yet, being just a lowly guard, he had no choice but to follow Bai Yuewan's commands. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Auntie, what shall we do? We cannot get out. Bai Yuewan has sent people to block the door. The maidservant cried, tears streaming down her face, as she confided in Honghua. In that moment, Honghua comprehended everything. Deeply aware that all that transpires this night is intricately intertwined with Bai Yuewan, she has calculated that the lady of the house is absent, thus granting her the audacity to act without restraint and place herself in peril. Should her child meet with misfortune tonight, she would not hesitate to exact a terrible vengeance upon her, regardless of the consequences. What shall be done? At this moment, everyone in the room is consumed with anxiety, pacing restlessly like ants on a hot pan. In the midst of this turmoil, a young maid suddenly recalls something and exclaims with fervor, there is a dog hole in the corner of our courtyard. I am small enough to slip through and seek help. With no other options available, she resolves to take this desperate measure. The maid successfully squeezes through the dog hole and hastily makes her way toward the old lady's courtyard. The night is deep, and the elderly matron of Showan Hall is in a peaceful slumber. The maid, prioritizing her mistress's safety, disregards her own caution and rushes into the courtyard, shouting, Old lady, I am from Qiao courtyard. I implore you to save my mistress. Her desperate cries shatter the tranquility of Showan Hall. At this moment, Yue is consumed by a singular thought. She must urgently summon the house physician to rescue Hong Yang and her unborn child. The old lady's personal maid, hearing the commotion, hastily dons her outer garment and steps outside to assess the situation. Which courtyard do you serve? She inquires, her tone sharp. Such ignorance of propriety. The old lady is asleep, Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Seeing someone has emerged, the maid seizes her arm, pleading, "Sister, my mistress is unwell and wishes to summon the physician. However, Nyang has blocked our courtyard, and I had to escape through the dog hole. Please, I beg you, inform the old lady and save Nyang and her child." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the old lady's maid instructs her to wait and rushes inside to relay the message. Awakened by the disturbance, the old lady is instantly alert, her displeasure evident. She cannot fathom the audacity of Yue Qing to endanger a child. "Let us go and see," she commands. Inside Qiushuang courtyard, Honghua endures excruciating pain, her complexion pale as parchment. She grits her teeth, clutching the quilt tightly. The young maid beside her, frantic, implores, "Mistress, you must hold on. Yue will return soon." Time drags on, and finally, the maid Yue appears at the entrance of Qiushuang courtyard, accompanied by the old lady. The two young servants guarding the entrance panic upon seeing the old lady approach. "What are you two doing here?" the old lady questions, her voice laced with anger. The two servants stammer, unable to articulate a coherent response. With a scowl, the old lady barks at them. "Return and inform Yue Qing that if anything happens to the child within Nyang's womb tonight, she shall not escape my wrath." The two attendants, cowed, depart in silence. Upon entering, the old lady finds Honghua unconscious. "Dr. Chun, I beseech you," she implores, her eyes filled with urgency. "This is my grandchild. It is a tragedy." Dr. Chun, not daring to delay, hastens to examine Honghua's pulse, but soon his face betrays his concern. Yue, witnessing this, grows increasingly anxious. She rushes to the bedside, grasping Honghua's icy hand, tears streaming down her face as she implores, "Dr. Chun, how is my mistress? Can the child be saved?" With a heavy sigh, Dr. Chun responds with palpable sorrow. "The child has perished, and your mistress has sustained severe injuries. She may never bear children again." The weight of his words strikes Yue like a thunderbolt, and tears flow freely from her eyes. The old lady's face contorts with rage as she turns away, gritting her teeth. "Immediately fetch Yue Qing. Let her witness the consequences of her vile actions." Chapter 57. The truth of the miscarriage. Upon receiving news of Honghua's miscarriage, Yue Qing's lips curl into a subtle, fleeting smile, quickly replaced by her usual composure. She elegantly turns to the maidservants behind her, softly stating, "Well done. This is your just reward." Producing a heavy silver ingot from her sleeve, she hands it to one of the maids. The maidservants, their faces lighting up with joy, realize that the silver bestowed upon them could suffice for several months' wages. "Thank you for your generosity, my lady," they chorus, their voices brimming with gratitude as they respectfully accept the silver and step aside. At that moment, a gentle knock resounds at the door. One maid timidly approaches and opens it. As the door swings wide, all eyes turn toward the entrance, where Xuelian, the old lady's confidant, stands with several others. The maidservants feel a twinge of fear. Despite being fellow servants, Xuelian exudes a commanding aura that inspires awe. "Xuelian, what brings you here?" One maid gathers her courage to ask. Yet Xuelian pays her no mind, gliding past her with an air of grace, heading directly toward Yue Qing. Yue Qing, noticing the shift in atmosphere, sizes up Xuelian and coolly remarks, "Have you not been taught manners? To stand before this lady without offering a proper greeting is utterly disrespectful." Xuelian, however, merely smiles, a hint of irony dancing in her expression as she calmly responds, "Might I trouble you to accompany me? The old lady is awaiting you in Qiushuang courtyard." Upon hearing the name of the courtyard, Yue Qing's countenance shifts slightly with surprise, then she feigns composure, asking with feigned curiosity, "What business could the old lady have with me at this late hour?" "Your presence will clarify that," Xuelian replies. A wave of unease washes over Yue Qing. The old lady must be confronting her about Honghua. However, she quickly reassures herself that she had not directly intervened, and any inquiry would not implicate her. At worst, it would merely be a reprimand for poor management of the servants. Arriving at Qiushuang courtyard, Yue Qing takes a deep breath to steady her nerves before entering. Upon raising her gaze, she finds the old lady seated with a stern demeanor, exuding authority without uttering a word. Yue Qing instinctively lowers her head, hesitating for a moment before approaching and performing a formal bow. "Kneel." Before Yue Qing could rise, the old lady suddenly barked a command, her voice resonating with authority and an oppressive aura. Yue Qing was taken aback, and with no choice, she obediently knelt down, lowering her head in silence. Do you know your crime? The old lady's voice echoed again, laced with an irresistible gravitas. Yue Qing, striving to maintain her composure, responded softly. I do not know what crime I have committed. Please enlighten me, esteemed lady. Though her tone was calm, the slight tremor in her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil and anxiety. The old lady scoffed. What a splendid claim of ignorance. You plotted against Honghua, resulting in her miscarriage, and still dare to feign innocence before me. Yue Qing's complexion instantly drained of color, pale as a sheet, as if struck by a tremendous shock. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken necklace. Esteemed lady, I swear I did not. How could I possibly harm another? There must be some misunderstanding.
Please believe me.
Yue Qing's voice quivered with emotion, her delicate demeanor evoking sympathy. Nevertheless, the old lady remained unmoved by Yue Qing's tearful visage and cast her a cold glance, stating, I am not a general. Your tears hold no sway over me. We are both women, and I am well aware of your intentions. Yue Qing lowered her head, striving to steady her breath. With the general absent, she realized this old woman was not easily deceived. Just then, her gaze drifted toward the young maid standing at the door, and she subtly signaled her with a meaningful glance. The maid instantly understood and quietly slipped away from Qiushuang courtyard. I truly did not do it. Yue Qing's voice trembled, ultimately choking her words. You still refuse to admit it? The 2 guards you sent to Qiushuang courtyard have confessed, the old lady stated, immediately summoning those 2 individuals. Since you do not believe me, I am willing to confront them, Yue Qing declared resolutely, fixing her gaze on the old woman. The old lady scrutinized her determined expression, furrowing her brows slightly, but revealing no further emotion, merely waving her hand to signal the guards to bring the 2 men forth. You 2, recount everything in detail, she commanded sternly. The guards exchanged glances, and one began to stutter his account. At that moment, Yue Qing interjected. When and where did I instruct you to harm concubine Hong? The guards fell silent, as concubine Hong had indeed not explicitly directed them, only hinting at the matter. Esteemed lady, I truly did not commit this act. They are framing me. Yue Qing seized the opportunity to defend herself. At this juncture, Yue, who was beside Honghua, spoke up indignantly. Today, I went to fetch medicine for a lady and saw Miss GB peering into the kitchen. Do not slander me with your words. You wish to defame me. Yue Qing rose to chastise Yue. Slander? What benefit do they gain from harming you? Yue Qing, if you were to behave yourself, perhaps the general's household could accommodate you, but your repeated wrongdoings leave no place for you here, the old lady retorted. Yue Qing, taken aback by the old lady's words, replied, Esteemed lady, I did not do it. Fetch that maid and beat her until she confesses. I do not believe she will not tell the truth. Chapter 58. Yue Qing is expelled from the mansion. At that moment, a maid was dragged in, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed GB. As she stepped through the doorway, several burly matrons forcefully pinned her to the ground, rendering her immobile. GB cried out in pain, her face filled with terror as she looked toward Yue Qing, her eyes brimming with despair and pleading.
Speak.
Who instructed you to go to the kitchen? Was it concubine Hong? The old lady questioned with an imposing demeanor. GB hesitated, weighing her options. Should she speak the truth? She risked punishment upon returning to Handan courtyard, yet if she did not, she might be beaten to death. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, the old lady spoke again. If you reveal the truth, I can spare your life. This statement shone like a glimmer of hope in the darkness, offering GB a chance for survival. It was concubine Hong who instructed me. GB finally mustered the courage to stammer. Upon hearing this, Yue Qing's countenance turned as pale as a ghost. What a treacherous wretch you are, daring to accuse me despite my kindness towards you. Yue Qing surged toward GB, her expression aflame with rage, as if she sought to unleash all her fury upon her. Yue Qing's steps were frantic and unsteady, as if she had lost her senses. However, just as she prepared to act, she found her hopes dashed. The guards had already sensed her intentions and swiftly seized her arms, mercilessly thwarting her impulsive actions. GB, witnessing Yue Qing's predicament, glared at her with fury. How have you been kind to me? You routinely beat and scold us for no reason, even withholding our allowances. The other maids, initially timid, found their courage as they witnessed Yue Qing's disgraceful state and began to echo GB's accusations. Faced with this chorus of reproach, Yue Yuewan's expression darkened further. She glared at the surrounding maids, gritting her teeth and threatening, "Very well, you ungrateful wretches. When the general returns, I shall ensure he sells you all off." At this moment, the previously silent old lady finally spoke, her gaze calm and indifferent. "You will not wait for the general's return." Yue Yuewan's heart sank in terror. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the old lady. Her face drained of color, her body trembling involuntarily. "What do you mean?" Yue Yuewan's voice quivered with fear. The old lady looked at her with cold detachment and disdain. "Send concubine Hong to the estate. She is not to return without my command."
No.
"You cannot do this to me. Gu Lang, save me." Yue Yuewan shrieked, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Yet, her tears did not elicit a shred of sympathy from the old lady, who regarded her coldly. At that moment, a young maid rushed in, her urgency palpable. She hastened to Yue Yuewan's side, exclaiming joyfully, "Auntie, the general has returned." Upon hearing this, Yue Yuewan's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Breaking free from the guard's grasp, she stumbled, yet resolutely made her way to the door. In the distance, she spotted Jin Yun approaching, and the burden that had weighed on her heart finally lifted. However, when Jin Yun beheld the chaotic scene before him, he could not help but frown. He then turned his gaze to Yue Yuewan, concern etched on his face. "Wan, what on earth has happened?" As soon as Jin Yun arrived, Yue Yuewan's tension dissipated significantly. She joyfully approached him, affectionately linking her arm with his. Tears welled in her eyes as Yue Yuewan, full of grievance, spoke. "Mother claims that I caused Honghua to miscarry and lose her child. Wu, General, I truly did not." Her voice quivered with sobs, as if she bore an immense injustice. Beside her, Yue Qing observed Yue Yuewan's pitiable demeanor and could not help but find it somewhat amusing, though she endeavored to maintain a serious expression. At that moment, a clear, ringing laughter suddenly shattered the silence, standing out starkly in the tranquil environment. Drawing the attention of both Yue Yuewan and Jin Yun, realizing her own lapse, Yue Qing quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I simply couldn't help it. Please continue." Meanwhile, the ever-silent Tuanzi finally spoke up, saying, "Little master, it seems another performance is about to unfold. Let me see what this ugly woman will do today." Jin Yun approached the old matriarch, wishing to defend Yue Yuewan and exonerate her from blame. However, before he could finish his sentence, the old matriarch interrupted him. Frowning with evident anger, she glared at Jin Yun and admonished him sternly. "Jin Yun, are you blind? Can't you see she is merely acting? How could I have such a foolish son?" Startled by his mother's rebuke, Jin Yun fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. He had never witnessed his mother so enraged. Seeing her son's silence only fueled the old matriarch's fury. She continued, "Your son is gone. And you still protect this woman? She takes advantage of your affection and behaves recklessly. Are you truly oblivious to it?" Disappointment laced her voice. "Let me make it clear. In this household, it is either I or her. You must send her to the estate today." Jin Yun's expression darkened upon hearing his mother's words. He bowed his head in contemplation, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Mother, please stop this," he said. "Fine, I will go. Out of sight, out of mind." The old matriarch turned to leave. Caught between the two women he cherished most, Jin Yun was at a loss and pondered for a moment.
"Wanna?"
"You should go to the estate first," he said softly. Yue Yuewan, struck by his words, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Jin Yun. "General, I did not harm Honghua. Why do you not believe me?" she cried out. Jin Yun furrowed his brow, but, given the chaotic scene, felt compelled to allow Wanner to leave to prevent further escalation. "Someone, take Aunt He to the estate," he commanded, gesturing for his subordinates to escort Yue Yuewan away. Despair filled her gaze as she looked at Jin Yun, tears blurring her vision. "General. Humph. She deserves it," Zibi sneered. Her eyes filled with disdain and contempt for Yue Yuewan. As Yue Yuewan departed, silence enveloped the room. "The wicked woman has been taken away," Tuanzi remarked cheerfully. Yue Qing chuckled softly, pleased that Yue Yuewan would finally experience a sense of despair. After all, life outside the general's residence was far from the comforts she had grown accustomed to. Chapter 59. Princess Dongli seeks trouble since arriving at the estate. Yue Yuewan maintained her haughty demeanor, barking orders at the caretakers. Yet, they were unyielding, Aside from delivering meals at mealtimes, they largely ignored her. "I am the general's most favored woman," she shouted at the firmly shut doors. "Do you dare treat me this way? Are you not afraid that I will return and have the general dismiss you all?" Initially, her loud proclamations had instilled some trepidation, leading to a modicum of preferential treatment, including delicious meals and some flattery. However, as time passed, the general's residents seemed to become indifferent to Yue Qing, and patience amongst the staff waned. They ceased to acknowledge her cries, even lowering the standard of her meals to mere ordinary fare. The estate's inhabitants labored diligently daily, their meals enriched with lard for sustenance. While this posed no issue for them, it was a calamity for someone like Yue Qing, who spent her days idle, eating and sleeping. Yet, she seemed oblivious, increasing her appetite significantly. Within a mere month, her physique had transformed dramatically. After Yue Qing was sent to the estate, Yue Qing found her own life considerably alleviated. Tuanzi, puzzled, looked at Yue Qing and finally spoke. "Yeah, we learned from Gu Qing about the master's passing. We should leave the general's residence promptly. It is quite perilous here." Yue Qing, calm and thoughtful, gazed into the distance and resolutely replied, "I must obtain evidence of Jin Yun's treachery. This is not only a condition I promised to the regent, but also a personal objective. A despicable man like Jin Yun must face the punishment he deserves. I cannot swallow this indignation." Tuanzi nodded, understanding Yue Qing's intentions, but suggested, "Master, if that is the case, why not sneak into his study tonight to see if we can uncover some evidence?" However, Yue Qing shook her head, calmly analyzing, "Let us not rush. We should first leave the residence." A while ago, she had sent Aiken to the Yue family's tavern to learn some skills for future independence.
Now,
A month had passed, and it was time for her to check on him. Inside the tavern, Aiken was finishing a task assigned by the manager and had settled down in a corner with a book, nibbling on a biscuit as he read. Seeing him so industrious warmed Yue Qing's heart. With a smile, she called out Aiken. Hearing that familiar voice, Aiken quickly set his book and biscuit aside, rushing over joyfully. "Sister, you're here," he exclaimed with delight. Yue Qing gently ruffled his hair and asked with concern, "How have you been here? Are you adjusting well?" Aiken nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with contentment. This life, he thought, was something he had never even dared to dream about, being well-fed daily and wearing clean clothes. Seeing Aiken's innocent and satisfied smile filled Yue Qing with warmth. She softly encouraged him, "Go play." After Aiken left, the tavern manager remarked to Yue Qing, "Aiken is quite clever. Given time, he will surely achieve great things. Ever since I saved him, I've wanted to enroll him in the Yue family's academy. But he stubbornly insists on being self-reliant." At that moment, a loud, commanding voice echoed from upstairs, "Bring me the best items in your tavern. Do you think you can appease me with these trifles? Do you take me for a beggar?" Yue Qing frowned upon hearing that unmistakable voice. It belonged to Princess Dongli. The manager, intending to ascend and placate the princess, was hastily stopped by Yue Qing, who whispered a few words to him, and he departed, understanding her intent. Afterward, Yue Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile as her gaze drifted towards the second floor, a hint of amusement lingering in her expression. She ascended the staircase at a leisurely pace and gently pushed open the door to the private room. At that moment, Princess Dongli was berating the waiter. "Isn't your establishment renowned as the finest restaurant in Yue Qing? Why does the menu consist of such mundane dishes?" The waiter appeared exceedingly flustered in the presence of Princess Dongli. Yue Qing approached him calmly and whispered, "You may step aside." Upon hearing this, the waiter quickly exited the private room. Turning her attention to Yue Qing, Princess Dongli spoke in a flat tone, "You have finally arrived. Now that you are here, come serve me my meal." "How dare you speak so?" Our Lady, Xiaotao protested indignantly, glancing at Princess Dongli. "What did you say?" Princess Dongli, reclining languidly, fixed her piercing gaze on Xiaotao. A barely perceptible smile graced Yue Qing's lips as she realized that Princess Dongli was intentionally seeking to provoke her. Observing this, the little dumpling chuckled softly. "It seems our young master is in for some misfortune." Yue Qing turned her gaze back to Princess Dongli, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as she inquired, "Did the princess request the most expensive dishes from the restaurant?" Princess Dongli nodded slightly in affirmation. "That is certainly the case." Hearing this, Yue Qing's smile broadened, and she promptly instructed Xiaotao to prepare the order. To Princess Dongli, Yue Qing's actions appeared as those of a mercenary. and her eyes filled with disdain. Once all the dishes were served, Yue Qing began presenting her restaurant's specialties. The sight of Yue Qing's demeanor brought a smile to Princess Dongli's face. With your lowly appearance, how do you think you are worthy of General Gu? Princess Dongli mocked Yue Qing. Choosing to ignore the taunt, Yue Qing asked, has the princess enjoyed her meal? When Princess Dongli remained silent, Yue Qing chuckled softly. Since the princess has finished dining, I shall take my leave. Do remember to settle the bill. With that, she turned to depart. Wait. Did this princess permit you to leave? Princess Dongli blocked her path. Yue Qing slowly turned back. Feigning surprise and softly inquired, might I ask if the princess has further instructions? With a cold snort, Princess Dongli produced several pieces of scattered silver from her robe and tossed them onto the table, the coins clinking sharply against the surface. This is your reward. Princess Dongli's voice dripped with disdain and mockery. Yue Qing smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over the silver. She raised her head to meet Princess Dongli's eyes and calmly replied, I appreciate the princess's generosity, but I do not lack for such trivial amounts. Perhaps it would be best for the princess to keep it.
With that,
she turned to leave. Watching Yue Qing's retreating figure, Princess Dongli's fury intensified. Her fingers clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, very well. Continue to act so arrogantly. One day, you shall learn the meaning of regret. Chapter 60. The princess faces disgrace. A waiter rushed before Princess Dongli, smiling as he presented the bill. Noble one, here is your bill. Please make your payment. Princess Dongli took the bill, glancing at it briefly before her expression soured. Her voice rising in disbelief. How can it amount to such a sum? This is clearly a fraudulent establishment. The waiter, noticing her distress, couldn't suppress a faint smile. He stood tall and surveyed Princess Dongli leisurely. Yet another patron who orders the priciest dishes without the means to pay. I have seen many like you, pretending to be affluent while their pockets are empty. With this thought, the waiter's smile widened as he replied nonchalantly, noble one, fear not. Our dishes are clearly priced. Please, take a look at the menu. He gestured towards the menu on the table. Princess Dongli's face darkened as she glanced at it. No wonder Yue Qing had complied when she requested to be served. It was all part of her scheme, knowing full well that Princess Dongli could not afford such luxuries. Furiously, Princess Dongli's brows furrowed, and she commanded, summon your master at once. I demand to speak with her. The waiter, unfazed by her authority, replied calmly, I apologize, but my master is currently occupied with the Duchess. Princess Dongli felt an uncontainable surge of anger. As a princess of noble birth, she had never been subjected to such disrespect. How dare this lowly servant treat her with such insolence? In a fit of rage, she slammed her palm onto the table, rising abruptly to scold. How dare you, insolent servant? You would disrespect this princess? Yet the waiter remained composed, explaining, noble one, please calm your anger. It is not my intention to offend. My master is simply attending to important matters. As the situation escalated, he sought the manager. The manager, seasoned in the ways of business, understood the predicament at hand. Typically, he would not impose difficulties, allowing a pledge of collateral. However, today was different. Hearing the waiter recount how Princess Dongli had belittled his subordinate, the manager resolved to seek justice for Yue Qing. Why is the noble one hesitating to settle the bill? Is it a matter of finances? The manager's words struck a nerve with Princess Dongli. Do not speak such nonsense. This princess would lack for a mere pittance? I simply forgot my purse in my haste today. The manager chuckled lightly. So that is the case. But if everyone were to forget their wallets, how would we conduct business? Surely, a princess would not resort to defaulting on her debts. His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of passers-by who gathered at the door, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As the crowd grew, Princess Dongli's face shifted from red to pale, and she clenched her jaw, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist. Surely this will suffice for the payment? The manager examined the bracelet closely, nodding. Indeed, it holds considerable value, yet it still falls short.
How dare you?
Princess Dongli's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you even comprehend the worth of this bracelet? The manager scrutinized the piece, then replied coolly, it is indeed valuable, but still insufficient. What, Princess Dongli, do you intend to evade your financial obligations? You are speaking nonsense. Would this princess ever default on a debt? Princess Dongli's face flickered between shades of red and white. Then pay up. The manager insisted, unyielding. Princess Dongli clenched her teeth, realizing that the matter could not simply be brushed aside. Yue Qing had undoubtedly orchestrated this, knowing she could not afford the bill. The crowd continued to gather, pointing and whispering about Princess Dongli's previously haughty demeanor. Once a figure of grandeur, now reduced to wretchedness. At this moment, Yue Qing and the Duchess of the State pushed through the crowd to enter. Princess Dongli, noticing the fury etched across Yue Qing's face, suppressed her anger upon seeing the multitude. With a smile, she approached Yue Qing, saying, "Miss Yu, we left in such haste today that we forgot to bring any silver. Might you show some leniency? I shall have someone deliver it shortly." Yue Qing replied with a smile, "Of course, Your Highness. With such a noble identity, you surely wouldn't default on your debts, would you?" Her words were punctuated with a meaningful glance. As soon as she finished speaking, laughter rippled through the crowd. The expression on Princess Dongli's face darkened, and she shot a fierce glare at Yue Qing. "Since the princess claims to send someone, let us wait a little longer." "Everyone disperse, disperse," the innkeeper interjected, casting a glance between the two to diffuse the tension. As the crowd slowly dissipated, Princess Dongli's previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of grim displeasure, starkly contrasting with her earlier appearance, as if she had donned a different persona. Rising from her seat, she gritted her teeth and addressed Yue Qing, "I shall remember this incident. Miss Yu, time is on our side. We shall see what unfolds." With that, she stormed out of the tavern, flanked by her attendants. The Duchess approached Yue Qing, a hint of concern on her face, and whispered, "That Princess Dongli clearly is not one to be trifled with. Are you not afraid she will bear a grudge against you?" Yue Qing offered a resigned smile, secretly lamenting. In truth, Princess Dongli had long set her sights on Jin Yun. Simply because of her position as Jin Yun's wife, she would never easily let go of her. "Fear not, my lady. The rift between us has already been established. This minor incident changes little," Yue Qing replied nonchalantly. Princess Dongli left the bustling tavern in a fury, her anger simmering throughout the journey back to the inn. Once there, she could no longer contain her rage and smashed everything within her chamber to pieces. "Your Highness, please do not be so angry. She will surely pay for her arrogance," her maid hastily consoled. Hearing her maid's words, Princess Dongli's emotions began to settle. Indeed, soon Yue Qing will be infamous, her reputation in tatters. At that time, we shall see how she maintains her haughty demeanor. A smirk graced the princess's lips as a glimmer of triumph flickered in her eyes. A few days later, under the pretense of making friends, Princess Dongli hosted a grand banquet, inviting all notable families from Yue Qing. Naturally, the general's residence was among those invited. However, upon receiving the invitation, Xiaodao looked anxiously at her mistress and said, "Madam, must we truly attend? That princess always seeks to make things difficult for you. I suspect this banquet is merely a trap." Yue Qing smiled gently, her tone unperturbed. "If she truly intends to trouble me, avoiding this banquet will not stave off future encounters. It is better to confront this nuisance head-on and resolve it once and for all." Meanwhile, Jin Yun was in his study attending to affairs when a pure white dove alighted at the door. He approached and retrieved the message affixed to its leg. However, as he read the contents, his expression grew increasingly troubled. It turned out that Nanfeng had gone missing. He had initially assumed Nanfeng had returned to the barbarian nation, but the situation seemed far more complex. Furthermore, the general of the barbarian nation reprimanded him in the letter, claiming that the defensive schematics they received were false, leading to their repeated defeats in battle. Jin Yun furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Nanfeng's disappearance likely related to these schematics.
Yet,
Nanfeng had vanished while attempting to kill Yue Qing. Could it be that Yue Qing had slain him? No, Nanfeng was highly skilled. Jin Yun himself could not be certain of victory against him. A fierce glint appeared in Yue Qing's eyes. It seemed she could not be left unchecked. The banquet hosted by Princess Dongli was held at the joyful mountain villa in the western outskirts of the capital. Yue Qing had prepared everything in advance and was about to leave when she noticed Jin Yun approaching Water Moon Pavilion at a leisurely pace. He stood quietly, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his eyes glimmering with an imperceptible mirth. He softly said to Yue Qing, "Let us attend Princess Dongli's banquet together." Just then, a playful voice echoed in her ear, "Little master, be cautious. Those who offer undue flattery often harbor ulterior motives." At this, Yue Qing nodded inwardly, acknowledging the wisdom in the warning. She regarded Jin Yun with increased vigilance. Indeed, caution was warranted on the princess's territory. It is prudent to exercise caution when venturing into Princess Dongli's domain, Yue Qing stated evenly. Then, with a look of skepticism, she bluntly retorted, Jin Yun, have you lost your mind? Jin Yun warmly addressed her. It was all my fault before. Let us live harmoniously from now on. Yue Qing inwardly scoffed, a derisive smile escaping her lips. Humph. Can I trust someone who would betray their own country? Her cold gaze bore into Jin Yun's. After a moment, she replied coolly, I am preparing to attend Princess Dongli's banquet. You may do as you wish. With those words, she resolutely turned and strode toward the door. Jin Yun, seeing this, hurried to catch up, saying, I shall accompany you. Yet, Yue Qing did not halt her pace, nor did she glance back. Jin Yun quickened his steps, striving to keep up, persistently calling Yue Qing. Before he could finish, Yue Qing interrupted sharply. Enough. Do not follow me. Her voice was laced with palpable anger. Without granting him further time to ponder, she warned, if you persist, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, she left without a backward glance. Jin Yun watched her retreating figure, deep in contemplation. The banquet was alive with chatter and excitement when Yue Qing arrived, already filled with numerous noble women. Princess Dongli was animatedly conversing with them, and as they noticed Yue Qing's entrance, a hush fell over the crowd. Yue Qing smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement before choosing a secluded corner to sit. She scanned her surroundings, recognizing many familiar faces when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Madame Gu, over here. Princess Dongli beamed, waving for Yue Qing to come closer. After a brief hesitation, Yue Qing rose and approached the princess. I wonder why the princess has summoned me? Princess Dongli grasped her hand tightly, sincerity in her eyes as she said, Not long ago, I acted rashly, and today I have hosted this banquet to sincerely apologize to you, Sister Yu. A smile graced Yue Qing's lips, yet she slowly withdrew her hand, displaying evident aloofness. Your Highness, you are too kind. This is merely a trifling matter, not worthy of concern. That simply will not do. I have always been clear about grievances and favors, Princess Dongli insisted, and with that, she took Yue Qing's hand once more, leading her into the heart of the gathering. Yue Qing observed the stark contrast in her demeanor compared to a few days prior, feeling a perplexity as she wondered what schemes lay hidden within her. Yet, she could do nothing but trail behind her. Upon reaching the center of the crowd, Princess Dongli exchanged a knowing glance with her maid, who promptly presented a tray adorned with 2 exquisite wine goblets. Once the wine was poured, Princess Dongli gently nudged one goblet towards Yue Qing, then lifted her gaze, surveying the surroundings as she declared with a clear, resonant voice, A few days ago, I had a disagreement with Madame Gu, and today, I wish to offer my sincerest apologies. I hope, dear Madame Gu, that you will be magnanimous and not hold this against me. As her words fell, she raised her goblet and consumed its contents in one bold motion, exuding a sense of bravado. Next, she smiled and gazed at Yue Qing, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yue Qing hesitated as she regarded the goblet before her, uncertainty gnawing at her heart. At that moment, the anxious voice of Tuanzi echoed in her ear. Young mistress, please do not drink. It may be tainted. Yue Qing furrowed her brow, fully aware of Tuanzi's concerns, yet the multitude of eyes upon her rendered refusal to drink appear petty. Conversely, should she consume the wine and find it compromised, the repercussions could be dire. It was undeniable that Princess Dongli's maneuver was masterfully executed, having deftly placed her in a predicament. Gritting her teeth, Yue Qing sighed internally, recognizing that retreat was no longer an option. With the intensity of the crowd's gaze intensifying, she inhaled deeply, steeled her resolve, and ultimately decided to lift the goblet. So be it, she thought. It was time to gamble on fate. With determination, Yue Qing raised the goblet and drained it in one swift motion. Since the princess acknowledges her fault, that is commendable, she remarked softly. Upon hearing this, Princess Dongli's brow furrowed slightly, but it was quickly replaced by a smile of triumph, evidently pleased with the success of her scheme. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yue Qing sought a secluded spot, channeling her inner strength to expel the wine she had just consumed. You are truly astute, young mistress. I was unnecessarily worried. Tuanzi's voice resonated with relief. Do you know what poison this is? Yue Qing inquired. It is not poison but a potent aphrodisiac. Were it not for your unique abilities, you might have fallen victim to its effects, Tuanzi responded. So this was her intention, to employ such drastic measures to be with Jin Yun. Nevertheless, it remained uncertain who would ultimately face misfortune today. Chapter 62. Reaping the consequences, Yue Qing noticed Princess Dongli occasionally glancing her way. Was she awaiting the effects to take hold? Pretending to feel dizzy, she placed a hand to her forehead, at which point a maid approached her. Is the lady unwell? Do you require assistance to rest? Yue Qing perceived the calculation in her eyes and pretended to acquiesce, saying, I do feel a bit unwell. Lead me to a place to rest. Thus, under the maid's support, Yue Qing slowly made her way to the backyard. Though she appeared feeble, she remained alert, keenly aware of her surroundings. Upon reaching the entrance of a small courtyard, Yue Qing instructed, You may return now. We shall rest ourselves. The maid hesitated for a moment before responding, Very well, you may enter. The room is there. After indicating the direction, the maid departed. Once the maid left, Yue Qing took hold of Xiao Dao's hand and instructed, Xiao Dao, you must go outside and find a place to hide. I will manage things here. Xiao Dao immediately interjected, Wherever you go, I shall follow. You cannot drive me away. She clutched Yue Qing's hand tightly. Yue Qing, touched by Xiao Dao's unwavering spirit, gently patted her hand, reassuringly saying, Xiao Dao, I do not wish to part with you, but we are uncertain of the circumstances here. Should anything arise, you could seek help. I will meet you at the pavilion, where we came from. Xiao Dao gazed at Yue Qing with a dazed expression, pondering silently. The lady's words hold merit. While the lady possesses formidable skills to navigate perilous situations, following her might only serve as a hindrance. Very well, I shall await your return outside, Xiao Dao conceded, turning to leave the room. However, scarcely had Xiao Dao stepped out when a commotion erupted outside. Hurry inside. Once the task is complete, the princess will surely reward us handsomely. Hearing this, Yue Qing hastily climbed onto the bed, feigning unconsciousness. At this moment, every hair on her body stood on end, her nerves taut. She heard the door creak open, followed by footsteps drawing closer. Yue Qing immediately stilled her breath, fearful of revealing her ruse. In an instant, the footsteps halted, and she could hear heavy breathing nearby. Little beauty, you have only yourself to blame for attracting the princess's attention. I shall make sure to indulge you, a voice taunted. Before the words faded, Yue Qing heard the sounds of clothing being removed, accompanied by eager gasps. She opened her eyes to behold a repugnant man leering at her. Little beauty, you are awake. This makes things all the more interesting. Yue Qing felt her stomach churn, fighting back the nausea as she delivered a swift kick that sent the man tumbling off the bed. Infuriated, he scrambled to his feet and lunged at her. You little vixen, you possess quite a bit of strength. Yue Qing deftly sidestepped and struck the man on the shoulder, rendering him unconscious. She then quickly fled the scene, only to sense an unusual presence as she exited the courtyard. Young mistress, there in the trees, Tuanzi alerted her. Who? Step forward, Yue Qing called coldly. At that moment, the figures concealed in the trees revealed themselves. Miss, we are sent by the prince. He feared you might encounter danger today, so he dispatched us to protect you. Upon learning they were the prince's men, Yue Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then could you assist me with a task? She inquired. The two cloaked figures responded respectfully. Please speak. Bring Jin Yun here, she commanded, and the two shadows swiftly vanished from her sight. With her plan set in motion, Yue Qing devised a way to draw Princess Dongli out, swiftly incapacitating her and transporting her to a prepared chamber. As she cast the princess into the room she had intended for herself, Yue Qing considered herself no saint. If the princess sought to harm her, she would not let her off lightly. After sequestering Princess Dongli, Yue Qing concealed herself in the shadows to observe. Before long, two of the regent's dark guards entered the courtyard, carrying a man whom Yue Qing also thrust into the same chamber. Just then, the man whom Yue Qing had rendered unconscious began to stir. Damn that little harlot, how dare she strike me? Upon seeing Princess Dongli on the bed, his eyes lit up with eagerness as he lunged toward her. The princess murmured softly, prompting the man to become even more brazen. His breaths quickened, and his gaze was filled with intense desire and greed. Before long, the room was filled with suggestive sounds, reminiscent of whispered exchanges and heavy breaths between a man and a woman. Yue Qing, realizing the situation had escalated, hastily departed from the courtyard. As she listened to the sounds, her heart raced fiercely, and a flush crept across her cheeks. However, Just as she exited the small courtyard, a piercing scream echoed from within. This cry shattered the tranquil night, compelling everyone to turn in its direction. Numerous guests, drawn by the commotion, flocked towards the courtyard, eager to discern the cause of the disturbance. As they approached, the previously intimate sounds became increasingly discernible, leading to expressions of embarrassment and surprise among the onlookers. Who could be so audacious as to engage in such scandalous behavior at a banquet? Speculations began to swirl as they whispered among themselves, trying to ascertain the identities of those involved. At that moment, one of Princess Dongli's maids stepped forward, addressing the crowd with a loud voice. Today marks the banquet organized by our princess. The occurrence of such an incident places us in a delicate position. Let us venture inside to see who is responsible. Her words ignited excitement among those who had been eager to witness the unfolding drama. A throng of people surged into the room. Upon entering, the sight that greeted them rendered them speechless. A man was atop a woman, who, to their astonishment, was none other than Princess Dongli, the host of the evening. Her attire was disheveled, and her face bore a deep crimson hue. To their dismay, a third figure was also visible on the bed, Jin Yun. The three lay entangled together, completely bare, creating a chaotic scene. The princess's maids rushed forward, swiftly pulling the man off the princess and draping her with garments from the floor. The onlookers were left in shock, grappling with the reality of the princess's presence in such a compromising situation. Enough!
Out!
One of the maids urgently commanded, shooing everyone away from the scene. Yue Qing observed the fainted Princess Dongli with a cold smile, relishing in the fruits of her own scheming. Princess Dongli, Jin Yun, there is much time ahead. Chapter 63. Disgrace. Jin Yun, having trained in martial arts from a young age, regained consciousness more swiftly than Princess Dongli. As he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the crowd surrounding him, he felt a surge of astonishment. Recollecting the events leading to his fainting, he remembered encountering two exceptionally skilled individuals. He had been unable to withstand their prowess and was swiftly rendered unconscious. As he scrutinized the faces in the crowd, he noticed their gazes were filled with a mix of intrigue and astonishment. Rising to his feet, he approached Yue Qing, seemingly intent on articulating a response. However, Yue Qing interrupted him, her face a mask of fury. Jin Yun, at the banquet, you ruthlessly rejected Princess Dongli in front of the emperor and numerous officials. Yet here you are, entangled with her in such a manner. Your hypocrisy is astounding. Jin Yun was bewildered by Yue Qing's accusations, unable to grasp the implication of her words regarding his involvement with Princess Dongli. I did not. He began to explain but was cut off by Yue Qing's scathing retort. Enough. I refuse to hear any more of your excuses. I never anticipated you to be such a person. Her eyes blazed with anger and disappointment. At this moment, the surrounding guests converged, their expressions revealing a mix of anticipation and amusement. They could hardly believe that the normally reserved and principled General Gu could be so reckless. Jin Yun quickly turned to acquaintances, seeking clarity, and learned the full extent of the situation. How had he ended up in that room? Had those two individuals cast him aside there? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. Just then, Princess Dongli, supported by her maids, began to awaken. As she opened her eyes, she found herself under the scrutiny of a multitude of peculiar gazes. Her attention fell upon Yue Qing, who bore an expression of malicious glee, which incited a wave of revulsion within her. Princess Dongli's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on Yue Qing, her voice trembling with shock. Why you? What are you doing here? As she spoke, she struggled to rise and advance towards Yue Qing. Your Highness, please. A maid attempted to intervene, but before she could finish, a sound of tearing fabric echoed. The princess's garment slipped, revealing her porcelain skin adorned with various marks. Her legs trembled, as if they had lost their strength. The guests gasped at the sight, some of the unmarried women blushing furiously and turning away, unable to bear the humiliation. Princess Dongli, now fully aware of her state, looked down to find herself completely exposed. A sharp scream escaped her lips as she crouched down, desperately attempting to cover herself. With a sudden surge of anger, she glared at Yue Qing, her voice quivering with fury. What have you done to me? The maid by her side hurriedly retrieved the fallen garments, frantically draping them over the princess. Her eyes flickered with anxiety as she subtly indicated for Princess Dongli to follow her, whispering, Your Highness, allow me to assist you in changing into clean attire. After a brief moment, Princess Dongli, with the maid's careful support, stumbled back into the hall. Her complexion was as pale as a ghost, filled with profound resentment and fury directed at Yue Qing, as if she wished to consume her whole. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, pointing a trembling finger at Yue Qing, her voice steeped in anguish and despair. "It was you. You poisoned me." Yue Qing, confronted with Princess Dongli's accusations, felt a swell of indignation and helplessness. She regarded the princess with an innocent expression, raising her hands to indicate her innocence.
"Oh,
"Pray tell, how did I poison you, dear princess?" As silence ensued, Yue Qing scoffed. "You must not cast unfounded accusations. The wine was prepared by you. Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, why is it only you who is suffering?" Princess Dongli's face drained of color as she grasped the truth, yet she found herself at a loss for words. It was her own carelessness that had led her to underestimate Yue Qing's capabilities. At that moment, she understood that the man involved could not be spared. Pointing at the man, Princess Dongli commanded, "Seize that audacious fool and have him beaten to death." The man, upon hearing her decree, was struck with fear, realizing that the very person with whom he had just shared a moment of intimacy now sought his demise. The man spoke loudly, addressing the princess. "It was you who summoned me to this room. Are you now planning to abandon me?" Princess Dongli trembled with rage, retorting, "Nonsense. At what point did I invite you here? You scoundrel, how dare you fabricate such lies? This man was merely a servant in the household, yet today, he must meet his demise." With his own innocence already lost, he could only cling to Jin Yun, hoping to salvage some of his dignity. "Take him away. Do not obstruct my view," she commanded the guards. Upon hearing Princess Dongli's orders, they promptly seized the man and began to drag him toward the door. At that moment, Yue Qing cautiously interjected, "Princess, is this course of action not rather hasty? This man may possess valuable information. Perhaps he is acting under someone else's orders. How else would he dare to commit such acts?" Princess Dongli, upon hearing this, recognized that Yue Qing was subtly criticizing her. Anger filled her gaze as she looked at Yue Qing. If it were not for her, would she have found herself in such a predicament? "Madame Gu, what purpose does it serve to keep such a troublesome servant alive? Do you wish to speak on his behalf, or are you in league with him?" Yue Qing helplessly shook her head. She was not the one facing misfortune, and how the situation was handled had little to do with her. After the guards took the man away, the surrounding guests began to disperse, the excitement fading. Princess Dongli approached Yue Qing and leaned in closer, whispering, "You will regret this. I shall not let you escape unscathed." Chapter 64. Injury. The events of the banquet spread through the entire Yue Qing like a swift wind, reaching even the emperor within the palace. Upon learning of the situation, the emperor felt greatly troubled. After all, Yue Qing had saved his life. Forcibly taking her husband and marrying him to the princess would be quite inappropriate. However, the situation had escalated, and Jin Yun was now embroiled in it. As soon as Jin Yun returned to the general's residence, he hurried to his study, without delay. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, observing Jin Yun's despondent demeanor and unable to suppress a sigh. "Young master, do you wish for me to eliminate that princess?" The figure inquired softly. Jin Yun lifted his head slightly at the suggestion, but soon shook it gently. While Princess Dongli deserved death, it was not the right time. The Dongli delegation was still present. Any rash actions might backfire. Jin Yun found it incomprehensible how he became entangled in today's events. He pondered deeply, but could not arrive at an answer. According to Princess Dongli, today's scheme was specifically designed for Yue Qing. Thus, it was highly likely that the matter involving Princess Dongli was orchestrated by Yue Qing, who had seen through the princess's nefarious intentions and skillfully maneuvered the situation. Seeing the unfolding scenario, the figure could not help but sigh deeply and then softly remarked, "Young master, do you recall how you concealed your true identity by marrying that merchant's daughter? It was indeed a great injustice. Initially, he had resolutely rejected the offers from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Rights, choosing instead to wed the powerless Yue Qing, drawn by her gentle demeanor and the wealth of the Yue family. However, nearly a year later, he realized that Yue Qing was far from the simpleton she appeared to be. Her intelligence would eventually uncover his clandestine actions. In contrast, Princess Dongli was nothing short of foolish, lacking any semblance of intellect. Jin Yun then softly inquired, "How is Wanwan faring?" "She is well," came the reply. "That is excellent news. Given the perilous nature of my current endeavors, it may be best for her to distance herself from me. I must take action myself, Jin Yun said, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed out at the fine drizzle. Meanwhile, Yue Qing was in a state of urgency, pacing back and forth in the room. Madam, what shall we do? If Princess Dongli marries into the general's residence, our lives will surely become increasingly difficult. Yue Qing regarded Xiao Dao and slowly responded, Xiao Dao. If I were to tell you that I plan to leave the general's residence, would you be willing to accompany me? Without hesitation, Xiao Dao nodded. Wherever you go, I will follow. Yue Qing smiled faintly at Xiao Dao, gently patting her shoulder in appreciation. We must act swiftly. If Jin Yun realizes that today's events are orchestrated by us, we may find ourselves in grave danger. Yue Qing understood the implications, but Jin Yun must surely be beginning to suspect her intentions. His every action over the past period had been a test of her resolve. As night fell, Yue Qing cautiously infiltrated Jin Yun's study. She meticulously searched every corner, hoping to uncover any clues that might serve her cause. Suddenly, a drawer caught her eye. She gently pulled it open to discover a token and several letters inside. Carefully, she picked up an envelope, opened it, and perused its contents. The letters contained military affairs. Young master, this should be evidence of Jin Yun's collusion with the barbarian nation. With this evidence, how could we fail to bring him down? A voice echoed in Yue Qing's mind. Her heartbeat quickened, the weight of the evidence in her hand growing heavier. She understood the significance of this evidence. If revealed, it could expose Jin Yun's conspiracy. However, success would not come easily. Jin Yun wielded immense power and influence, making it no simple task to oppose him. Just then, a figure suddenly lunged from the shadows, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, launching a fierce attack against Yue Qing. Startled, she quickly engaged with her unexpected assailant. To her astonishment, the intruder's martial prowess was remarkably high. After only a few exchanges, Yue Qing felt herself at a disadvantage, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Young master, do not engage with him. This person is formidable. You are no match for him. Run. Xiaowan urged anxiously. Xiaowan was right. Yet at that moment, the aggressor's ferocity was overwhelming, and Yue Qing was already laboring to defend herself, let alone escape. After a few rounds, she had sustained injuries, blood trickling from her lips. Hand over what you are concealing, the assailant commanded coldly. Hearing this voice, Yue Qing felt a surge of suspicion. It did not sound like that of a young man. Could he be Jin Yun's dark guard? As she contemplated this, Xiaowan implored, Young master, quickly use the sleeping powder. Otherwise, we may not escape unscathed today. Yue Qing nodded, gripping the vial of sleeping powder tightly. Just as the assailant prepared to launch another attack, Yue Qing swiftly scattered the powder toward him. Instantly, the cloaked figure seemed to lose his bearings, his body swaying unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Qing darted away like a fleeting swallow. However, to her astonishment, the powder had no effect on her pursuer. Within moments, he regained his composure and resumed his relentless chase. As Yue Qing raced forward, she glanced back over her shoulder. Ahead lay her water moon pavilion, but she chose not to enter, instead running toward the estate's outer boundaries. The pursuer was relentless. Should she be discovered within the water moon pavilion, tomorrow would likely mark her demise. It would be wiser to flee beyond the estate, for perhaps there remained a slender chance of survival. As Yue Qing contemplated this, she exerted every ounce of strength to propel herself forward. Suddenly, she spotted the resplendent Jinxiulu not far ahead, and a plan began to form in her mind. The Jinxiulu bustled with a throng of people, an ideal sanctuary amidst such a dense crowd. Moreover, this was the domain of Xiaoheng. With this thought, Yue Qing dashed into the establishment, swiftly blending into the multitude. She pressed her hand against her wounded chest, striving with all her might to conceal her distress from those around her. At that moment, the lively atmosphere of Jinxiulu enveloped her, and seizing the opportunity, she quietly slipped into one of the private rooms. Chapter 65. Jin Yun's deadly intent upon witnessing Yue Qing vanish. The cloaked figure ceased the pursuit and turned back towards the general's residence. Leaning against the door, Yue Qing gasped for breath, her heart raced, and her legs felt unsteady. Grateful for her cleverness in escaping to this refuge, she realized that otherwise, she might have faced a dire fate this night. Just then, she heard the teasing voice of Tuanzi in her ear. Young mistress, you ran remarkably fast just now. Yue Qing clutched her chest and retorted with mild irritation. You have no idea. We nearly perished back there. The memory of the harrowing ordeal still haunted her. She glanced down at the blood seeping from her wound and decisively retrieved a vial of powder from her space, gently sprinkling it onto the injury. The powder met her skin with a refreshing sensation, significantly alleviating her pain. Gradually rising, she cautiously pushed open the door. At that moment, Shi Xiaoheng happened to approach from across the hall. Without hesitation, Yue Qing strode directly towards him. "What brings you here?" Shi Xiaoheng inquired, astonishment flickering in his gaze. Once inside the elegant chamber, Yue Qing produced a letter from her bosom and handed it to Shi Xiaoheng, recounting the events of the night. Shock washed over his face as he listened intently. "You claim there is a skilled martial artist at Jin Yun's side, one whose abilities rival his own?" Yue Qing nodded in affirmation. Compared to Jin Yun, she might hold her own. However, against the formidable opponent from tonight, she had no chance whatsoever. At that moment, Yue Qing pondered the identity of this mysterious figure who had taken refuge within the general's estate. Will this letter exonerate Jin Yun? Shi Xiaoheng shook his head, resolutely replying. "We lack crucial evidence. These letters alone cannot substantiate the charge of treason." Yue Qing fell into contemplation, her brow furrowed. Shi Xiaoheng then spoke of the Eastly princess, revealing that the emperor had decided to betroth her to Jin Yun. "This might be your opportunity to depart. Given your current exposure, remaining in the general's residence could be perilous." Yue Qing understood the gravity of his words, yet she was at a loss as to what action to take. "Do you have any good suggestions?" "Approach His Majesty and request a divorce from Jin Yun. He will surely consent. It is indeed inappropriate for a princess to be married to a man already wed." Shi Xiaoheng added that perhaps the emperor might even reward her for such a decision. After a moment's reflection, Yue Qing acknowledged the wisdom in his counsel. This seemed the only course to ensure her safety. Fearing exposure, she dared not linger outside and swiftly returned to Watermoon Pavilion. As dawn began to break, Yue Qing lay on her bed, eyes closed, seeking a brief respite. Yet, she was soon roused by the sound of an argument. "General, the mistress has yet to awaken. Perhaps you should return later," Xiao Tao interjected, clearly displeased. Jin Yun frowned in response, glaring at Xiao Tao. "How dare you, a mere maid, obstruct me?" Last night, upon exiting the general's residence, he had instructed Xiao Tao not to allow anyone inside, and Yue Qing felt a sense of relief at Xiao Tao's defense of her. Jin Yun shoved Xiao Tao aside and strode directly towards Yue Qing's chamber. Having been absent from the estate, he had heard from Uncle Zhong that someone had intruded into the study, making off with the token and letters. Uncle Zhong had mentioned that the intruder was a woman, and Yue Qing was his primary suspect. He had come to verify whether she had been injured during the incident. Xiao Tao, gathering her courage, stepped in front of Jin Yun again. "General, I have already said the mistress is still asleep." With tensions mounting and neither party willing to relent, the atmosphere grew, increasingly charged. Just then, a voice broke through. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing Yue Qing's voice, Xiao Tao sighed in relief and discreetly stepped aside. Yue Qing, still bleary-eyed, approached the door and asked Jin Yun with confusion, "General, what urgent matter brings you to seek me so early?" Jin Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yue Qing as if scrutinizing her. Suddenly, he launched a fierce attack against her. Taken by surprise, Yue Qing had no choice but to defend herself. Responding to his onslaught, the two engaged in a fierce battle in the courtyard. Due to her injuries from the previous night and her weakened state, Yue Qing gradually found herself at a disadvantage against Jin Yun's relentless and lethal strikes. Soon, he landed a blow, forcing her to stagger backward, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Furious, she glared at Jin Yun and shouted, "Jin Yun, what madness has possessed you? If you wish to marry the Eastly princess, I will gladly step aside and will not entangle you further." Jin Yun retorted defiantly, "That is not what I am speaking of. Did you enter my study last night?" Fear gripped Yue Qing, for he had indeed uncovered her secret. "I did not. What evidence do you have to implicate me?" Jin Yun's eyes narrowed, sharp as a blade. "Who else would dare enter my study without permission? The token and letters are gone. If not you, then who?" Yue Qing let out a cold laugh. Jin Yun, you overestimate my ambition. If I had desired your belongings, would I have waited until now? Jin Yun glared at her. "Then how do you explain your injuries?" Yue Qing paused, her tone steady as she replied. "My injuries are of no concern to you. There is no need for you to speculate." Her voice bore an icy detachment, yet her eyes revealed a flicker of helplessness and resolve. After uttering these words, Yue Qing turned and retreated into her chamber, shutting the door behind her. However, her complexion swiftly paled. Gently, she loosened her collar to reveal the wound from the previous night, now seeping fresh blood. Upon seeing Yue Qing retreat, Jin Yun chose not to pursue the matter further, but instead hastily departed with his sword in hand. Sure, Xiaoheng had spoken truly. She had lost all reason to remain within the general's residence. Moreover, Jin Yun's recent attack had been imbued with lethal intent. He was not merely testing her, but genuinely sought to eliminate her. Taking a deep breath, Yue Qing endeavored to calm herself, quickly regaining her composure and tidying her belongings. Xiao Tao, we must head to the palace to pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 66. The Edict and the Divorce. The noble consort respectfully greeted the Empress. Yue Qing bowed gracefully before her. The Empress, with a gentle gaze, softly encouraged her to rise. After expressing her gratitude, Yue Qing stood upright, inwardly marveling at the Empress's exceptional kindness, her words like a warm spring breeze, bringing immense comfort. The Empress dismissed her attendants and fixed her attention on Yue Qing. You must have come with something of great significance today. Speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist you within my capacity. Taking a deep breath, Yue Qing performed a deep bow once more, her tone resolute as she declared, Your Majesty, I implore you to grant me a divorce from Jin Yun. The Empress's expression shifted to one of surprise, her brow furrowing slightly as she queried, Is this influenced by the recent rumors? Fear not, for neither the Emperor nor I would hastily sever the bonds of love. We shall advocate for you. Yue Qing gently shook her head, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. She met the Empress's gaze and replied with a bittersweet smile, It is not so. Jin Yun holds no place for me in his heart, and I no longer wish to impose myself upon him. The Eastly Princess has developed affection for Jin Yun, and I am willing to facilitate their union. As she spoke the last words, her voice trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes. The Empress, compassionate and kind-hearted, felt a surge of sympathy for Yue Qing. Without hesitation, Yue Qing rolled up her sleeve, revealing the striking vermilion mark of a maiden. The Empress's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? She gasped, staring at Yue Qing in shock. Yue Qing, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders, smiled softly and spoke calmly, Your Majesty, I have been married to Jin Yun for 3 years, yet we have never consummated our union. The Empress, filled with sorrow for Yue Qing, took her hand and gently patted it in comfort. You have truly suffered. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yue Qing knelt once more, her voice choked with gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty. The Empress quickly assisted Yue Qing to her feet and summoned a maid, instructing her to fetch the Emperor, stating that she had matters of great importance to discuss with him. The maid hurried away, leaving the Empress and Yue Qing in the palace, awaiting the Emperor's arrival. Before long, the Emperor entered the Empress's chambers. She relayed the events to him, and he too was taken aback. Yue Qing, do you truly wish to divorce? Yue Qing nodded slightly and replied softly, I humbly request your permission to part ways with Jin Yun. The Emperor hesitated, his expression troubled. After a moment, he reluctantly nodded, conceding, Very well, I shall grant your request. No sooner had he spoken than the Emperor ordered an edict to be issued, dissolving the marriage between Jin Yun and Yue Qing, while bestowing the Eastly Princess upon him. Yue Qing respectfully bowed to both the Emperor and the Empress before gracefully exiting the palace. She gazed upwards at the vast sky, finally liberated from the confines that had bound her, free from the burden of another's surname. Before long, Yue Qing returned to the general's residence, only to be astonished when the Emperor's decree arrived there shortly after. To her surprise, in addition to granting her a divorce, the Emperor conferred upon her the title of County Princess, a precedent that had never been established before. Soon, news of Yue Qing's divorce from Jin Yun spread like wildfire throughout Yuqing, with the populace expressing admiration for her selflessness. Many praised Yue Qing for her deep understanding of duty, willingly relinquishing her husband to uphold the amicable relations with Eastly, thereby enabling the Eastly Princess to pursue her affections for Jin Yun. However, the public sentiment toward the Eastly Princess was far less cordial, as rumors of her outrageous behavior at banquets and her interference in others' marriages began to circulate. Upon hearing such gossip, Yue Qing sighed in resignation. Madam, no. I should now address you as Miss. Are we to leave the general's residence tomorrow? Inquired the maid, Xiao Tao softly. Yue Qing nodded in tacit agreement. Thankfully, the Emperor had remembered their past, not only bestowing upon her the title of county princess, but also granting her a residence. Thus, even upon leaving the general's abode, she would not be left homeless. Yue Qing understood that the emperor's actions were likely a gesture of gratitude for her past efforts to save his and the empress's lives. Upon learning of the decree, Jin Yun arrived at Shueihua Pavilion, coincidentally finding Yue Qing packing her belongings. "Have you long awaited this day?" he questioned, brow furrowed. Yue Qing chose to ignore him, continuing her task.
Speak.
Jin Yun insisted. "What is there to say, Jin Yun? After 3 years of marriage, the bond we shared since childhood has long since faded. Is this not better?" Yue Qing replied coolly, her gaze distant, as if she were observing a stranger. Clenching his teeth, Jin Yun retorted, "Fine. I underestimated you, Yue Qing." Gripping her bundle tightly, Yue Qing asserted, "From now on, we shall part ways amicably, each walking our separate paths." Jin Yun stormed out of Shueihua Pavilion, seething with rage, while Yue Qing remained oblivious, continuing to pack. After 3 years, she realized there was little of significance she could take with her. "Miss, do we still need these items?" Xiao Tao asked. Yue Qing shook her head. These belongings were acquired using the general's funds after entering this residence. Some were even gifted by the late matriarch. They rightfully belong here. The 2 women, burdened with their packages, slowly exited Shueihua Pavilion. As Yue Qing glanced back at the place she had called home for 3 years, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, leaving her unable to articulate whether it was joy or sorrow she felt. At that moment, a group of maids and servants rushed toward her. "Madam, are you truly leaving? We wish to accompany you. You are all servants of the Gu family. How can you follow me without hesitation? You must take good care of yourselves," Yue Qing replied, her voice faltering as some maids began to weep. Their future now seemed uncertain, and none knew what kind of master they would face next. It was less about their reluctance to part with Yue Qing, and more about their own feelings of confusion and helplessness regarding their fate. Just as Yue Qing was about to board the carriage, she heard a shout. "Madam, please wait." Turning, she saw Honghua rushing toward her. "What is it, Honghua?" Yue Qing asked with concern. "I came to bid you farewell, wishing you all the best in your future endeavors," Honghua said sincerely. Yue Qing looked at her, filled with gratitude. "You too stay safe." With that, Yue Qing resolutely stepped onto the departing carriage, leaving behind a world that had both confined and defined her. As the wheels rolled away, she gradually disappeared from view. Yue Qing and Xiao Tao settled into their new residence, which, though not as grand as the General's, possessed its own tranquility and charm. Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, surrounded by the vibrant hues of spring, Yue Qing allowed a gentle smile to grace her lips. Chapter 67. A new life. Yue Qing moved into the modest abode granted by the emperor, embracing a life of tranquility and comfort. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow in the courtyard, while a gentle breeze caressed the flowers, releasing delightful fragrances. The family of Yue had visited multiple times, concerned for Yue Qing's well-being, and had brought numerous items and furnishings as tokens of their care. Their thoughtful attention deeply moved Yue Qing. She reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, gazing up at the azure sky, and softly remarked, "Tuanzi, we have finally escaped the sea of suffering." Tuanzi joyfully replied, Indeed, our future will be filled with beauty and hope." The past shadows were gradually dissipating, and she could finally live freely. Now, she had more time and energy to investigate her mother's affairs. Just as Yue Qing was lost in thought, her maid, Xiao Tao, entered with a letter in hand. "Miss, this is an invitation from the Grand Princess." Yue Qing took the invitation and examined it closely, pondering the fact that she had little acquaintance with the Grand Princess. Despite her title as a county princess, attending the Grand Princess's banquet felt somewhat beyond her reach. The Grand Princess was, after all, the only sister of the current emperor. In her youth, she had married a promising scholar, yet this scholar had proven to be unworthy. Engaging in an affair with a maid, disillusioned by her husband, the Grand Princess resolutely chose to separate from him. Yet, the prince continued his indulgent ways, lost in a world of pleasure and taking concubines. It was truly lamentable for someone of the Grand Princess's esteemed status to encounter such a fate. She was indeed a pitiable figure. "Xiao Dao, please fetch the painting by Mr. Cui from the storeroom. I wish to present it as a gift for the Grand Princess's birthday banquet." In her youth, the Grand Princess had been a woman of exceptional talent and renown, her artistic skills rivaling those of the masters of traditional Chinese painting. News had reached her that Princess Dongli and Gu Jingyun's wedding date was set for next month, and Princess Dongli had extended a special invitation for Yue Qing to attend the ceremony. Yue Qing felt no turmoil regarding this. The past was but a fleeting memory, and she had long since found peace. Her attendance was merely an opportunity to partake in the festivities. Yue Qing, accompanied by Xiao Dao, visited the study to see Aiken, encouraging him to focus on his studies. Upon arriving, she instructed Xiao Dao to wait downstairs while she ascended the stairs in search of Aiken. She navigated through rows of bookshelves, her heart swelling with joy upon hearing the sound of his reading from afar. Finally, she located Aiken in a study on the second floor, where he sat at a desk, engrossed in an ancient text, his brow furrowed in concentration. Gently knocking on the door, Aiken looked up and, upon seeing Yue Qing, his face broke into a delighted smile. He rose to greet her, bowing respectfully. "Sister, what brings you here?" "I've heard about your situation," he continued, "and I was delighted to learn that you have parted ways with Gu Jingyun. He was never a suitable match for you. Now that you have escaped your suffering, I am truly happy for you. Aiken, how are you faring here?" "Sister, I am well. I understand your purpose in visiting today, but I cannot impose upon you. I have grown accustomed to life here." Recognizing Aiken's determination, Yue Qing chose not to press further, respecting his wishes. "Very well, but do share any troubles with me." Aiken nodded and presented her with a small wooden carving of a bird. "Sister, I carved this myself. I hope you will be as free as this bird." Yue Qing carefully accepted the carving, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you, Aiken. I truly cherish it," she said, gently tracing the pattern on the sculpture. At that moment, the shopkeeper rushed in, breathless and visibly anxious. "Miss Dongdong, the guest in room 1 invites you to join him." Yue Qing furrowed her brow, pondering who it might be. "Do you know who it is?" she inquired. "It seems to be the regent," the shopkeeper replied, his voice trembling with a hint of reverence. Surprised, Yue Qing wondered why the regent would seek her out. Filled with curiosity, she entered the private room. Upon entering, she found the regent standing by the window, his back turned to her, exuding an imposing presence. As he turned to face her, his deep, piercing gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul. Steadying herself, Yue Qing spoke first, her tone calm. "May I inquire as to why your highness has summoned me?" The regent did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a seat and gracefully poured tea for Yue Qing. She, not adhering too rigidly to formalities, sat directly across from him. Raising her teacup, she took a gentle sip, her gaze never leaving the regent's. Finally, breaking the silence, he slid a document towards her. Opening it, she discovered information regarding her mother's life. "We have collaborated, and you have assisted me greatly. Naturally, I shall reciprocate. This is what I have uncovered about your mother." Among the names, Yue Qing recognized one, Feng Yue, and her heart raced with urgency as she asked, "Your Highness, do you know anything about Feng Yue?" The regent shook his head, pondering. The Princess of Xian is indeed a mysterious figure, of humble origins, yet transformed overnight. His tone held a note of curiosity. "Moreover, she was once your mother's maid." "What did you say?" "She was my mother's maid?" Yue Qing stared at the regent in astonishment. He nodded affirmatively. Memories of Feng Yue, the striking beauty she had encountered, flooded her mind, and she struggled to reconcile that image with her mother's maid. "Tuanzi, did you know about this?" Yue Qing turned to her companion. Tuanzi, looking somewhat sheepish, replied, "I'm sorry, miss. I had forgotten." Yue Qing fell into deep contemplation. If Feng Yue had indeed been her mother's maid, she would have recognized Yue Qing upon her visit to the Xian residence, yet her gaze had been unfamiliar. And Gu Jin had claimed that Feng Yue was the one who murdered her mother. Could there be hidden truths in this matter? Chapter 68. The Grand Princess's Birthday Banquet. At the Grand Princess's birthday banquet, Yue Qing encountered the one person she wished to avoid, Princess Dongli. The latter blocked Yue Qing's path, a malicious smile gracing her meticulously painted features, and began to mock her coldly. Yue Qing preferred to avoid conflict, casting a calm glance before attempting to walk away. However, Princess Dongli seemed determined not to let her go easily. Frustrated by Yue Qing's indifference, she raised her voice. "Yue Qing, what are you pretending for? You are nothing but a discarded woman now. If I were you, I would have hidden away from the world." Sometimes, Yue Qing herself pondered whether Princess Dongli's upbringing on the frontier had rendered her so lacking in perception. Yue Qing gazed coldly at Princess Dongli, her eyes filled with scorn. It was utterly incomprehensible to her how this princess could present herself so nonchalantly before everyone after enduring such a humiliating ordeal not long ago. To attend the banquet with such audacity could only be attributed to an extraordinarily resilient mindset. Princess, do you crave a slap? Yue Qing's tone was frigid, tinged with a barely perceptible anger. Princess Dongli was evidently taken aback by Yue Qing's retort. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered. What did you say? I can hardly compare myself to a princess. If I were one, after committing such shameless acts, I would have stayed home to avoid shame. Yue Qing returned the princess's words to her unchanged. Her remark struck like a sharp sword, rendering Princess Dongli's face ashen. How dare you say such things, you wretched girl? I am a princess, and how can I be compared to someone as lowly as you? Princess Dongli glared furiously, but found herself unable to counter. The guests surrounding them, drawn by the commotion, cast curious glances and whispered amongst themselves. Some displayed expressions of surprise, while others seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. Unfazed, Yue Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, a dignified princess is truly our role model, isn't she? Her tone was calm and resolute, as if stating an irrefutable truth. Princess Dongli trembled with rage, her lips quivering but unable to utter a word. She shot Yue Qing a venomous glare, her eyes ablaze with fury. Just then, a gentle voice broke through the tension. The county lord has a sharp tongue. The voice, reminiscent of a melodious songbird, captivated those who heard it. Yue Qing turned to the source of the voice and beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, gracefully approaching with the assistance of several maidens. Her lithe figure and poised demeanor exuded an air of elegance and nobility. As she drew nearer, Yue Qing recognized her as Fengyu. With a complexion like a peach blossom and long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, Fengyu wore a pale blue silk gown adorned with exquisite embroidery. Her beauty mesmerizing even Yue Qing, who was also a woman. Upon Fengyu's arrival, Yue Qing maintained her dignified composure and smiled. Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely speak the truth. Her voice, clear and melodious, resonated like a celestial melody within the garden. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Yue Qing, aware that the Princess of Xian was not one to take lightly. There had been instances where noblewomen, having publicly insulted her, met their demise that very evening in their own ponds. Should we assist the county lord? A guard beside Shi Xiaoheng furrowed his brow at the discord. Shi Xiaoheng merely waved his hand, confident that Yue Qing would not easily be bested.
Indeed.
Faced with Princess Dongli's accusations, Yue Qing not only showed no fear but also smiled. Yes, I may not understand etiquette, but at least I would never engage in such disgraceful conduct under the broad daylight. Princess Dongli's face turned an ominous shade of green at Yue Qing's blunt response, rendering her speechless. She raised her hand, seemingly intent on striking Yue Qing. But at that moment, Yue Qing raised her voice. What? Does Princess Dongli wish to resort to violence? Where is your decorum? Seeing her move, Yue Qing quickly intervened. Enough. Fengyu admonished, her voice icy and authoritative. Today is the birthday of the Grand Princess. What kind of decorum is this? Although both Yue Qing and Princess Dongli felt a sense of injustice, they understood that escalating the situation would only lead to their own embarrassment in such a setting. Fengyu smiled at both of them, her tone gentle. It is merely a misunderstanding. Neither the princess nor the county lord should take it to heart. Her smile appeared warm, yet her eyes betrayed a subtle chill. Humph. Princess Dongli shot Yue Qing a resentful look before reluctantly turning to leave. Yue Qing also chose not to linger, nodding to Fengyu before departing. Once they had gone, Fengyu's handmaiden approached her cautiously, inquiring, Your Highness, are we really letting her off so easily? A cold smile crept across Fengyu's lips, a glint of cunning in her eyes. There will be ample time. Her voice was low, yet brimming with confidence. As Yue Qing walked along the winding path, each step revealed a picturesque scene, evidently crafted with care. Presently, a little maid approached her, bowing. The Grand Princess requests your presence. Following the maid, Yue Qing arrived at a secluded pavilion where the Grand Princess was enjoying tea. Upon seeing Yue Qing, the Grand Princess smiled warmly, beckoning her to sit. County Lord, I have heard about the earlier incident. You handled it splendidly, she remarked, gently patting Yue Qing's hand. Yue Qing lowered her head in modesty. Thank you, Your Highness. The Grand Princess chuckled lightly before continuing. However, Princess Dongli is no pushover. You must exercise caution in the future. Yue Qing nodded, and the Grand Princess elegantly lifted her teacup, sipping delicately before speaking. Princess Xian, you must be vigilant. That individual is not easily dealt with. Yue Qing acknowledged with a slight nod, then carefully presented the gift she had brought to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess accepted the gift, unwrapping it with care. Upon seeing its contents, her eyes sparkled with surprise, her voice tinged with excitement. Is this truly the masterpiece of Master Cui? Yue Qing nodded again, a smile gracing her lips. The Grand Princess grasped Yue Qing's hands, exclaiming, "This gift is indeed precious." Yue Qing replied with a serene smile. "It was specifically prepared as a birthday gift for your highness." The Grand Princess nodded in satisfaction, praising, "You are truly thoughtful, County Lord." The two continued their pleasant conversation for a while before proceeding together to the banquet.